What is up, my friends? How are you doing? As always, I hope you're having a marvelous day. Welcome to the Marvel Show. I'm here with my friend Manu, the one and only 9.9 Newsstand. And guys, it is the eve of Spider-Man Metal delivery. This is like my Christmas, right?
Yeah.
And leading up to the live, I had Manu rapping a song for me. A love song. A song about cards, even a song about metal. It was really good.
Oh, there was some metal reference in there.
There was some
true.
metal. Yeah, you were talking about the value of things. It was really good. Really got me pumped up, that's for sure. Well, everybody in the chats, wow, we've got quite a few people here already. Let's go.
Hello,
we got
everybody.
Marvel Marshall, who's ready for Spider-Man Metal. I know I am. Jesse's got his tracking information. Jesse, that's awesome. I actually got mine just a little while ago. It was great to see that pop up.
Yeah.
Can't wait until tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. I'm going to give everybody kind of a schedule of how I think things are going to go tomorrow. We got Symbiote Elite in the house. That is
my
awesome.
man. What's up?
Oliver.
What's up?
Oliver missed the live last week. He was very disappointed that he missed the 3,000 subscriber giveaway, which we're going to recap here in a little bit.
That was big. Yes.
That was huge. Absolutely incredible. Had a lot of fun. Sid the Kid, what's up, my friend? This can't go too late tonight. I got to be up early in the morning, hit the target line. Hey, let's go ahead and talk about the retail release of Spider-Man Metal. Can I do that real quick?
Absolutely. I'm curious about that very much.
Yeah, so Spider-Man Metal has a retail release, and it's going to be blaster boxes for those who don't know. It will not have very big chase cards in them, regularly. Okay. It will have platinum portraits and sketch cards. Those will be the big hits. But you're talking like 1 in 4,000 boxes, 1 in 8,000 boxes. So no expectation to hit that. Okay. Right.
Whoa. Okay.
To me, that feels like 1 platinum portrait per state, like it's going to be really difficult. But I've got to pull up a message here from Upper Deck. Give me just a moment. And the message is, so the retail stores with Spider-Man Metal will be Walmart and Target. That is confirmed.
Okay.
They should be available not long after the hobby release, which is tomorrow. So what is not long? I would tell you that to be checking, whatever it is for you, like tomorrow, maybe, or Thursday or Friday. They will not give an exact street date because it depends on how the retail stores decide to distribute the product, meaning it's not up to Upper Deck when they make the space on their shelf and put it on the peg.
Okay.
That makes sense?
It does indeed. It does indeed. So I'm going to start my Target trips Thursday morning then.
Yeah. You feel like that's the best use of your gas? Look, if I can get some type of SKU or code for Pop Finder where you can put it into a Pop Finder and let it see if it's on the shelf, I'll put that on Instagram. Okay.
Oh, I never even thought of something of that sort. Bryce, thank you so much. Already starting in with
Bryce, come on, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Too kind.
He's getting an entire set of 1993 Marvel masterpieces graded at CGC. That's incredible.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
We got to talk about CGC too. We got to talk about CGC on 2 fronts.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So we got Comics CGC, we got CGC Comics and CGC Trading Cards to talk about. So we've definitely got to do that. What's up, Samuel? So we got Samuel in the house. Alonzo Collectible. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be epic. He's got quite a few Spider-Man boxes on the way.
So you have the tracking for yours. You are anticipating.
I do. I show delivery tomorrow. I show delivery tomorrow from UPS. So I feel really good about the delivery. Oh, look, Marvelous Packs is bringing some info. He says $19.99 a blaster box. I am thrilled to see that price.
That's the stuff that's going to be available at Target and things?
At Target and Walmart. And I'm going to double check for us, but I think that includes 6 packs. Hold on. Let's see here.
Okay. That's terrific.
Let's see if I have that information here.
Swish Rips, what up? Card and Comic Freak, what up? I love podcasts. Hello.
What's up? Yeah. So, okay. Let me just read my notes here. Retail blaster boxes will be cheaper. So I should have remembered that note. Exclusive parallels will be the light FX yellow, 1 per 2 packs, 6 cards per pack. And you'll get Palladium's Daily Bugle booklets, platinum portraits, comic cuts, sketch cards, and an Easter egg content of some sort. I don't know what. the Easter egg is going to be.
Okay.
So it doesn't actually say how many packs, but 6 cards per pack. But I'm thinking probably 6 packs or something like that.
That's great, actually.
Very excited.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know what the box looks like, but I think it's going to be similar to the Space Jam box, if I had to guess, meaning it's more rectangular and they put some space in between. The cards sit in the center and it kind of protects the cards. So it's
it kind of has
box.
like the folded construction around it. And then the boxes are in their pocket. I mean, the packs are in their pockets. That's cool. That
is cool. Marvelous Pack says there will be 6 packs per box. He's on top of it tonight. Thank you, my friend.
Dang, dude. That's a bargain for $20. That's a heck of fun to rip.
I think this is huge. And this is the thought I've had, and I'll share it with everybody. You look at, like my love for Marvel cards, you, Manu, your love for Marvel cards. We were exposed to those cards because they were available. Like we had access to them.
Yes.
And that meant they were printed at a level where we did have, they were not only for the sacred few and some secret group, who knew the right button to push and the right little hole to crawl in.
Yeah.
They had access to it, like on their daily life, through their daily life.
It was mainstream. It was different.
Total mainstream. And so I'm really, I hope that, first of all, I hope there's enough blaster boxes that scalpers don't have a prayer. Like they can't buy it all and it doesn't matter. Like they can put it on eBay, but I know I can go to Walmart and find one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I hope that it's available for months, meaning that, someone who's not into Marvel cards might have the opportunity to discover it.
Yeah.
Like they're up there looking at Pokemon because, there's a big Pokemon shelf. And then they look over and they go, oh, look at that. That's Spider-Man metal. Like I might want to buy a pack of those.
That's such a good point. I watched your, we got to talk. There's a lot to cover, but we got to talk about your Saturday morning Marvel cards with Sketch and Johnny Bravo. Like, come on, dude, that episode, that was all love. That episode was so pure, so passionate. It was so beautiful. I told him as well, and I'm going to keep telling him to hear his story. We'll talk about that, right? But I think there's 2 videos I watched. Love him so much and everything that he does and his perspective towards it. It was just so agreeable. And then, so I watched that video. I think that was about an hour and a half, 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Right. I watched that video, and then Sketch ripped open a 96 Marvel Masterpieces pack. And it's like a pack that you've opened a few times because you knew which cards were coming.
Right. Yeah, I'm a little deep into this.
Right. And then I watched a different video speaking of the state of cards in general. And I think I'm combining some of the messages from the Saturday morning cards and some of this other. But what you're saying is so right. And it just underlines for me that in the 90s, this thing was mainstream. Everybody collected cards. It was weird for a kid to not collect cards.
Right.
Right. And now we're entering into an environment again where it might become readily seen by everybody. The Upper Decks of the world and the Fanatics of the world and all of these companies are looking for a way to get this thing to really be widespread, not just exclusive, not just niche, but have it be like every 7 or 8-year-old at a Target line saying, Mom, Dad, can I get that pack of Spider-Man cards? Buy those Tic Tacs there. And I think that's really awesome. Yeah. We'll talk more about all that, but I love it.
I think it's important. For the future of the hobby, obviously, but I think it's important today, like right now, to see Marvel cards continue to be what I think is a more healthy place, and we can debate how we get there, but
right.
I definitely think that's part of it. So it says, don't lie, you're going to Target tomorrow. I tell you what, tomorrow's big. So let's go into tomorrow's schedule for everybody. First thing in the morning, I have one video I may do. Actually, if I get up early enough, I'm thinking about doing a warning video, and like a warning to people who, may be FOMOing into Spider-Man metal, just a cautionary video. It depends on how late we go tonight. I'm able to get up early because I want to record it and edit it and put it up and for it to be received, well, something that's digestible. Second, and this I actually think is pretty big. I am going to be on Dave and Adam's podcast, the card company. What?
Just 1 sec. Naj sent a super chat and she said, no hi to me today, tear faces. Naj, you stop it. You have every hello. Matter of fact, none of this happens without you. Oh, we're going to talk about you, Naj. You enjoy your trip.
We're talking about Naj, and don't let her fool you. She was actually on the stream before we hit live. We were
she's having a little fun. She was hanging out with us.
But hey, look, at least she paid for the lie.
Oh my gosh, yeah. All right, sorry to cut you off.
No. So Dave and Adam's podcast is called The Chase. they have a YouTube channel. So be sure to check it out. 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to talk about Spider-Man Metal and Dave and Adams. You know, they're likely who most people are getting their pre-order from. I saw a comment today where someone said that they shipped 13,000 boxes today of Spider-Man Metal. That's 108 cases. So they're doing work today to get everybody their product, right?
They certainly are.
And that's also interesting, you know, 13,000 boxes, 108 cases. That's not a lot when you consider the print runs 50,200. So they're one of the biggest distributors.
Okay, yeah.
And I don't know how much more they have, but I don't know. I don't know how much more they have, but that is actually not a lot in the scheme of how much of the product's available.
Makes sense.
Again, if that's true, it was a comment where someone was talking to David Adams and they were saying, this is what we got to get out today. 13,000 boxes. So, but anyhow, I'm going to be on their live stream, and I'm curious because they call the podcast The Chase, because they actually will open up product on the podcast and they're chasing something, right? So we might open a box of Spider-Man Metal at 8:15 a.m. live on this podcast. So you may not want to miss it.
Wait, say you were cutting out for me just a little bit.
Yep.
What? Just the last 1 minute was cutting out a little bit. Who's opening what on a podcast?
So Dave and Adams, DA Cards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be on their podcast.
Yeah, they have their own YouTube channel, and they're going to be.
But they open product on the podcast, and the podcast is going to be about Spider-Man Metal. So we may be opening up a box of that. I can't confirm it, but that would be exciting because that actually may end up being the first time we see the product open on camera. It's going to be really early your time, my friend. You can catch the replay.
Yeah, I'll catch the replay. Maybe I'll do it all-nighter. We'll see.
Marvel Madness, yes, that is tomorrow at 8:15 Central Standard Time. Joshua, that'll be 7:15 your time, Mountain Standard Time. Okay, so Sid says if that's true, they probably have a lot of boxes left. So let me tell you about a conversation I had with them last week, which was they are purposefully not allowing the product to sell out prior to the release because they actually want product post-release. They want to have it available. So when you see them reducing it from a case order to only being able to order 4 or 6 or 8, it is because they are strategically making it available. Obviously, they raised prices throughout all that, but the price has been pretty steady for the last 2 months. But they don't want to be sold out prior to the date of release. So, how many physical boxes do I think are in the run? Hold on, I'll do the math real quick. So 50,200 boxes, 25% of that is 12,550 boxes. That is a total of 1,046 cases. So if they shipped 108 of them, that's, 10% of the physical boxes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's correct.
Asking for a link.
It's on YouTube. Type in Dave and Adams, The Chase. Okay, so that's you're talking the day tomorrow. Yeah, I'm talking about Wednesday at 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. So after that, I don't know when the product's going to arrive during the day, but sometime around 5 p.m., I'm hoping to have the product, and I'm going to do my first unboxing. And depending on just how fast that goes, how well that goes, that may not actually post until Thursday. But at 6:15, we're going to go live here on the Spidey Hits channel to open up the product live. And I've got a few people lined up for tomorrow evening. Manu may join us as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun. Yep. Charles is claiming all the She-Hulks from Spidey Metal. We got to see what she looks like.
Naj already claimed the platinum portrait Venom.
Oh my gosh. that would be hard to that'd be hard to give up. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you know what I told her? I was like, dang, I didn't necessarily love it when I saw it, but I hope I find 2.
Yeah, I hope you find 2 as well.
It must be my internet connection. So if I'm choppy or I'm not hearing you correctly, it's just my internet connection, but I am here with you.
Well, we only have one little choppy moment, so we're good. So
Okay, cool.
I'm going to share my Instagram real quick for those who may have not seen the product yet, who may not be on Instagram. Okay. So here we have, I don't know if this is going to have sound, but you can see these cards here. Can y'all see that? Let me zoom in.
Indeed, indeed.
It's not really zooming, but so what you see here,
the background is not doing anything to the
foreground.
Yeah,
for the preview. And this is a reel, so it's going to keep playing, but that's a Venom Planet Metal, which is the aluminum. See this Black Cat? Hold on.
We got to talk about that. I didn't even know Black Cat wore that outfit. Where did they get that outfit from?
You know, man, I wish I could tell you. You know, obviously it's frustrating because we were given a leaked photo. You know, I won't say how I got it, but let's just say I felt like I could trust the source. And of Black Cat in a J. Scott Campbell outfit for the Low series.
Yeah.
And to see that Black Cat now, which, and look, it's not bad. Like I actually like the art okay enough.
Yeah.
But after already seeing the J. Scott Campbell, and after seeing that one, it's tough to see this now, to be honest with you.
That's true. That is what happened. Yeah, because we love a Campbell Black Cat. We love a Campbell Black Cat. Oh my God.
We do. But that's not the only cards we saw. We also got to see these. So we got Spider-Man here. Love this card. This is the Z-Force, Skybox Z-Force here. These cards are going to be numbered 100, a parallel of 62, parallel of 25, and a 1 of 1. I don't know how the foiling is going to look from each card, and I don't know which one this is. And Manu, I know this is not your favorite Spider-Man image of all time, but I absolutely dig it.
I'm gonna tell you, it's not the image. The image is not. I like the painted image. I think once I see it in person, I really like it. For me, just being like hypercritical, I'm not necessarily a fan of the glitter effect. You know, but I'm just going to reserve I didn't even realize this was a Z-Force. Just the fact that it's called a Z-Force kind of makes me happy because I love my basketball Z-Force cards from the 90s.
I was wondering, like, man, you know, those are such iconic cards. I do. I like everything about this. I have some sense that in hand, it's probably going to be even better. I will tell you, this is actually the screensaver on my phone right now.
Oh, so, there you go. Wow.
Yeah,
okay. Well, so you are manifesting that card.
I am total manifesting right now.
Yes.
So here we're going to see kind of the larger list of these cards. So here's the Platinum Portrait Venom. You got the Palladium Captain America, which I absolutely love this Palladium Captain America. Some people are going to say, oh, well, that's reused art. That was used in the Lighthouse Fresnel, deal. But it's a totally different looking card compared to the two. And to me, it actually hits a lot harder on that Palladium. I just love that. I absolutely love it. We got the gold Doc Ock here. I like this version of Doc Ock. It's one of my favorite versions. This is it's going so fast. We got the turquoise. The turquoise and the pink foiling wasn't quite what I thought it was going to be. It definitely is different from, the PMG, the green and red, and even the orange. Most of the pink and most of the turquoise is in the metal and the name, the metal logo and the name. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to look in hand. What I am happy about is the fact that it doesn't look like the base card. Like you can clearly tell it's a different card, which was a problem with X-Men Metal.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep. It's a huge issue. Let me see some of these comments here. What we got?
We gotta eventually that Miles Morales card outside of your Instagram. We just got to get a picture of it up there because you said you loved it. I've never seen that image before. I really want to see what people in the chat are going to say. I don't quite know how to compute that image. Well,
I will tell you, I've gotten more messages of I don't like it than messages of I do like it. So you are in the majority. I'm in the minority here.
That's a hate it or love it. There's no in between for that. People don't even know what they're looking at it.
Well, here's the thing, and this is going to be part of the conversation tonight with Spider-Man Metal. The Low series is a modern version of the character. Okay.
Oh,
so they basically went to, as far as I can tell, because we haven't seen all the cards and I don't know everything about modern comic books. Let me go ahead and just say I'm not a modern comic book expert of any kind, like not even close. I have working knowledge of it. I'm around it. I'm not in it.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, that is the new version of the Miles Morales suit. So it is the more modern version of his suit, which means we're going to get the high series of the version of him that we know and love. Now, which one will it be? Will it be Fallout 4? I certainly hope so. For me, I'm all about an unmasked Miles or whatever. I don't want the head covered, but I don't know what version we're going to get, but I think we're going to get the one that people know and love and more familiar with in the high series because it's more the first appearance. This brings us to the Spider-Man conversation of the green PMG. So let's get to that real quick. Okay. So that's here. So do you see it?
Yep.
It's gonna cross a couple of times here. And so this was, we're going to get the comments, guys. Y'all keep asking the questions. We'll get to them. But whenever when Upper Deck first released these preview images here, the first one I saw was the green PMG Spider-Man. Frankly, if I was Upper Deck, I wouldn't have shown the green PMG. I would have waited until one of those showed its face in the wild. Personally, that's just me. But they chose it to be the first card they really showed, outside of the sell sheet. The foiling looks amazing. I'm very pleased with the overall aesthetic of the card. I like this. I like the action, the swinging action in this image. I love that it's more of a full body, even opposed to like the gold I got back here, the painting, how you got one leg and one arm, and it's fine. I love it, but I like that full body. But man, it's not the traditional Spidey suit, right? I don't have a little Spidey logo on the chest, and it's clearly a Ben Reilly version of the suit. So here's what I didn't know when I first saw it. Okay. I'm familiar with Ben Reilly. I actually have his action figure here. Let me show this just for a second. So it's a very cool action figure. I like it a lot. Okay.
I'm gonna need a little bit of clarity real quick, and I'm gonna say something to make me sound ignorant. Is Scarlet Spider's Ben Reilly, right?
It's Ben Reilly, 100%. Who is Scarlet Spider? Scarlet Spider is a clone of Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Okay. So you and I know the Clone Saga with the Jackal.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah,
and you had
absolutely.
The two faces. Remember the full cover with the two faces of Parker and Ben Reilly?
Yeah, but Ben used to wear that different outfit, like the hoodie denim sort of thing. When did that turn into the other outfit? That one. That's the Ben Reilly. I know that's Scarlet Spider. Yeah, my goodness.
Okay. This is what you and I know and love, right?
Yes, indeed. So I never even knew what this other version was or which character is wearing that suit.
They did this whole, and again, I'm going to say something stupid. Somebody correct me in the comments. They did this whole Beyond run, okay, where Peter Parker, for some reason, is not Spider-Man anymore. And I don't know, he's going off to have a family or something. And Ben Reilly steps up to be Spider-Man. And this is the suit. And he becomes Spider-Man. In the same way, like Shuri's going to become Black Panther. He becomes Spider-Man. So, and this actually all just happened, like 2020, 2021, 2022 run. So when Upper Deck goes, we want the modern version of Spider-Man, boom, it's the Ben Reilly Spider-Man.
Got it. Okay.
Does this make sense?
Okay.
So it would be incorrect to say he's not Spider-Man.
Right.
But he's not Peter Parker Spider-Man.
Right.
And, so it seems to me that they didn't know what they were doing. Certainly true and possible. Okay. Or number two, they were committed to the modern rendition of the character.
And it's not as though on that card, we don't know what the back of the card says yet, but hopefully it doesn't say Peter Parker on it.
If it says Peter Parker, well, number one, I would then keep it. Okay. But if it says Ben Reilly, it might be for sale. Because I collect Peter Parker Spider-Man. I've had to narrow my collection down to that because it's just I'd be bankrupt. It's just too many Spider-Mans, right?
Yeah.
So I've had to go through this like emotional process of dealing with that card, and I feel better coming out the other side of it now, because I respect if they're wanting to like do them. Because here's the reality: in the same way that our Scarlet Spider is the hooded version, the 12-year-old me today, it's the Ben Reilly with the other suit.
Yeah,
and it's not fair for me to decide what that person wants to collect in the future. It can't always be about me. And so I'm open to, and that's why I like the high series, low series concept, because it's going to give us both.
Yeah, that's, I never even realized that that's what they were doing with the high and low. I wasn't even that familiar with the concept of high and low, but now I realize the high series, those are the ones. Those are the ones.
Yes. And so, all right, let's put these back on here real quick. Share screen. So let's get back to, is it this one? No, not this one. So if we get back to this, that is the high series for Gwen Stacy. And that is very much her first appearance on cover. And it is a high series card, even though it's more modern. It came out in whatever year in the 2000s.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That one right there. So I'm excited because we're going to get some good stuff. What we still have not seen is the base images, which would be the PMGs and so forth, of the Avengers or Wolverine.
Sorry, I was reading the comments and I'm just heartbroken. They're talking about Peter Parker might be dead. They're talking about how he's bedridden, deathly ill from radioactive poisoning.
Well, so it gets worse. Okay. So if you like Ben Reilly, let me pull this up. I think I put this on my phone so we could talk about it. So the Ben Reilly saga, by the way, here is that is the image for the PMG. Let me turn my brightness down so people can see it.
Is that the Kith? Is that the Kith comic book?
I don't know what you mean by Kith, but
no, Kith. Remember the Kith book, the Kith, Kith, from the clothing brand that you just bought the shirts from? Is that the Kith cover?
I think it is.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding? No.
I think it actually is. All right.
Oh my gosh. I got to Google this.
So here's something that happens. Okay. Apparently Ben Reilly falls into a vat of something. Okay. And when he falls
no,
into
it's not the image. Thank goodness. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, he falls into the bat of something.
Vat.
And
he let me put it up here. And he turns into Chasm.
Oh, what? That's what that thing is? I've seen this person around. I didn't know what that was.
I'm pretty sure that's what I've read. Okay. So that means that the Spider-Man that we are getting on the green PMG is now a villain.
That's hilarious, man. Okay. This is wow. What's that guy's name? Chasm, you said?
Chasm, Chasm.
I never knew that. I'll get an education.
All right. Anyways, that is that's enough of that. But I did want to address it today because it was a big topic of conversation. It was like, hey, Upper Deck, how could you not get Spider-Man right? And
it's a Spider-Man maybe they didn't. Yeah. I'm going to say something. I know that's the low series, but honestly, this is the Spider-Man set. I don't care if it's the low. I don't care if it's the high. Your Spider-Man cards, you got to hit a grand slam with your decisions for the Spider-Man cards in this set. And there is just a real laxed approach to their decision making. It's kind of like, that's weird, man. Like, I don't know. But let's see what that high series is.
That was my initial thought was, how do you not make it Peter Parker Spider-Man? And here's what I think the not Upper Deck, Marvel has a struggle. And I heard this, and I can't remember where I heard it. I would like to announce where I heard it, but I can't remember where I heard it. That Peter Parker is eternal. Like they can't get rid of him. Come out in 1962, it's 2022, and he still has to be the focus of Spider-Man, right? He's eternal.
Yeah.
And so it makes it really difficult to tell other stories, because there are people who really like Ben Reilly. That whole struggle. Imagine waking up and none of your thoughts belong to you. And all the powers and anything that makes you what you are to be special actually belongs to somebody else. And you're a clone. You're the fake.
Oh,
and then having to build your own life and identity while you don't even have your own, original thoughts. It's a real struggle, and that story has resonated with people for Ben Reilly. And so for some people, it was special to see him have his own run as Spider-Man, but now he's Chasm.
That's so funny.
So there's that. I'm trying to think of what else in terms of Spider-Man Metal that I wanted to cover. I don't know. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm super. Tomorrow's going to be a big day.
Did we get a checklist for the inserts? Like, do we know all the inserts? Okay. So how many platinum portraits are there coming? Do we have a list of the characters?
The characters? Yeah, let me pull them up real quick.
Yeah. I was really curious about that set. I've never seen one in person. I'm on the fence, but I want to see it in person. Like, I feel like it might just look significantly
It is definitely a card that needs to be seen in person. That's the fact. You can't, because it's that stippling or whatever the art form is called. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't know that was what it was called, but yeah, it's definitely like some metal pointillism. I'm not really sure what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it with a ballpoint pen, but they're doing it with punched holes. It's the same effect. There's no lines. There's only dots, right?
Wow.
I think it's called stippling.
Yeah.
And with that being said, once you see them in person, it really pops, especially that gray with the foiling down the side. It's really, really clean, like super clean.
It seems like a sophisticated card, like you appreciate it like a sophisticated card.
It has been well respected for a long time.
That Carnage image that we just saw, was that a released image, or is that just a promotional image? Because I really want to see the 361 Carnage on a card.
It's promotional, but this fits everything that we know about the set up to this point. Like, for instance, the Rhino High Series, first appearance, Rhino. Mysterio High Series, first appearance, Mysterio. Hobgoblin is, no, that's low series. I haven't seen the Hobgoblin, but Spider-Gwen, first appearance. So I would think that's going to be it.
The Spider-Ham is in the set.
Yeah, Peter Porker made it.
Peter Parker didn't, but Peter Porker did.
Facts. We don't know what the High Series looks like either.
Maybe they were like, listen, we've got an AF-15 all cut up all over this set, so there's your Peter Parker. Like, there's the Peter Parker all over.
I mean, we're going to get Peter Parker. Like, he's going to be in here.
Yeah,
but
of course,
I don't see, I would love to see just Scarlet Spider here. Here's Scarlet Spider right there, and the Palladium set.
Yeah,
just do that. Okay, here we are. There are 15. Gosh, not enough.
Oh, dang.
You got Carnage, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Null. That's interesting. Craven, Lizard, Mysterio, Ghost Spider, Spider-Gwen, Rhino, Sandman, Shocker, Venom, Vulture, Wilson Fisk, and Spider-Man.
I like this list.
It's a good list. I think top 5. Let's do Spider-Man, Venom, Ghost Spider, Carnage. And I don't know from there. The 5th one's tough. Is it Null, the new villain? Is it Green Goblin, Doc Ock?
I mean, Null's got a lot of energy surrounding him right now, potentially more than a Doc Ock. And Green Goblin's always pretty cool, but you might be able to throw Null in there as the 5th. Your 4 were absolutely correct, though. That 5th is just, whatever one might want to put in there.
Right. I feel like we're failing the chat. Sorry, guys. There's a lot here. Let's see here. Key says, Justin, if they put Ben as Spidey pulling from Modern, do you think they'll mess up the low Scarlet Spider now that they use the red and black suit Kane as a clone? Okay, so Kane is also a clone. If you remember in the 90s, that comic book where he was fighting this guy with this long flowing hair, that's Kane. He eventually, I have a Kane figure somewhere, but he has these little what do you call them? Stingers that come out of his hand. But
okay.
But Keith, I don't know the answer. I really don't. But my point is they call Kane Scarlet Spider too. And that's what I think he's getting at.
Oh.
So which Scarlet Spider is it? Is it Ben Reilly blue hooded Scarlet Spider? Or is it going to be the modern Kane Scarlet Spider? It's probably going to be the Kane.
Well, I'm just gonna have to wait and see how I feel about it.
Right. It's gonna be crazy.
I'm doing my best to catch up on comments, making sure there's not any like super urgent questions that we need to run through right now.
Let me talk to you about condition of the cards real quick. Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have spoken to someone who has seen the quality of these cards, and they said the PMGs are definitely like the 90s version of the metal cards. I asked them to be specific. Are they talking about 95 metal or 97 basketball? And they pointed more towards the basketball. Okay. So if you're familiar with that product, which most of us in this video probably are not, but some may be on the sports side. Yeah. What chipping or quality condition issues you see there would be similar to what you would see in the 90s product, but they felt like overall it's been good so far. Okay. But I don't want to spend too much time on that because we're going to have them in hand tomorrow and we'll get to see for ourselves.
Correct.
So Charles says he's aware of them. Very condition sensitive.
And very condition sensitive is actually really cool because that's what's going to make the high grades hard.
That was the exact response from this person, which was that means there's going to be a real premium on the set for the high end cards. But
yeah, for sure. Conspiracy. This is all intentional.
Bryce says, I don't think it's super important what Spider-Man is on the low as long as it looks good, and the high series is Peter Parker. We're gonna have to be okay with that. Like, I'm with you, Bryce. Like, we're gonna have to be okay with that. I'm gonna tell you, if they nail the high series, I'm not gonna care about the low series.
Right.
If they give me an interior panel version of a Peter Parker, like, no, I'm not gonna be happy about that.
Man, they better knock that high series out of the park. We haven't seen it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. You're going to pull it tomorrow night.
Yeah, the base card or the PMG?
Whichever your heart desires. I just want to see the image.
Both.
Both of them tomorrow night. Boom.
Yeah.
Live.
Yep. Definitely both. But yeah, so then we get a news and the announcement that CGC, we know they're going to be grading Marvel cards because they announced their Marvel card expert. Then we get the news that they're accepting submissions and they do a whole kind of press release. And I'm going to pull that up here. So give me just a second, because I think this is good for us to see. Let me pull up.
You're right.
What'd she say?
She said it wasn't intentional. They just went with the cheapest printing option they found.
Smart, I guess.
Yeah, we got gotta keep our whatever it's called, I don't know what it's called, our budget. Is that what they call it in big businesses? Their budget. Yeah.
Right. Hey, I'm gonna go. You keep going. Give me 1 second here. And we're going to.
Sorry, piecing together all kinds of comments here. Who is doing CGC submissions for Marvel cards? Justin is. That's for sure.
All right, I'm back. I didn't want to have echo, so that's what I had to do.
Oh, okay. Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
So I had to turn my speaker down. Okay, so I'm going to show you. Most people have, if they follow the channel, already saw this today, but we're going to look at this together. Can you see that all right?
Yeah, there's some good comments happening. Oh yeah, this is the video they put out today. No, this is your video. This is your news.
This is me. How you like the intro, by the way?
I like it. I like it a lot. It is very broadcast. It's very news time.
Huge shout out to Izzy, the Infinite Collector.
Nice. Oh,
look at these.
That's who put that together. Nice.
All right, we're going to watch the whole thing and then we're going to do a breakdown. Okay. I think they did a good job with the promotional.
Yeah, I think they did. I've never seen them do a video, so it's good to see. I did, and I noticed something, but I'll mention it later.
Okay. So let's go. I got to go here to edit to be able to control this. Okay. So we're going to fast forward here. And the first thing we see is the PSA, the SGC, the CGC. Good Lord, Justin, get it right. CGC 10s. Will that not pause? There we go. Okay. So we've got an Alex Ross here.
Mm-hmm.
This is from 1998, the Silver Age. Mm-hmm. And what I was really pleased is they didn't put up a bunch of PMGs.
Right.
as their initial introduction into the Marvel card space.
Right.
They put up cards that we know and love and recognize from the 90s with some moderns, including, Rittenhouse. And so I'm really happy with it. I like this right here, this pristine 10, Alex Ross. We've got Jim Lee Wolverine as a near mint 8. And then in the background, you see another pristine 10. You see the ASM 300 First Appearance of Venom cover, right, by Todd McFarlane. But this one's signed by Jim Salkrup. I don't know how to say his name. And it is also
I should know how to say it. But...
Yeah, I don't know how to say it. It's just all there is to it. And then to the far left here, we see what is a 1994, if you can recognize the card, gold signature Captain America, right? Very, very cool. And let's keep going forward. And I, of course, I'm very biased, okay? But I love the way these look. We've got a 7.5 of Cable from 1995 Play Ultra X-Men. I just love that they chose these cards, dude. Okay. So this is a perfect 10. It doesn't say pristine. So that's interesting. So they have
10s across the board. The pristine had a 9.5 in one of the subgrades. So the perfect is all 10s.
I didn't realize that was a thing, but I guess it is. Iron Lad. I think that's actually Kang, but I'm not sure. So let's keep forward. Okay. So who do you know that's a spot collector?
Hey, and who do you know that's a spot collector and possibly had something to do with the selection of cards in this video?
And gets a perfect 10. This is a very
nice. It's a perfect.
This is a rare card. This is a rainbow achievement.
Right. Didn't Norrin do crazy things to get these? Like, doesn't he have all of these cool spot?
He's a spot collector. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love this card. This is a Marvel Premier QFX from Joe Quesada set. It's really cool. Die cut. And I just love this. I mean, doesn't that look great?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's a beautiful card. I mean, I love the card. I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of it. I just so pack. So it's okay. No, we're gonna talk about what I'm having.
Let's talk about why it's a blue label and not a yellow label.
Is it because it's pack pulled? Like it was just something that's considered a factory card. It's not because anyone had to witness it being signed. Correct. We know it's real, but it's getting blue because it's pack pulled.
So this card actually comes with a COA.
Oh,
from the,
what the
out
heck?
of the pack? Yeah, out of the pack.
I did not know that. Cool.
Yep. So it's actually 2 cards. You have the card that's signed, and you have a COA that come with it.
Terry Floyd, need to stay away a bit from CGC, at least till they're past the scandal and get their first wave of 2 of cards. I mean, waiting is not a bad thing. You know, you always like a company release.
It's like going to a new restaurant, right? Like,
yeah.
You can go first and be the cool kid who got in, or you can wait 2 months until they get all the bugs out and they actually know how to put out their menu.
Right. Exactly.
That's your decision.
Exactly. You know, the chef doesn't know how long it takes to make that steak until he's made a few.
Dang, just 1/2 a point on centering from a perfect.
Right.
Okay,
well,
so
at least they're particular. I like it.
All right, so I've got one more thing to show you here. Let me put this down. Go back to Instagram, because they actually graded the very first ever Marvel card, period, and they put it on the label.
Wait, what?
Yep. So I'm going to show you that. So give me just a minute to get to
the very first Marvel card ever?
Yeah, for Instagram. I'm looking at Instagram for CGC. It's not gonna let me go to my stories. Okay, I'm gonna have to show you my phone.
Oh, you mean the first one they ever graded? Oh,
first card ever graded.
I was like, how did they get the first Marvel card ever made? That one, yes, yeah.
Make myself bigger here, and turn on Do Not Disturb so we don't see anything we're not supposed to. Okay, so Let's let it focus in here. Spider-Man Marvel Creators Collection, first Marvel card graded.
Who owns that?
Clear
Is that in your,
skybox.
do you own that now, Justin?
No, I wish I did. This is the signed redemption card, Stan Lee. This is what they call the Special 18.
Wow.
It's insanely rare. You had to collect all these inserts and then mail them in and then get them sent back to you and then get this card mailed back to you in 1998 or 97.
That literally says first Marvel card graded. You know what would be a real conspiracy? Yep. If there's a few more floating around that say that on the label. That would be bad.
I hear you.
That's literally, yeah, no, but I'm just making jokes. That's not going to happen. That is literally the first one they've ever graded and commemorated as such.
They didn't put it on the other cards in the promotional images. But they did put it on that card. So, I'm excited. I love competition. I like that there's another grader in the hobby.
Yes.
Maybe they'll do something better. Maybe they'll do it worse. Who cares? Like in the sense of, whatever, but I love competition. So I think it's great.
Ranger said he applied to be a grader for them. He said, I was excited about the CGC news and he applied to be a grader for them. Nice, Ranger. Best of luck. Let us know how that goes. We also have a friend who was applying at PSA, right? A couple of weeks ago.
We did. I wonder how that went. We didn't hear about how that whole process went.
Yeah, I want to know actually.
So it says the labels are all up for debate. So let's talk about the labels real quick. So CGC has two options when you're grading: with subgrades, without subgrades.
Yeah. Without
subgrades, which is actually, I believe, how Swami, please speak to this. A lot of Pokemon collectors prefer no subgrades. That's $15 a card. Then you can add subgrades, but it's an additional 15. So it doubles the price.
Oh, wow.
So 15 to 15. And so you kind of have to decide, what do you want? What do you want on your label? What do you want to see? And, what do you think that's going to impact in terms of how you have your collection? And also, do you think there's going to be any, secondary market impact by not having subgrades? Example, Beckett, BGS, if they don't have subgrades, they don't do very well in resale. They're known for their subgrades.
Yep.
So I don't know enough about CGC, outside of, their introduction here in the Marvel cards to speak to it from a value standpoint or whatever. But I could see if I was trying to grade an entire set, like I just wanted a full graded set, I wouldn't need the subgrades. You see what I'm saying? Like if I wanted 100 of the base set of Marvel Masterpiece 96, I could see, hey, I want to go the $15 card cheaper and be fine. But one-off cards or PC cards, I definitely want subgrades.
I think that's crazy. Like I didn't realize it was that expensive. I thought if I remember correctly, for Beckett to add subgrades, it was like $5, but I could be wrong. Last time I looked at that was a few years ago.
I think you're right. I can't remember.
And so doubling the price, that's a little. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because first of all, the subgrades, they already exist because the grader had to grade them in order to grade the card. So they're literally charging $15 to print that line. Nothing about the process changes. It's literally 5 cents more of ink, $15 more. And that's an interesting way to do things. But CGC does things that way, right? Like paying for graders notes.
There's a couple of other things going on here, though. The $30 actually matches the cost of the competitors right now.
Oh, so $15 is cheaper. 30 brings you to competing. So they're saying everyone's going to go 30 anyway.
If you want the full show, you're going to pay what you're charging. And you get into, well, PSA demand more in the secondary market. So they're allowed to charge more. SGC has faster turn time, so they can charge more, like whatever. Like you get into all that.
Marvelous Pack says something interesting. He said it's $15 a card if you send 50 minimum. Now we're just taking Marvelous Pack's word for it, but I'm assuming he's right because he's been researching this. He knows.
He's normally on top of it, and I don't know the answer to that, and I'll trust that.
That's good to know. So 50 card minimum. Man, listen, CGC wants those cards coming in, and they're gonna figure out some promotions to get it to happen.
Right.
So that's cool. Yeah.
So, do your, who's Joe Smo? What's going on here?
Where? What did he say?
Hey, Joe.
Gosh, I'm so far
CGC
away.
cards slabs are ugly. The big blue, the blue label's too big. The label's half the size of the cards, and it takes away from the displaying, in my opinion. BGS looks the best for displaying. BGS label just misses. I love this because if everybody loves CGC, it'd be weird. Like it's
you would be a cult.
Yeah, I mean, and Beckett has been around a long time. There are major cards in Beckett slabs, and there are people who feel very strongly about that thick, sharp cornered, sharp edge. What used to be more of a metal looking label has still got the metallic look, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I would say CGC definitely steers away from the way a Beckett slab looks. So if you're into Beckett, you're probably not going to be into CGC. I'm pleased with CGC because it looks more like my comic book, which is part of the whole point of why I want to have a Marvel card in a slab. I wouldn't want it to look more or less like a CGC comic book slab.
Truth be told, that makes sense. If CGC is going to grade cards, it makes a lot of sense for it to look like what it's so closely related to, the comic book. And that's a criticism people have about the comic book slab as well. They say CBC has a more sophisticated, CBCS has a more subdued slab. Some people prefer that. And they say CGC slab, like Card and Comic Freak here. We've had this conversation. He's like, man, we like the CGC slab, but it's so pow. It's so animated. It's such a big, like, I like it. I like the CGC slab on a comic book. Proportionally, the comic book is obviously much larger than the card, so that the label doesn't take as much away as it might on a card. So I understand that. But I love that there's opinions. Shout out to Mike, Cool Card Life. He's a BGS lifer. That's his thing. He doesn't even really mess with PSA all that often. So he might not jump in head first into CGC. He knows what he likes, but I don't know what he's thinking. I can only speak for myself. This is nice. Everyone's going to make their choices and they're going to have their opinions about it. And, Naj and I were talking the other day. I still really love a PSA slab, the way that it looks like some evidence ticket or something,
Yeah, there's something in the simplicity of a PSA slab that just has worked, and you can't deny it. I mean, they're literally grading 1 million cards a month.
Wow.
Argue against that. It's inarguable, whether you like it or not. Like, people like cards in a PSA slab. And what's going to move people to CGC is going to be different. CGC doesn't need to try to be any other grading company. They need to be CGC.
They need to be CGC. And it's, to me personally, it's not about what's going to move people to CGC. This is not a CGC conversation for me. This is a Marvel cards conversation. What CGC is going to do is going to onboard a whole bunch of people that never would have bought or graded a card. Here's why. You have this huge comic book community. Listen, CGC is going through whatever CGC is going through, but they're still a leader in the world of comic books. They are a huge entity that everyone recognizes and does business with and has slabs with their brand on it. Anyway, the point I'm making is, in the comic book community, whether you're into cards or not, CGC and you have CGC stuff. And now CGC is going to be running ads and promotions on CGC's Instagram page today. They did that dual post from CGC Cards and CGC Comics. So that post is being seen by people that normally would not consume any information about Marvel cards,
Right. And I know that there's going to be comic book creators with pretty big channels doing videos on it tomorrow. And it's not even contrived. Like, they want to talk about it.
Yeah. So that's exactly what's happening. It's making it okay. It's making it cool. It's making it something that people are paying attention to. It is going to onboard an entirely new community for Marvel cards. And once they're in, they can decide what they want to do once they're in. But there's going to be a whole bunch of people sending cards to CGC that never would have. And granted, there's going to be a bunch of 5s and 6s, because this is going to lead to people opening up their shoe boxes and sending in whatever. But let's have fun.
Well, here's the thing. Here's something that could happen. I'm not saying it will. You've been grinding in comic books for years. Say 2 or 3 years even, and all of a sudden something new and fresh, but still in your wheelhouse of knowledge pops up.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're rekindled because it's that sense of discovery, that treasure hunting,
Yeah.
And I think I think we're going to see it. Heck, I lived through it myself. I was doing comic books way more than I was Marvel cards when I rediscovered Marvel cards. So let me pull this up for our friend Swish Rips. I want to show people what he's talking about, because he was really hopeful that CGC would actually use the sports slab for Marvel cards. Okay.
I like the SGC slab.
Yeah, the SGC slab is a black label from what I can see here. It's still got that clean, clear, real, I like the, that feel and look of the CGC slabs that is not unlike their comic book slabs. But this is really clean. And what I've been mad about this, here's what I would say. I feel like I already have this available to me. I feel like I can already grade a Marvel card with PSA back at CSG, or in theory could have been CSG. I'm getting all these names wrong.
CSG, sorry,
CSG, yeah. And then you got SGC. So it's hard to say live constantly. But either way, I feel like I already had this type of option available. I wanted that comic book look and feel, but they would look beautiful in these slabs, in my opinion. And there's a lot going on here to like, not only from the font, but also the way that they index the words. You got it all the way to the left, the numbering all the way to the right. Some good things here.
I mean, this to me aesthetically is a slab that I appreciate more. And what they could have done, which would have been like just cutesy, they could have done it. The black border around the white part of the label, what if that was just the royal blue from a comic book label? And it would almost play a partnership role.
I see. You could get close enough that it would be familiar, but not mimic.
Right. There could have been a cohesive nature there. Bryce, no, it wasn't Bryce. There was a comment that I just wanted to read really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to do with Pokemon cards and the blue label. Oh, Bryce said, well, CGC Trading Cards does not have a yellow label. The Pokemon autos are never pack pulled, but always blue. That's going to be an interesting comparison to make, right? Like, first of all, are they doing Pokemon like signature series events? Like, who's coming in?
I don't know. I don't keep up with it, so I can't speak to that. And
interesting.
There are some things I know that I can't speak to yet.
We would have to become educated.
Here's what I would tell you. I'm really excited about the future of Marvel cards and how CGC is going to impact it, and the things that we're going to get to do, and how closely aligned they're going to be with the way they grade comic books.
Yeah. Oh man, it's and that's an interesting thing too, because cards are going to come with 9.5s. Comic books got 9.4s and 9.8s. Like the point thing is going to be a little off. It's going to be interesting.
If they did 9.8 subgrades, it would take much longer. Here's the thing: it's a totally different. It's a different grading scale. I mean,
it's a different grading scale. Manufacturing defects affect cards. They don't affect comics. We're not going to change the way grading's done. One's a card, one's a comic. It's a different grading scale.
You can't press and clean. That's altering. Like, I guess you can clean the dust and lint and fingerprint off your card, but you can't clean and alter it. Right. So, it's just different. And they got the grade scale that they, in my opinion, need to have. In some ways, I wish PSA had a 9.5, but I get why they go 10, 9, 8.5, 8, 7.57, but they skip the 9.5. And they do that because it pays. People want their card in the 10. But the 10 really should mean something extra special, and I think it does with CGC.
Yeah. Swami, they have the best acrylic. Oh, CGC. Yeah, CGC it's pretty clear. Mm-hmm. I don't look at a PSA slab and think this is not clear though, but CGC is pretty clear.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's a little difference in the sense that it's not as cloudy.
I think here's what it is. I think psychologically it appears to be less cloudy because they don't have a textured border. A PSA case has a textured border. The center of it obviously is clear. Any company that's encapsulating something, their goal is to make it clear.
It's a little magnified too. I mean, like there's a.
Oh, it is?
Well, I mean, like it's designed to showcase the card is what I'm trying to say.
So it must have a little pop appeal to it.
There's something that they have going on there. If they don't, somebody do it. So Ranger says this. Yeah. So Ranger says CGC, the comic book division, is having a Peach Mocha sign event. So how cool would it be to also send her cards, which she did a set, anime set for Marvel card to get those signed? I think it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Nye says a 10 is no longer special to her.
What did she say?
I don't know.
10 is no. Oh, well,
maybe
I understand why she says that. I understand.
Oh, because of the whole. Yeah. Okay. So she's pointing back to the comic book side of things. But what about in a card? Can we compartmentalize?
I think we're going to have to, unless they give us a reason not to, and we're just going to have to wait and see how well they operate in this division.
Yeah. Pack says, I feel this is very big for bringing more comic peeps into Marvel cards.
Exactly right. That is the biggest thing that's happening right now. Not that there's me personally speaking, it's not that CGC, no one didn't expect this, but anybody in the card community for years has been asking CGC, when are you going to do this? When are you going to do this? The only people that are going to be caught from, out of left field are people that never thought about cards because they're already exposed to CGC, and they are going to become new to the community. That to me is the coolest part of all of this. CGC is a bridge. That's what I care about.
That's awesome, man. I love it. Doomcar says, I'd love to get these cars signed as part of CGC sign events. I need a Jim Lee auto for my Doom base card. So how cool would that be? Jim Lee signs it and you get a witness, and it gets a yellow slab, yellow label, not yellow slab, a yellow label.
Yeah.
No one wants a yellow slab.
We'll see what happens over time. Just joking.
All right. Charles says, I don't believe in grading cards. It's stupid. Okay, I'm going to call Charles out. I have two addresses.
He's joking.
Okay, so I have two addresses I need so that I can ship the giveaways. I need Blaze X 0106, who I think won 2 items. And I need Charles Foosh.
Charles, we need your address. What's going on here?
He doesn't want me to know where he lives. Send me your post box, your UPS box.
He's got like 5 addresses. Charles got a lot going on. I had one of his he had a scammer hit me up with a fake account of his, asking me what crypto I was trading. I was like, delete. And then I messaged him on his account. I said, that wasn't you, was it? He said, nah.
He says I have his address. The Bellagio is not your address.
That's hilarious. I almost spit my coffee out.
Come on, Charles.
Funny. Fuchs.
You don't really live at the Bellagio. Come on, stop. All right, let's talk about the giveaway. So, first of all, thank you, everyone. It was such a special night for me. It'll live forever in my mind. I'll have it on replay. So we go, 2.5 hours? We're giving away all kinds of stuff. We're having a ton of fun. There's 17,000 chat messages. Like that. I'm not making that number up.
No,
actually over almost 18,000. Okay. And I decide, I have these boxes here, but I want to show people what they're going to get. They're going to get this HasLab Sentinel. And as I'm showing it to everybody, I'm using my phone, and instead of just leaving, I actually leave the whole broadcast. Total rookie mistake, right? And I'm sitting here and the broadcast is gone, and I'm like, what did I just do to everybody? And I was like, you know what, Justin, stay calm and just start a new live stream. Just relax.
You handled it so well. Yeah.
Don't panic. Don't freak out. Just boom, 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 boom. Cause you have to, I have to label it and, all this, thumbnail. I had to make a quick thumbnail real quick. I don't know if you noticed that. Made a quick thumbnail, put it up, and got back.
I thought about that. I was like, how did he launch a new video without a thumbnail? Oh my gosh. My anxiety would have just made me throw everything out the window and go to sleep.
I think it must be like when a mom sees her kid in danger and she just goes into mom mode. Like she just boom, 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 whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's where my brain went. Not that I was saving a kid, but my point is I just didn't go into panic. I was like, okay, what do you got to do? What do you got to do to make this right? Boom, 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 boom. And got it up. And of course, everyone watches, but I can tell you a funny story. So my dad is watching the live stream, and when it ends, he immediately thinks it's his phone. Like he did something.
Yeah.
Because he has those kind of thoughts all the time, right? He's like, stupid phone, and throws it across the room.
Yeah.
So the next day, he's like, I missed it. I'm just going to watch it again. He watches the whole 2.5 hours again, and then it ends. And he thinks this is phone a second time. And he like sends me the message. I'm so frustrated. I just watched this whole thing for a second time, and it ended again. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with my stupid phone. And I was like, Dad, look at your message above. I texted you a link to the second video because it was me. Like I'm the one that ended the stream on accident, not you. And watch it. And so, anyways, he watched it and the second time. But such a crazy moment. But I had the best time that night. It was so good.
It was incredible. It was incredible. And the second video was incredible too. And for anyone that wasn't here, like when the stream ended, like Justin saying, we were 2.5 hours in. We're about to reach the climactic giveaway, the most expensive giveaway of the night, the largest package of the night.
Right.
And he ends the stream, but then he recovers. He Ryan Cueva Comics, what up? And then he gets everything going, gets back on, gives the Sentinel away, the whatever it costs, the huge 30 something, it gives it away. And then he says, you know what? I'm giving it away another one.
It was great.
I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. And he did. He gave away 2 of them. Have you shipped them both out already?
No, they're sitting right there, right behind the door. And I want to do one big shipment of everything at once.
Yeah.
But I need 2 more addresses, and I'm probably just, going to ship them tomorrow anyways. But because I got Spidey Metal to focus on after tomorrow.
Yeah.
But anyhow, it's really exciting. I'm very excited for everybody who's going to get them. In fact, we got one of the guys in the chat who's going to win one of them. So David here, Bay Area Marvel Cards, he was really smart. You know what he did? He had his wife watch and had his wife put in hashtags.
Was that Tammy or was that there was a few people that we were not familiar with.
That was Kim.
Okay. Nice job, Bay Area Marvel Cards. Nice
job. Smart.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So he's got a Sentinel. He's going to give it to his son. I'm very excited.
That's dope.
Yep.
No, that's not a bot. That's me. I'm just trying to get my my date night start. I'm just joking.
Yeah, that's what we're doing all we can to help you.
Thank you.
Armando says Manu's fault because he mentions climaxes and it brought the boys.
Oh snap! That's true. Dude,
the bots.
That's funny.
That's all. You know what? I just know that it can be lonely in Marvel Card World, so we're just trying to help.
Yeah.
Oh, is he saying Tammy was a wife as well? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
I love it.
That's a good way to do it, man. That's skills.
Oh.
And
Super African man. He says I was doing the same thing. I was entering twice.
I kept getting blocked. I was entering them as well, and it just it stops you at like 20 entries.
Yeah, I wasn't mad about it. Swish Rip says your 12 Days of Christmas was incredible. Also, I just watched those this week. Crazy giveaways you did. I had a blast. I'm actively preparing for this year's 12 Breaks of Christmas. It's going to be good. Assuming that we get all the product that I have ordered.
Oh, you'll get it all. You'll get it all.
Yeah, it'll be good. Now,
change the subject. Oh, sorry.
Well, no. I wanted to transition to CGC Comics.
No. That was actually Charles left a comment in the beginning sentences not to change the subject.
Oh, but put Spidey and Manu. You okay? Not to change the subject, but I think you meant but Spidey and Manu. Did you notice the background on the 90 Impel number 30 Spider-Man has the Twin Towers in the background?
Plus, looks like smoke by the buildings.
Which one's he talking about? Like, not this one.
He said card number 30. What's the card number on that one?
Oh, this is 29.
Okay, I might have 30 here. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. You guys.
Yeah, I did not know that. Collection Kings. Hey, by the way, thank you again, Collection Kings. He sent me a couple of Spider-Man cards. I'm very happy to have.
Oh, nice. I saw that on your story. Nice.
Yeah. Anyone know if Spider-Man Metal retail will hit the shelves tomorrow? We don't know for sure. All we know is that it's available to them to put on the shelf, and we don't know when Walmart or Target's going to actually choose to do it. That's basically what Upper Deck said. There's not an official street date where they're definitely going to do it.
So 30 is the Cosmic Spider-Man.
Oh, okay.
And it is the Twin Towers, and the entire background is smoke.
Oh, it sure is. Oh, that's crazy.
But that's because it's I don't know. But yes, that is the Twin Towers.
Well, I mean, let's talk this out a little bit.
Or it's two buildings,
Right. But here's the thing. Anytime, like if you have New York as the backdrop, right?
You're going to have the Twin Towers.
And if you have any kind of destruction in the backdrop, it's going to be coming from the Twin Tower.
Yeah. And it's an action card. It's showing that something happened in the city and Spidey's doing his thing. By the way, yeah. Rage Theo sent me these as a AOK, sent me a bunch of dope cards, got holograms, got this, the black suit symbiote Spidey.
That's a great one, isn't it?
It's so great. And he sent me a whole bunch of them as just as an AOK because he's an awesome guy. And I appreciate it so much. Rage Theo, ladies and gentlemen.
He knows the path to your heart. It's Marvel cards.
He does. He does know. He does.
Reggie, it's the path to my heart too. So just in case you love there. So Bay Area says might not hit all regions tomorrow if it's anything like sports. So for me, what we've noticed is because I don't know, I think it's the same for everybody, but a third party is actually the one who puts it on the shelf, not the employee at Target or Walmart. For us, our person comes by on Fridays, I believe.
Okay.
So he said he read on the Facebook post it was out already. Well, look, I'm gonna check something real quick. Let's see here. If you do, we need a QR code or whatever the proper term for that is. When I search Target's website, I don't get anything with Spidey Metal or Spider-Man Upper Deck.
Hobby News, are you referring to the fact that we just had the card there? That's cool. I really appreciate that comment because it's just fun.
What is it?
He said, which card? This one right here. LOL. Which card is it? We both reached for our 90,
Hey, look, go check his Instagram out. He's got some really nice PSA 10s.
Hobby News?
Yeah.
I mean, I must follow. I mean, do I not?
Yeah. Like 1976 stickers, PSA 10s. It's really good stuff.
Nice. I think I follow, but if I don't, I'm going to. I think I do.
Bryce says, yes, it is a distributor. So, what is this? Whoa, straight jumping into the Marvel card rabbit hole. Welcome. And nice.
Yeah. Nice we had that's Cueva Comics, Ryan, and he and I had a nice conversation today about a lot of the things that we're talking about now, but about Marvel cards. He's always been a fan of Marvel cards. It's not like he and I grew up in the same era, grew up in the same place too as well. But but so we kind of love the same things, the same visuals resonate with us, but he is the thing that's new is how far in he's about to jump. He's about to jump in. He's jumped in already, and that's why he's like, man, this hole right here, this rabbit hole.
I'm gonna tell you, I've said it 1,000 times on the channel, you can't dip your toe in Marvel cards. It's all in.
There's no such thing as that's it. The water's always warm. You don't dip your toe in and then say, oh, I don't want to. You dip your toe in and you dive.
Right. Okay, so I really want the chat to speak to this because I'm struggling what to call it too. So Sydney says, are we calling this MUSM, Marvel Universe Spider-Man? Okay. Are we going to call it Marvel Metal Spider-Man? MMSM.
I thought it'd be MMSM. But it's also called Universe? It's Marvel Metal Universe. What's their official name?
The official name is 2022 Skybox Marvel Metal Universe Spider-Man. So think of it this way. So Marvel Metal Universe is the type of card, and this is the Spider-Man set. So you would have Marvel Metal Universe Wolverine or Marvel Metal Universe Avengers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the full would be MMUSM, and the only question is, we don't want it to be that long.
We almost always go with 4.
Yeah. Bryce says I'm calling it pricey. Well, there it is. There's the name of it.
That's actually good. I like that. Pricey Spidey. MMS, Marvel Metal Spider-Man. You know, you've heard me call it Spidey Metal or Spider-Man Metal is
I'm
what I've been
always going
calling
to call it Spidey Metal or Spider-Man Metal. Like, I don't mind saying the full words. I think they're beautiful.
Yeah. We got a Spidey Metal here from my buddy, Matt Combs.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to get the hashtag right because I would love for us all to use the same hashtag, right? So we're putting on Instagram, Twitter, wherever, right? If we're all using the same one, then people will, you know, be able to find everything that we post with it.
Oh man, we do really want to find out what our hashtag's going to be then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. You're going to write, you got to visually see it, don't you?
Yeah. Marvel Metal Universe SM. That's 5. So we want to narrow it down to 4. MMSM is my favorite, to be honest. MMSM.
Marvel Metal Spider-Man.
Yeah. And then for the year, if you want to, you know, once another set comes out, wait, is this the first Marvel Metal Spider-Man?
Spider-Man centric, yes.
Spider-Man centric.
So it was X-Men Metal.
Yeah.
And this we're saying Spider-Man Metal. And then, of course, we all like saying Spidey Metal. I like saying Spidey Metal. That's my favorite way to say it. He said, but you can't say that. I'm going to get back to Mr. Lockett's thing up here because I want to talk about this. Get rich quick with Marvel cards. But so hashtag Spidey Metal is what I'm getting. If we were going to do 4 letters, what are we thinking? He's got
my vote's for MMSM. Yeah.
MMSM, Marvel Metal Spider-Man. Okay.
Yeah.
David Henderson says X-Men was XMMU, so X-Men Metal Universe. So we would do SMMU.
Spider-Man Metal Universe. SMMU.
Yep.
SMMU. Smooth. Or Mumumusum. Damn. Okay. SMMU. Spider-Man Metal Universe. Marvel Metal Spider-Man. Man, whatever. I'm going to go with whatever you guys decide. Whatever you guys figure out and I start seeing the hashtag, that's the one I'm going with. They're all great.
All right,
a lot of people are liking MMSM. I like it too. Dang.
MMS, they're all good. I'm definitely going to hashtag Spidey Metal, which I'll continue to do. I'll probably also do Spider-Man Metal just because some people don't type Spidey, you know?
Yeah.
Now it says Spidey Metal cards, MMSM 2022.
Oh, she's doing 2022 because that's the year it is, but the set's actually called 21. That gets confusing.
Well, they've actually come back and said it's going to be 2022, and I suspect that's what we're going to see on the cards.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Naj. You are always right. I should have never challenged anything you said to begin with. My mistake, a lesson learned.
That's a newer development because it was 2021, but they, you know, I think when they went back to print, they worked that out. So Doom says both Spidey Metal and hashtag MMSM. I think that's the win.
I'm in it.
I do like. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do like the U in MMM or SMMU, but I don't think many people are going to say Spider-Man Metal Universe.
It's not what comes naturally out of, you know, when I think about it out of my mouth. I go with I go with Spider-Man Metal.
Timothy, hold on. Timothy Cannon.
Spider-Man Metal.
Timothy Cannon. Did I get your? Hold on. See if I got your address.
Wait, I do say Spider-Man Metal. Oh yeah, SMM. Anyway, whatever. Timothy's in the building.
He's one of our winners.
Very nice.
And yes,
David, we should make a poll. You're right. I think. Can
you send it again, my friend? Because I did a screenshot for everybody's address, and I don't have a check mark by your name.
Oh, okay.
So either I forgot to check mark it, but I went through my screenshots before I went live to update everybody, and I don't have a check mark. So if you could refresh that for me, because just to be really like transparent, I've got like 1,000 messages in the last 2 days. It's been quite a bit. So we're all very excited about Spider-Man Metal and CGC.
you said something about money a second ago. You said there's something you wanted to talk
Yes.
about with LockNet and money. What was that?
Yeah. And look, I think that it was maybe just a kind of a throwaway comment, but I did want to address it. How do I get rich with Marvel cards? That's what we call Spider-Man.
Oh.
And you know, gosh, I just feel a lot of danger coming with that. And not to, I'm using his comment to be a launch pad for what I want to talk about, right? So
Right.
I'm not really directing this at Mr. Locknet. I just think that's just a really dangerous way to approach this set. And especially when, you know, some people will say, "Hey, Justin, is that a good investment?" I'm talking about my real job, like in real estate. And I'll say, well, it depends on what what your entry point is. Like just about anything can be a good investment if you get into it right in the beginning. Does that make sense?
You make your money on the buy, not the sell.
On the buy. And when a single box of 12 packs is already $600, it puts a lot of pressure to make money on the sell. And that makes me really, 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 really uncomfortable for anyone who's thinking they're buying this product to rip it and make money.
Oh, so when these people list their cards right away, they're going to be at super high prices, like on the market.
They have to
list
be
them high. Yeah.
like,
I see. Yeah.
I mean, frankly, if you list just about any PMG for less than $500-$600 raw, you're already toast, you know, because remember the base cards are going to be in every Target and Walmart. Right. So forget trying to flip a base card, which is dumb anyways, right? So then you're trying to trust the other inserts outside of the number of PMGs. Well, now you're relying on booklets, which is not going to be something that resells or even grades well. The skyscrapers, which are like the geodes, which the super short prints people may be attracted to, but overall is not a card that's gonna do, you know, sell for a lot of money. Now you're really hoping that you get a really rare comic cut. So 50,000 boxes, 15 AF15 comic book cuts. The idea that you're going to hit one is ludicrous. Like, I hope you do, but you can't count on it. Right. Like, I hope I do, but I can't count on it.
Right.
So then you've
got a better chance than most since
look,
no, I'm teasing.
I'm buying happiness. Yeah. Okay. So let's just like be really real about what I'm doing.
Right.
You know, this is not how I make a living. It's just not. And so, you know, could you buy the sealed box and hold it and make money down the road? I actually think there's a real chance for that because of Whatnot and the fact that we're only getting about 25% of the product physical. Whatnot's going to rip this stuff as fast as they possibly can. Live Breaks is going to rip this stuff as fast as they can. Idiots like me are going to rip it, right? And so the sealed boxes are going to probably be the safest thing, meaning you can at least get your money back, right? And you might actually make some money down the road. But to think that you're going to buy it at $600 a box, rip it, and then hit the lottery, that's my warning. That's what I wanted to. I'm still, if time allows, going to do that video in the morning, but I just don't want people to do that. I just don't want to see that happen.
And everything you said is beautiful. And yeah, you don't count on it. You just have fun. And if it happens, you have even more fun.
Yeah. I mean, I had a friend who might be in the chat who said today, should I buy a $600 box of Spider-Man Metal, or should I go out and buy one of the old G Marvel PMGs that are down right now for $600?
That's a good question.
You know, like, what are you going to do? Right. Yeah. So David Henderson, I have been told repeatedly through ComC that 75% of the product is going into ePack.
Yeah, right. So Mr. Locknet says, so you're saying there's a chance? Yes, hey, Mr. Locknet.
I'm a gambler. Like, look, I have 54 boxes coming. Okay, so
yeah,
I mean, I get what I'm saying is counter to some of the things I'm doing, but this is just a whole different world for me. I'm not a flipper investor type. You know, yes, I'll sell cards. Yes, I want to sell cards to stay up in the hobby, blah, blah, blah. But I don't run it like a business with a big eBay account and all that kind of stuff, you know?
Right. These boxes don't make it to inventory right away. And everything's not, it's not a systematic approach to make profit out of it. You're going to enjoy it. And then you're going to figure out what to do afterwards.
And I'm going to pivot. Like I'm going to say, okay, now that I've had fun, what do we do?
Exactly. Cueva says PMG newbie here. Cueva, precious metal gems, those shiny cards that people have been talking about since like 2012 or 13 or 16. That the painting that's behind Justin is a painting of his. I'm going to just say his for the sake of conversation. There's more to it.
I have ownership in it still. It was all mine at one time.
There you go. And it's a very significant card. That is the 1/1 gold from 2017, man. 2017. Dang it, I'm trying. 2017 Precious Metal Gem Spidey. There you go.
And look, here, that's the other thing. I want to say this. I've already had the card that everybody hopes they hit.
Right.
I've already owned it. I've held it. I enjoyed it. It didn't move me like some of my other cards did. I'll just be real. It's likely wouldn't move me like maybe hitting one of the, choice AF-15 comic cuts would. And I've enjoyed quite a bit of the profit from the card already. So like I've already had that experience, and I'm very, very fortunate. It was a once in a lifetime opportunity. Like, again, it's a 1/1, like once of a lifetime opportunity. And I can't expect that to happen again. And I can't expect that to happen, that to happen for anybody, really. There will be a lot of 1/1s in the scheme of things. There's going to be 200 1/1s in the base, and then another, whatever, 30, 50. I can't remember how many there are, how many is in the checklist for, we had a guest just pop in for the Z-Force cards. This can be one of those too. Everybody, we got the one and only Neo.
What's up, boys?
How's it going, my friend?
Not too bad. I got a little bit of time, not a ton, but I just actually got done recording an interview and I had everything all set up, and I was like, I'll pop on for a little bit.
I'm so glad you did.
It's not like there's anything to talk about, right?
No,
nothing's going on this week at all. No, CGC's not up to anything. There's no new cards. Your background is different. You got red background and you're centered. This looks new to me.
No, it's the same background. I'm just at a different angle. It's literally all it is.
Well,
because like I was set up for like a formal. I had a guest that I was recording for an episode later this week, so I actually had to be like, let me look at the camera and not like normally I'm like this.
Right,
my camera's over here. My main monitor's over here. So
nice. Well, so I've never seen the Cleveland Browns. Wallpaper.
Yeah. I have the little the top header around that, and the walls are actually orange. They look red just because of the lighting. And you can see the full comic display back there when I'm at this angle.
Man. So, all right. So let's just dive right into it.
Right now.
You have a beautiful comic book display. I absolutely love it. Are you going to put some CGC cards next to them?
We'll see. I gotta we were talking about this in IG today. I gotta go through what I got and see what I rip out of metal and see what makes sense to wear. But there's definitely some things laying around my desk that are for sure going that direction.
Can you show us one of your for sures real quick, just for fun?
Yeah, where's it at? I gotta crack it. I'm gonna crack it.
Oh gosh, it's already
starting. Oh wow, that's what you meant by the MMO today.
The achievement. I want the MM0 in the. I think this is a borderline 8-9 PSA grade sticker cards, extra tough. Yeah. So I think may have been a little harsh on this. So I kind of want a second opinion on it anyway. And this is a card that I'm not planning on necessarily selling anytime soon. I really like this card. So I think this and a CGC slab next to my, I have like the full symbiote run. Like I have the Secret Wars 8, the ASM 252, ASM 300, ASM 316. So every once in a while I do like, I usually theme them. Right now it's all my favorite X-Men covers. And then when I throw in a Spider-Man line, this would make sense to go in there with the symbiote line. So this one is definitely 100% going to CGC. And then I kind of want to wait to see what happens with metal this week. You know, what I rip and see what makes sense, what I think would look good in that slab. But I love, I have some of their sports slabs, their sports card slabs, the CGC slabs, which the plastic's the same, the label's different, the grading scale's slightly different, but they, from a actual just piece of plastic perspective, they have probably the nicest slab on the market. From just a piece of plastic, they are crystal clear and they feel great in hand.
Yeah, I graded 2 Pokemon cards just to have that experience, and yeah, I did. And it was great. I've really enjoyed those slabs quite a bit.
Yeah, they're great.
Hey, so Neo, Timothy Cannon says, actually, Neo, there's a new product coming out, so there is something to talk about.
What? There is?
So
I may have only checked shipping tracking 17 times today.
Hey,
well,
so
I
would
get a
notification in the last hour.
Well,
Nothing
that's because we kept your costs down. We didn't do.
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
yeah, I keep forgetting.
So Neo, real quick, my tracking actually shows for delivery tomorrow.
So does mine. I said you probably didn't see it because you were live. Mine shows tomorrow by 7 p.m.
Oh, whoa, yours is better. Mine says 12 p.m. So
like midnight or noon?
Well, maybe it means noon. That'd be great.
Oh, 12 p.m. is noon.
PM it's noon. Yeah.
PM
oh, wait.
Noon.
That'd be really great. That would work out perfect.
Yeah.
If it was here at lunch, that would actually set up the whole day beautifully.
I have, as excited as I am for it, it's like the worst, not the worst, but so I work until 4.
Yeah.
I have a YouTube content related meeting at 4:15. And then I'm going on, I'm 99% sure I'll be on Reggie Collects tomorrow to talk about CGC grading Marvel cards. That'll be at like 7. And then somewhere in the middle, my Spider-Man metal boxes are going to come in, and I'm going to need to rip one and post video for that. So I have a very busy. This is very first world problems. Like, this is, I don't want to sound like this is the most first world problems ever.
But are you going to get?
I have to do a bunch of cool content creator stuff for the rest of the evening. Like I understand what I'm saying here, but
such a rough life. Yes,
I know.
Well, so in your X-Men metal boxes that you opened, you hit an arc-weld Wolverine right out of the bat, and then followed that up with a platinum portrait.
Yes, I had very good luck. I was very blessed with X-Men metal rips.
So what?
Very cool.
You're ripping. You're going through your box. What actually stops you in your tracks and has you speechless if you pull it?
We talked about this yesterday. Gwen PMGs, especially a high series. Even actually the Gwen Pink. I'd be fine with the Gwen Pink. I actually think that looks really good.
It does look good, man. I'm really rooting for you to pull some Gwen. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would probably be the main thing. Obviously, like an AF-15 comic cut, I would fall on the floor.
Can you just end the stream and call me if that happens?
Yeah, how quickly can I expect the PayPal payment for you?
I'm just going to send you 54 other sealed boxes.
Oh yeah, I'll distribute it to you for sealed wax. There we go. Yeah, we already got the deal in place.
Yeah,
the thing that would stop me in my tracks, and we don't know this yet, but it's something that we've both been speculating on. And I'm not like the biggest symbiote fan, I'm not the biggest Venom fan in the world. I actually really like Spider-Man more than Venom. But if the high series Venom is the ASM 316 image, and I could pull a PMG of that, like that would be. I wouldn't end the stream, but I would need a minute.
Yeah.
I need a minute just thinking about that.
The base of it, but my question.
My favorite thing out of X-Men Metal was the high series.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, to me, like, don't get me wrong, that product had a lot of issues to it, which we've all discussed multiple times. But I was really blown away with the high series on that set. I really was.
Yeah, my favorite car is Dark Phoenix High Series. It's what I'm actually still collecting to this day on those, for sure.
I love the Wolverine High Series. It's fantastic. Like,
actually,
so I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the cards look like.
I have a Wolverine setup back here. You can't see it, but it's in the high series pose.
Oh, there you go. That's one of my favorite comic covers.
For sure. But I think we're going to get some really nice high series first appearances. I don't know what the Miles is going to look like. I don't know how they pull off the Fallout 4 with the head cut with his face covered.
Well, I wonder if they use the second appearance cover.
Yeah. Second print. I don't know.
I actually prefer that cover. My
Me too.
Fallout 498 is the second print. I don't have a first print because I don't like the cover.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Wait, you're talking about the second print in terms of the one where his face is showing, it's not behind the title. Yeah,
correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not the up close profile.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
The one where his face is in front of the title marker thing at the top.
Let me answer. George, actually, no, it has never been publicly said. That was part of the agreement.
Oh, you're
okay. So it's not. Yeah. I didn't even read the comment. I was like, I see that comment. I'm going to leave that for Justin.
What time is Allie ripping tomorrow? What time does that go down?
I hope after us, because no one's going to watch us if people are watching Allie ripping.
I didn't even think about that.
What is it? A full case?
No, 10 cases.
That's going to take like all night, isn't it?
That's 120 boxes.
She's ripping 120 boxes tomorrow?
That's what? Chat correct me, but 11 p.m. Whoa, what is it? No, that can't be what they're responding to.
That's probably 12 p.m. for your delivery time.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Watch that over ripping my own box almost.
I know. Yeah, me too. Because she's gonna fly through it, so you're gonna see a lot of stuff.
ePack said 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 cases.
Oh, it's gonna be all day.
I mean,
and 10 cases is correct.
That would be awesome if I could watch that while I'm driving around in the afternoon for work.
Oh yeah, I mean that's perfect.
Wow. You're not supposed to watch anything while you're driving? What kind of thing?
Listen to it / watch. Both eyes on the road, but
if Naj is in here, she's gonna call you to give you a piece of her mind.
Well, she is seriously though. If you haven't ever watched her rip, she's a professional at opening the pack, going through the For me, it's hard enough just to talk, but to look at the car, say what it is, and then put it in the right spot while doing it with real speed and efficiency.
My stack. I open a couple blaster boxes and my stacks are falling all over each other. And I actually caught the very beginning of the show before I had to go do my interview, and I heard you guys talking about retail.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I have some experience on this, because I played the retail game on the sports card side for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, what you see is about a month's worth of product when this stuff, at least on the sports card side. So this isn't maybe not necessarily a direct correlation, but usually when a new product would come out, you'd see weekly refills for about 4 weeks, and then it kind of starts to trickle out.
Okay.
Most stores have limits in place now. If they don't, it's really going to depend on if there's a secondary market for the blaster boxes. If people can buy them and make 10 or 15 bucks on each one, you're not going to see them on the shelves. They'll get backdoored. They'll get bought up unless stores, some of my local stores are pretty strict on, no, it's 3 per, this is the day that they come out, that sort of stuff. It's really going to depend on your local area. And it's really going to depend on what the secondary to market demand is for them. The more demand on the secondary market there is for the blasters, the less likely you're going to run into them in retail, or the harder it's going to be to run into them in retail. Because the people that have been doing this for 2 years now on the sports card side, they'll gobble them up just to flip them. Just being straight real, as terrible as it sounds, that's what'll happen if there's profit to be made on them. They will grab them just like they're grabbing everything else, and they'll never see the store shelves in some cases. There's a lot of shady nonsense that goes on with retail releases. So not to burst anyone's bubble or anything, but just kind of be aware what you're getting into.
I'm a glass half full guy, and I hope you're wrong. I hope they print enough that it lasts for a while so that people can discover it who don't know what it is, but I get it. You're probably right, but especially if the price, so we're being told that the price is $19.99 a box. And if that's the case, it definitely,
there's going to be a secondary market for them.
Correct.
For sure. Because what's going to happen is, even if there's not a secondary market for them, there will be instantly, because people are priced out of the actual boxes.
Exactly. No, it raises the ceiling.
If all of a sudden a $40 blaster box on eBay looks way more appeasing than a $600 box on pick your large online retailer of choice.
Yeah, Hania, let me speak to this real quick. So Rivalry says, if you're looking at a physical box, try your local card shops. I had a guy call me today and said that he's getting Spider-Man metal boxes for $400 a box at his local LCS. There's not an MSRP, so there's no. It doesn't mean we know which each local comic book shop is going to offer it for, but you can get it cheaper if you can if you can reach out to your LCS and if they get the product, obviously.
Yeah, I don't have an LCS by me that carries Marvel stuff, unfortunately.
Right. I've never even been to a comic book store that carries.
I know the owner personally of one of my local LCSs, and he doesn't have hockey's not a real big thing for us, so he's not buying enough Upper Deck product to get like the allocations for a product that's super high demand, like Spidey Metal.
So one of the comic books closest to me is an hour away, but they sent me a letter they got from Upper Deck, and it was saying, hey, here's what you can expect moving forward. And it was the first few bullet points was about hockey and wrestling. The last bullet point was about Marvel. And what it said is, hey, we understand that the demand has increased for Marvel cards. So here's a standee, put it on your shelf so people know that they will be able to get Marvel cards here. And so maybe, maybe the distribution to LCSs might improve moving forward.
Yeah. I'm hoping blasters are on the shelf for people to walk in and grab them. Like I said, my local targets, like most of the targets that I could get to within like a 20-minute drive have pretty strict limits in place, and they kind of have weeded out like a lot of the backdooring. But there's depending on where you're at, it's going to be very locally based on how much that stuff's. Some stores really care, like on an individual store level, they like actually care and put the time in to make sure that it's done correctly. And then some stores are like, we don't care as long as the product gets checked out. Like,
as long as
because the stores don't make that much on it. Like it doesn't get it's a third party vendor that's doing it, so the stores make minimal amount on it, I believe. And one other pro tip, because I saw some talk about this in the Facebook groups today, the online websites for like Target and Walmart, if it says it's in stock, means nothing. The card product is not entered into the inventory system like a box of Legos is. So just because it says in stock on the app, don't make the 45-minute drive if that's what it is for you, because it's probably not actually there.
So we did a group call today. We have 6 of us here locally that hang out and collect Marvel cards, and we just said, hey, look, let's not fight each other to it. Let's create a plan. Let's talk about who's going to go in to look forward, and then if it's there, how we're all going to split it up so not one person is getting all of it. Because we have a Target and a Walmart where I live, and that's it.
I have, oh Lord, because like I said, I made the retail rounds back in the day for sports cards like 2-3 years ago. I probably have 15 Targets within an hour of me.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And probably the same number of Walmarts.
Sounds like a long Friday to me.
Well, they all stock different days.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. So what it is, at least with Targets anyways, it's a third-party company that does it. It's usually one guy or girl that covers a large regional area. Right. So they can't stock all the stores in one day. So it's usually 2 to 3 stores a day. And you could usually piece together the schedule if you really want to. At least back in the day, you could. It's gotten a lot trickier these days.
I'll order Star Wars off the Target app.
And these probably, I'll be curious to see if these pop online or not. You know what I mean? Target has a 3-limit box restriction on online orders, so there's a decent chance that you might be able to snag 3 off Target.com whenever they pop. But sometimes those do get botted too. Like people will still bot even with the 3 limit.
I was going to respond to this. Destructive collectors. Upper Deck only confirmed Target and Walmart to me today. So
yeah, a lot of other places carry cards, but Upper Deck's pretty restrictive on where they. And we don't know the print run on this. I don't. You would think that they would print a lot, but you could also see someone saying like, we haven't done a retail release of Marvel for a while. Let's not bite off more than we can chew and see how this goes.
Right. Yeah. You're not
those
wrong.
Executives are.
Yeah, they're more worried about the bottom line. I get it. I just hope there's plenty out there for everybody, especially if you were not able to get a box and you still want to experience ripping this product in some way.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for people, but like you said, hopefully people can track it down and find it for sure.
So tomorrow you're going to possibly record a video. When do you think you're going to post it?
I'll post it the second I finish.
Okay, because you just go straight. You don't cut and clip and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, if I have a coughing fit or something in the middle or whatever, you know what I mean? If there's something I got to clip out real quick, but
How do you keep
when you post these things every day, you have a pretty efficient process for getting videos up quickly.
Right. I'm getting these love chat.
That's when you know you hit big time. When the porn bots come,
porn bots are here.
They're here for the Spider-Man metal.
Now, when you're done with that, you have 4 boxes.
Correct. So what I will do is I will rip one offline. When I mean offline, I mean not live. I'll rip it, record it, and put it up. Then from there, I don't know what my plan is. I plan on opening all 4. I just don't know what my plan of attack is. I would like to open one live. I want to do the first one pre-recorded. That's partially to play to the YouTube algorithm, to get, if you want to really get behind the weeds. A pre-recorded video performs much better than a live stream does, and people are more likely to click on it on a search. So
Manu, we've been doing it all wrong.
Hey, we're learning.
if I want to record that first box video and get it up, it'll be probably, maybe a 10 to 20 minute video at most. One box isn't going to take that long to rip. That's much more appealing for people to click on, and it's much more likely to rank higher on search than if I go live and rip one, it's going to turn into a 2-hour thing, even if it's one box, because we all know how live streams go. We do. Much more difficult from a people wanting to click on. They see the length of the video, and then it's like, nope. And it's just not as well produced either, because you're focusing on ripping, you're talking the chat. It's just not a clean, good visual experience for someone that wants to see what a box of Spider-Man metal is all about. Now, it's more fun for all of us ripping it live, for sure.
Totally, way more fun to be able to
I want to get that first one recorded up and out from a content perspective that way, and then I definitely want to rip one live for sure, 100%. I just don't know when. It'll kind of depend on how the rest of the week goes.
Yeah,
and then I'll probably do a second one pre-recorded, maybe. I don't know. That once the first pre-recorded one is up and out, then it's kind of like, I don't know what I'm going to do with how I'm going to rip the other 3. But I'm not planning on like sitting on one sealed or selling one or anything like that, because I am very lucky. I pre-ordered at very cheap. I wish I would have ordered more, but I'm thankful for the 4 that I got. So
absolutely. So Manu ordered 1 box and he paid a lot for it.
$539 total.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And so I was curious, now that we've seen that the J. Scott Campbell Black Cat is not in the set, more than likely.
Right.
Does it change your mind about opening the box?
I've been thinking about this, and actually while you guys were speaking, I was having some thoughts. I don't know when I'm going to open it, but I don't know when. I'm not in a rush. I'm going to be enjoying so much of you guys opening it that I'm not in a rush. And when I do it, I'm going to do something weird. I'm literally going to do something silly, like a pack a day, like just because. Because
like on Instagram?
No, wherever you want me to. I have no idea. I haven't thought about that yet.
You say that until you rip it.
Right. But it's just like, so anyway, I'm more excited to watch all the content that's going to be out there. I'm going to be dying to consume that more than I'm going to be trying to rip into my box.
Charles gets it.
Yeah, I've literally stayed away from all of this.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Charles knows, man.
Listen, if you want to be in this game, you got to play it. You got to play it.
I tell you, I get a lot of hate for Jeff's daggum thumbnail with the gold Spidey.
How much extra traffic did you get because of that thumbnail?
Yeah.
Well, not nearly as many as that video got.
Sure,
I think
I'm sure you definitely got a little bump though.
It's like at 80,000 views, and then he reposted it as a story, and it's got like 42,000 views.
That's awesome.
It's all the thumbnail. It's anyway.
Listen, I mean, we are really getting the weeds if you want. Like, is the two most. If you want to start being a content creator, or you are a content creator on YouTube specifically, the 2 most important things, more important than anything else you will do, are the thumbnail and the title.
Yeah.
By a mile. It's not even close. Obviously, you have to have decent content when someone clicks on it, but
but to get them to click on it, it's the thumbnail. Yeah.
It's the stupidest thing. It's Making thumbnails is the thing I hate the most. It's my least favorite part of YouTube.
It's funny.
Content creation.
I actually enjoy making the thumbnail, but I haven't made the thumbnail that creates all the views, just, kind of thing. At least I don't think I have. Actually,
you got to hit the right mix. My most popular video isn't like the greatest thumbnail in the world, but it's like right place, right time.
Yeah, no. So my most viewed video is opening up a box of Black Diamond, and it is there's no words on it, and it's just my face looking at the box.
Yeah, and stuff like that performs well for a long time because people are always gonna you're always gonna get random searches for, hey, what's this Marvel Black Diamond thing? It's kind of
that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Like something over a span of time, consistently getting views because of what it is, versus a hot thumbnail, boom, you get 20,000 views out the gate, but it maybe fizzles out.
I was joking with Justin a few months ago when he did the thing with the X-Men animated series creators.
Mm-hmm.
When X-Men 92 first got announced and there was like that weekend buzz of that, I was looking at my YouTube views thing, and my 1992 Jim Lee X-Men box breaks all of a sudden were getting way more views than normal.
Wow.
Like, what is going on? And then I was like, oh, all this 92 X-Men stuff is in the news, so people were probably searching for 92 X-Men, Jim Lee X-Men, X-Men
Right.
the animated series, and I have all those tags on the videos, so they're more likely to surface in search or whatever. I'm like, why is this 1992 Jim Lee X-Men box like all of a sudden have like 30 views in the last hour?
So I got a question for the chat. What should my first Spider-Man Metal box break thumbnail look like?
It depends on what you open.
I'm going to open up, like what's in it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Are you going to open live or pre-recorded?
He's going to go live first. So he's going to have his thumbnail before he ever opens a box.
No. So it's different. So I'm going to do depending on when the box gets here, I do not want to be on camera when I open my first box. I want to.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Savor.
My bad.
Yeah. I want to savor it, take it all in, really have an experience. And I want it to be more of a review, like first taste review, so to speak. And then at 6:15, we're going to go live, and who knows how many boxes we're going to open. But so I'm thinking that first Spidey thumbnail.
For the live stream, it would be something about we're opening something with how many boxes are we going to open, and then just like stacks of
that's exactly right.
Stack of all your boxes sitting on your.
So actually, just to be fair, I actually have 68 boxes coming.
That's what I'm saying. You need the crazy face of you looking.
They don't all belong to me.
You should be holding them like this as much as you can. They should be literally in your arms, piled up, and a piece of your face should be poking through these towers of boxes.
Just say $40,000 of Spider-Man Metal.
It should. It actually should.
This is what $40,000 of Spider-Man Metal looks like with it all in your hands.
It actually should.
And then the video is just me opening one box really slowly and enjoying it.
Yeah. No, you put that on the live stream. That's the live stream thumbnail.
That's the live stream. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This is Marvel Chat and YouTube. This is probably more like a 201 course than a 101.
Oh, we're having a good time. It's good stuff. I always struggle with what to put on the thumbnail, but I actually enjoy the editing process.
I'm going to be so bad at thumbnails if I ever have to make one, because I'm just going to be like, I don't want to do anything to, and then I'm going to get 0 views because I'm going to be stubborn. I'm like, I don't want to make that face though.
Opening 3.5 million fake Pokemon case will get some hits.
Or opening up D&D card packs inside Marvel boxes will get some views too.
Well, what about what was yours?
That was mine. Mine was D&D packs.
Oh, was it D&D packs?
Yeah, the box is where'd the box go?
Wait, what happened?
He opened up a box of was it 90 MU?
90 MU.
And
a $700 box, $800 box of 90 MU.
Yes.
And it was fake. I mean, it was somebody resealed it with packs that didn't belong to 90 MU.
Neo, that happened you have a video of that happening?
Happened live.
It did happen live.
My goodness, bro. I did not know that. When did that happen? I'm just gonna I don't mean to
was that like 6 months ago, Justin?
Yeah. Probably 6 months ago.
I'm just going to be honest. It's not that it's making me happy that it happened to you. I know it sounds like I want to watch a car wreck, but I want to see your reaction. I just have to watch this video to see your reaction.
I think he said, I've been duped.
No, I said, oh no. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, the best part was so I had the box in front of me with the camera pointing down on it.
Yeah.
And I had ripped the cellophane and opened the top of it up. But I was looking at chat.
So we saw it before you. That's right.
About like, oh, like this is a cool product. There's like 3 Spider-Mans that we're looking for in here. There's 3 Wolverines. And meanwhile, there's like people in chat being like, what is going on here? Because I'm looking at the monitor, not down at my desk. So it had been open for like 30 to 45 seconds. And then all of a sudden I look down and I'm immediately, as soon as I look down, I'm like,
oh man.
The worst part was I had bought the box a year prior. So I had no recourse. I was passed. I called my credit card. They're like, nope, too late. It's been too long. Because I bought the box and sat on it for like a year and a half before I decided. PSA lowered grading fees, and I was like, oh, this stuff makes sense to send in.
Yeah.
But to be fair, that worked out. Because on that live stream, I still wanted to open a box. So I grabbed the box of 92 Jim Lee off the shelf. And I pulled a Wolverine hologram that PSA 10'd.
Woo! Congrats.
Wow. Listening in the mic, but that's awesome.
Yeah. Which I sold that for way more than I probably could have gotten out of the 90 MU box.
Wow. Wow.
That was a pop 1 at the time, or pop 2.
Timothy Cannon says it was very similar to the Austin Powers opening at the National. Yes. That dude, when he went,
that was way worse because that was about a $12,000 box.
Yeah,
mine was a $1,200 box.
And people had bought into the break, right? It was a break.
Yeah, I mean they ended up making that right for all the people that bought in, and no one lost money on that deal. The people that bought in, other than the person breaking it, probably lost a ton of money on that. But yeah, sealed wax is a scary place right now.
So somebody says rumor going around that Fleer 86, I guess basketball was ripped on Whatnot was repackaged in order to get hits.
It was most likely 100% repackaged, but not in a good way. They're the 3 Michael Jordans that were pulled out of that, all PSA 6 and 7. It seemed like someone opened the packs, swapped it with worse condition cards, most likely. Because the collation was off on 86 Fleer.
Wow.
When you open a pack, you know, as soon as you see the first card, you know it's coming the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
Because of the way that they packaged the packs back in the day. And this, about 3/4 of that box was completely off. They were in alphabetical order and they shouldn't be. So
George wants to know, how much did you sell the Wolvie Hollow for?
I won't release the exact amount, but I sold it for over 2,000.
Wow. It's a big number.
Wait, what did he say? Not the exact amount, but what?
Over
was,
2K.
I won't say the exact number, but it was over 2,000.
Thank you, George. Zone. I appreciate that team effort trying to figure that out. You're the best. Thank you.
Hey, 9.9, you got to show us your new PSA 10s you just got.
Oh,
you showing them on Instagram?
Yeah, I got a gang of them actually. I didn't just get one. I got a bunch of new 10s. But okay, no, this is the one that I showed on Instagram.
You graded them or you bought them?
No, I've just been buying. I haven't actually sent a submission in for quite some time, but I have a submission ready to go. So it's whatever, whenever I do. But I'm having a good time buying. The prices seem very reasonable to me, and I'm only buying cards that I love. So I did add this one. This is current 1994 Spider-Man, of course. This one currently is a pop 3. That will change. It's such a dope card, and the box is only $200. So more will come. And then this is on the other side of that puzzle. And so that I forgot the pop on this one. It's probably something like that as well. And then of course there's a middle card that I don't have currently in a 10. No, it's actually Venom, like Eddie Brock. Yeah, it's the Eddie Brock in the center, and I have the card, of course, but I don't have it in a 10. So I'm looking to buy that one next because I do want to do the whole 9 sheet or whatever it's called, but that center row is really significant to me. And the colors on this, the pinks, the greens, like this is one of the dopest things ever. Like I'll buy as many of these in a PSA 10 if the prices remain this way as I can. I would love to have all of them. There's only 3, but I don't know where the other ones are right now. I think there's 6. So I've been buying stuff like that. Nothing huge, nothing crazy. Just filling in the 94 flares and stuff like that.
Yeah, I still think 90 is really important in the PSA 10.
Dude, those cards cost.
Not any.
Oh, and I did grab this, but I think we already talked about it. I did add the acetate Venom to go with the acetate Spidey.
Oh, that is nice.
I love them. I love them so much.
Did you notice the 9.5 Marvel masterpieces? 96 Marvel masterpieces.
I saw it on your story.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It is. It is.
The blue works. Like, it really pulls out the blue in Venom.
Yeah, it works perfectly on this one. Yeah, it complements so nicely. Like, the colors do look gorgeous.
What do you think about that one?
I don't have a PSA slab laying around for a recent mail day, but I have a CGC slab.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say this. This is a Joe Jusko Spidey that got a 10.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. It's one of my favorite cards ever. That artwork is hard to beat. That is one of the best made Spider-Mans ever. It is so awesome. Yeah. And that's a chrome card. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what Neil's got from the CGC.
Sorry,
grading.
I just remember there was an eBay action that I wanted to bid on.
Shoot, I missed it. Take care of it.
I missed it.
Not a card, but here's another.
I need a wizard number 1.
I've got one right here in a 9.8.
I can't afford your 9.8 nonsense.
All right.
What's the CBCS? Would you buy it?
Right.
I actually like the CBCS magazine holder, so I'd actually wouldn't be opposed to a wizard one and a CBCS.
Cool.
I will sell you this one whenever you want for $1,000 less than whatever the next CGC one sells for. But here's the thing: a 9.8 blue label CGC or CBCS has never sold. No one knows what the price will be. But if a CGC one gets listed, I'm telling you, it's going to get listed for $10,000 or best offer or something like that.
What's the last? Did the 9.6 sell pretty recently?
Yeah, 9.6. The most recent 9.6 sale was actually low. It was like $800. But before that, there was 2 or 3 that sold for $1,300. But now the raw copies are ticking up again, selling for $225, stuff like that. People are trying to land these 9.8s and 9.6s. But what's most crucial for the price discovery for this book is that I've sold a 9.4 Newsstand for $950. Now that sale is recorded under GPA for $1,100. That's not right. I sold it. I know it wasn't $1,100. It was $950. I accepted the best offer. So anyway, that was a 9.4 Newsstand. Let's call it $1,000. A 9.4 SDCC edition signed by Todd McFarlane like 3 weeks ago, not signed 3 weeks ago, but sold 3 weeks ago for $1,835. That was a 9.4, but signed by Todd. And so those are 2 9.4 sales that are around $1,000 to $2,000 for the other versions. 9.6s of the direct edition sell for between $1,000 and $1,300. We've never seen a 9.8 sell. If a 9.8 is going to sell, it's going to sell somewhere between $3,000 and $6,000 for the first one. And that's going to set the stage for the second. If anybody sells one of these for less than $3,000, they just wanted to give money away. This is the only one on the CBCS census, and there's only 3 blue labels on the CGC census, and none of them come out for air. So why would you sell it for anything less than $3,000? That's only double a 9.6 price, but it's way more than twice as rare. So it is a pricey book, but no one knows what it should sell for. Once I sell this one, we'll have a gauge, but that's going to be the first 9.8 to sell. So we'll figure out what happens.
Well, it's a private sale. How many boxes of X-Men metal or Spider-Man metal would it take to?
No, that's a good question. 7 boxes, and you could have it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my
not
a card, but got a little.
Oh man,
I just got this in the mail.
We're twins.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have a 3.5 myself.
Yeah,
I love
it. The cool thing about this one though, white pages.
Oh wow,
that's special.
I don't know.
That's special.
Yeah,
and actually this, I mean, this actually presents extremely well for a 3.5.
It looks great, dude.
Yeah, I got this on IG for a really nice deal.
I bought mine raw in Hawaii.
Oh, there you go.
Brought it home. Yeah, it was fun.
I've been actually, I blame Swaggle for that one. That's his fault. I've been wanting one for a while, and then he came out with that video talking about it, and then I immediately DM'd him, and I was like, "You owe me like $1,000 because you're about to FOMO me into buying this book."
So what did he say? Because I'm really curious. What he said that had you realize, you know what? If I want this, I need to grab it now.
I mean, it was just things that I already knew. It just kind of gave me the push of like, it's been top of my list of next books to buy. It was just a matter of, did I want to go? What I was really debating between is, did I want to go for like a 5 to like 6.5 and spend like $2,000, or did I want to get like a 3.5 to 4.5 and stay like around $1,000 or under?
That book still looks so good.
Yeah. So what happened is that 3.5 popped up. I'm a sucker for white pages on Silver Age.
Yeah, that's special.
And
it's special.
It presented really well, and it was like I got that for $750.
Okay, that's good.
Anything under $1,000, I get like, I'll just smack the bin on it if it's something I really want. So it popped up. It was right after I'd been thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, this is a way for me to get into this. It's a nice present.
Classic cover, single-digit Avengers of a major villain who's going to be not as big as Thanos, but he's going to be.
I think he could be bigger than Thanos because I think Jonathan Majors is going to crush it.
Ooh, I like it.
You know what I mean? I mean, look at what he did at just the tail he was the most electric thing since Infinity War in 10 minutes of Loki. So now you're going to give him like however many movies to build up to the Kang Dynasty. Like, I think he's going to be way bigger than that. And that book has a high floor anyway. Like, even if it doesn't hit.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
No, I wanted to bid on. So much. I wanted to bid on an X-Men 101, and I missed out on bidding on
it. X-Men what? Oh,
101.
Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't have that yet. That's the next big one on my list.
I got a raw one. It's not in great condition.
I want like a 9.2 to a 9.4.
That's what Phoenix is like shooting out of the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Beautiful.
The whole out of the water scene. Yeah.
Yeah. Destin, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm happy to see that wizard too.
Oh, he got his wizard?
No, I think he was just talking about the fact he might have actually gotten.
He's the one who won. Today. Yeah.
Yeah, he's your friend that won. He's your neighbor essentially. He's right around you somewhere.
He's across the river. Awesome. He lives in Monroe. So.
Oh God.
He's the upper crust. That's what we call it.
I'd be fine with like a 9.2 to a 9.4. I just want one that just looks cool in the background. It doesn't have to be like, I'm not buying it like as an investment piece. I'm buying it as a display piece.
Okay, well then I have those for you. That's no problem. But also, if I just see one like whatever price, good condition on eBay, I'm just gonna send you the link and say just grab this one real quick, right? Because I'm looking at them all.
I have them. I'm not grading. I need.
You want a 9.2, 9.4 already graded.
Yeah, I'm not a. I'll grade sports cards. I'll grade cards all day long when it comes to books and magazines.
He wants it ready to display.
Every comic book that I bought since I started buying comics is getting slabbed. I've not bought a raw book since I got back in the game.
Right. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make that happen for you, 9.2 or 9.4, and we'll figure out a price. I want that to come from me to you. So if you have an opportunity to buy it elsewhere, just hit me up first and let me know. But I'm going to work on making that happen for you. I'd love to be part of that.
All right. Yeah, just DM me with whatever
the
price point.
Love it. So Daniel says, hey, are any of you planning on participating in these Spider-Man Metal group breaks that some of the larger card shops are selling? Love the channel. By the way, thanks, Daniel. So confession, I bought into the Dave and Adams Spider-Man Metal box break tomorrow. $98 for two. I think it's 2 packs, 2 boxes, 2 packs per box, something like that. 2 boxes. But I did it mainly because of the fact that I'm going to be on their channel tomorrow, on their YouTube channel. And I wanted to speak to that when I go on their live. I've never bought into their breaks before.
I'm pretty anti-breaking in general. So I'm definitely not. I would rather, if a break spot's $100 or $200, I would rather, in this case, just buy blaster boxes on the secondary market and have the whole thing to yourself.
Or a dope single.
Yes.
Totally.
Yeah.
I
generally am not big on.
Yeah, but you're way more than $200.
I'm generally not real big on ripping wax.
I should be, but I'm a little
wax because I like putting the base sets together.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a different angle for me. I'm getting value out of the base cards. On sports cards, you're never going to do that. Like the base cards.
I'll tell you, I had a lot of fun putting together the X-Men metal base set. You know, the golds, the grandioses. I did the palladium base set.
Isn't that crazy? I'm still actually missing like 4 high series for my X-Men Metal set. I never completed it.
Just tell me what they are. I'll
have to look. They're in my binder. I'll have to look to see what the holes are.
I'm interrupting just for a second. We're going to get back to this conversation, but I know we might not get to talking about CGC, but everybody please congratulate Naj for moving mountains. Everything that Naj did, all of the work that Naj has been putting in, and all of the discussion she's been starting. She's too modest to say that it's her doing. And there are obviously dozens of other people involved. But I'm going to tell you guys, none of what CGC did would have happened without Naj. Naj's voice is so powerful. People respect and appreciate her so much. She is responsible for that. And I know there's other people involved as well, but it would not have had the same.
Yeah, but she led the charge.
She led the charge. When people saw that Naj is, standing up for this, everybody felt comfortable standing up for it. And more people should have still. But Naj, congratulations. CGC did a reversal. It's off.
Yeah. So real quick. So Neo, just to bring you up to speed in case you're not, chat, same for you.
Yeah, I'm well aware of everything that's going on.
Yeah. We had the acetate gate, or what was another term for it?
Staple gate, but acetate gate.
Yeah, absolutely. I like saying acetate gate.
I think that was funny. The official that people ran with, I think.
If you ever search for comic book anything on YouTube, that was what your entire feed was last week.
Right. Correct.
Yeah, and so CGC came out with an announcement like, hey, we graded it, we did it right, we did it the way we're supposed to, and Naj stayed the course, thankfully, and then a lot of people followed suit, and they reversed it yesterday. From now on, that book will get a green label, which is qualified because it's been altered.
Yeah.
As it should be.
Yeah, as it should be. And Naj has been right about every single thing. And even today, Naj said, I'm still not completely satisfied. And she's right about that as well. See, one of the things is CGC makes mistakes and they think correcting the mistake. I said this all the time. They think correcting the mistake is doing the right thing. No, doing the right thing is doing the right thing. From the beginning, no one's supposed to tell you you're wrong when it's blatantly wrong, right? So they get caught up and then they have to reverse it because Naj was right. They were in a social media crisis. Every single video was about how pissed off everyone was at CGC. And this is just one of the things. There's still a 1,000 other things happening. And so, and then everyone like claps for them because they made the right decision. But that's because they made the wrong one to begin with. It's not like they set precedents of doing the right thing. Yeah. They set precedents of doing the wrong thing and then having to whatever the word is. Backpedal. So the job is still not done, but I think our voices have been strengthened and encouraged by Naj, and there's still a lot more to do, but that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up.
I just wanted to. I was like, oh no, I don't know if we're going to get to it today, but we got to get to it at least a little bit.
We had to get to it. No, that's good stuff.
Yeah. I thought my favorite video out of all that was the one that Swaggle did where he was hiding under the table at the start of the video. And then like popped his head up because it was when the content creator controversy was going on, and he's just like he was like popped his head up and he's like, is it safe for content creators to come out again? All right.
Well, it wasn't.
There were a lot of targets.
They were the easy first, like easy to reach target, to shoot arrows at. But man, we know this goes back to the maker of the book. Playing a big role in that too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of nonsense going on with all that.
Yeah.
We're grateful for you, Naj.
I don't know if Swaggle's got any Spider-Man metal or not. I know he's a closet Marvel card guy.
So he and I messaged about talking to him about his impact on Marvel cards, because I do believe he's had an impact on it for sure. And I think you've spoken to that too. But then our DMs went kind of silent. I got to get that picked back up.
Yeah, he's good people.
Yeah, I like him.
I've been on his channel a couple times.
Yeah, he seems like nothing but good energy. I would have a hard time believing.
Reggie is going to rip some Spider-Man metal. He ordered Spider-Man metal to rip.
Dude, Neil, I was going to ask you. I forgot. Did you get Reggie into Marvel cards yet?
He ordered Spider-Man metal to rip. Won't take full credit.
Yeah, did you influence it? Is what we're asking.
I mean, that's kind of what we all do here. That's our job.
That's true. Good answer.
That's our jobs.
Good answer.
Okay. So
I'm not fully. Actually, what had happened was he saw. I forget what it was. He saw someone doing a box break of something. I don't know if it was X-Men metal. I don't know if it was Alley. I don't know where he saw what, but he just saw like the excitement around a box break. And he was like, I want to be part of this. So he actually DM'd me a while ago and he's like, I want to open Marvel cards. What should I buy? And then at the time, I told him, I was like, "Oh, this Spider-Man Metal thing is coming out soon." That was like 9 months ago.
8 months later.
I felt bad because he pre-ordered it thinking it was coming out soon, and it's been delayed. So I DM'd him this week, and I was like, "Spider-Man Metal's finally coming out this week," and he was like, "Thank God."
Well, look, hey, why don't we get Reggie on and we'll break one of our boxes, one of your 4 boxes. We'll do it together.
Yeah, we'll have to see. He's a busy dude. But yeah, he's getting boxes for sure. I don't know what his plan is with them. I'll have to ask him tomorrow night.
You don't think he's going to open it? He's going to do it on camera? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to do it on camera. I would be shocked if he didn't do it on camera. I don't know if he just ordered 1 or 2 or what.
Well, my point is he may not feel comfortable because it's he doesn't maybe understand the product that well. So be good to have you on there because you understand it. So
yeah, I'll have to pump him tomorrow and see what his plans are for that.
I remember when you first started going on to Reggie's channel. Actually, that's the only time that I've seen you on Reggie's channel because I haven't consumed too much of that recently. But about a year and a half ago when the Marvel cards thing happened, I remember when Reggie was like, "We got someone coming in, expert from the card world. Let's talk about it." And that's the first time I saw you on Reggie's channel. I was like, look at these 2 guys being all intelligent on screen together.
Yeah, I think this will be my 4th or 5th time over there. I love going on his channel. I like Reggie's super great. That was a large part of the reason I went to Charlotte Comic Con actually. Because you and Norn were obviously going to be there. And then Reggie was doing an appearance there too. And I wanted to get a chance to actually meet him in person.
I actually never saw him. All the weaving through there.
Only on Saturday. And he was at one. He was at one booth. A booth had him set up for promotional stuff.
Makes sense. Goodness, yeah, I missed him.
Yeah, him and Swags are probably my 2 favorite comic book content creators on YouTube. I think Reggie's just his content's just so intelligent. Like it's very well thought out. It's very educational. Like it's not like he's not trying to pump anything. It's just good content.
Am I giving Adam a bunch of wrong information here? Adam said, "How much do you guys guess the packs will be at Walmart?" First, I said $19.99 a pack, which is wrong. I meant to say per box, but then he says that seems cheap, and now I'm like, that's wrong, right? No,
that's right. $20 a box.
Okay,
that's what Marvelous Pack said earlier. I haven't been able to confirm that, but
that's all I'm using. Yeah, that information. Yeah.
I mean, I think that would be great. A lot of people may not realize it, but Flair Ultra Avengers will have a retail release as well.
Now that I have 6 boxes pre-ordered.
Yeah. Is it because you like the original art or the thicker cards? Like what has you buying 2 more boxes of that than Spider-Man Metal?
It was, "Hey dummy, you didn't buy enough of Spider-Man Metal. This one seems to buy more."
Well, to your point, like
I
even
think
today,
was 6 actually, wasn't it? When that first
the
up,
Max.
We bought them together.
We
were DMing each other like they're live.
Well, here's the thing, like that's a premium product. It's in Upper Deck's world, it's supposed to be superior. Maybe that's not true of Spider-Man Metal because they kind of reconstructed that, but historically it's a premium product. But right now boxes are like $3 something. I think when we bought it was $290, $260.
Those look like a steal compared to Metal.
Correct. That's kind of my point.
I mean, I know that they don't have PMGs in it, but you still have jambalayas, and there's probably going to be a lot of other cool stuff in there that we don't.
You have jambalayas, and you have we don't know how they're going to, we don't know how the market's going to react to it if you're thinking about secondary market, but they will have medallions which have similar foiling. They're going to have really nice one-of-ones. But what I think is interesting about Flair Ultra Avengers is the way they did the collation of the boxing. You have to listen to the podcast to understand it. You're basically pulling something almost
cool
every pack.
Box. Yeah.
Like almost each pack. It's insane.
So let me ask you this. I think this is a good talking point. For someone that right now is watching this and they're like, "I didn't get any Spider-Man Metal. Do I bite the bullet and buy a box? Let's just use the online general market price of $600. Would you rather have a single box of Spider-Man Metal or 2 boxes of Flair Ultra Avengers?
Oh, Flair Ultra Avengers. I just think that
that cost you a little bit more because those are what right now, like $325,
$350. They're now getting.
If you were going to drop $600-ish on a product, would you rather have a single box of Metal or 2 boxes of Ultra?
A single box of Metal is just. I mean, I think it's going to be fun. I mean, if you're talking about ripping for value, the thing that the Spider-Man Metal box gives you is you're going to get a number below 100. So you're going to get either a red PMG, which is the highest numbered, which we'd be happy with those, right? you're going to get a pink to 75, a turquoise to 50, an orange to 25, a green to 10, or a 1 of 1. Like that's every box is going to get one of those cards if something's not jacked up. So how are the pinks going to do? How are the red PMGs going to do in the secondary market? Like that could be a difference. The other difference is this: the inserts, the Z-Force is considered an insert. So some people are going to get 2 of those cards in each box, in a box. They're going to get a PMG, a pink, a blue, a turquoise, or an orange, green 1 of 1, and a Z-Force numbered 100 or less. That is, I think that's a lot of value for Spider-Man Metal. But the idea of getting 2 boxes of Flare Ultra Avengers, I would open one and I'd hold the other one to sell because it's likely going to eventually get to $500.
I'm actually surprised that hasn't moved. I wonder if it's just that so many people are tied up and we're waiting on Metal, and then once
a ton of money
to see if the running joke on my channel is that the Eye of Sauron will turn its evil gaze. I wonder if it will shift now after like this next couple weeks, and everyone will be like, "Well, I missed the wave on this one. What's next?"
I actually think the sleeper product might be Marvel Allure. Now, I'm not into the MCU characters as much. I'm more of a comic book character collector, but Marvel Allure being as cheap as it is, right? And I say cheap relative to Spider-Man, $200 and something a box, and it's going to have number cards and autos in there that people pay good money for.
I think Fleer Ultra has more sex appeal because of the name. Fleer Ultra carries way more name recognition on the secondary market than Allure does.
Yeah, no.
And then what's your, and the other, I'll jealously ask this because I think, what do I have pre-ordered to this? I have 5 boxes of Beginnings, which I really know nothing about that product, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was the same thing. It popped up and they were like, I think I got in at like $150 a box.
Yeah,
and I'm
under $200 a box.
For $150 a box, this seems like a fun rip. I'll grab 5 of these.
So here's the thing about Marvel Beginnings. Marvel Beginnings will have some of the best of Marvel cards, and then it's going to be a big base set. But like you're going to have comic clippings, like the rest of the AF-15, by the way, is going into Beginnings.
Oh, okay.
So you got 15 clippings in Metal. The rest are going into Beginnings. So they're going to have stuff like that to the comic collector is going to be really, really special. Not the kind of sports card investor flipper, type of situation. The thing about Beginnings is if you're a set collector, you're going to have long-term focus because it's actually 3 different releases.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a 300 plus, 400 plus checklist just for the base set. And the other thing is like series 1 that comes out won't have Deadpool or Spider-Man. It'll have Wolverine. Series 2 will have Deadpool. Series 3 will have Spider-Man. And they're going to split up the Fantastic Four that way too. So series 1 may have Thing and Human Torch. Series 2, Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman. Series 3, Galactus and Silver Surfer, which is what everybody really wants, So it's going to take some long-term focus, but I think it'll be a fun rip. You definitely don't want that price point to get too high though.
Yeah, it just seems like a fun, cheap rip for someone that's just like, hey, I want to have some fun ripping some Marvel cards and not like spend a couple car payments.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely be fun.
But I do think there's a very interesting debate we had it, but like I do think there's a very interesting talking point around 1 box of Metal or 2 boxes.
I will tell you there's a huge community in the Marvel card hobbyist space that will not touch Metal, want nothing to do with it, and are actively, aggressively buying Flare Ultra Avengers. Aggressively. Part of it's just because of original art. They love the idea of that art did not exist anywhere else and it was made for the card, and that they actually have the opportunity to go buy that a piece of original art. Like Tom Fleming is the artist right now on his eBay. Every week he's been releasing one of the arts that you can bid on that's going to be on the card, and people like to pair that stuff together. I like original art. I appreciate it, enjoy it, but it doesn't cause me not to like seeing the image of ASM 316.
Yeah, I love. having that Wolverine high series with X-Men 133 as the image, I was just like, this is amazing. This is perfect.
Well, that's kind of been my argument. Like, that's original art at some point. Like,
yeah. It's really like classic art in some cases. It's how I know the character. Like, it's how I remember the character. Like, when I close my eyes and think of Wolverine, it's him messing up some Hellfire Club goons.
Hey, I know we're late into the live, and this will be on the Marvel Card News, but Joe Jusko has given additional information he's releasing a book like the Jim Lee X-Men, and where you got cards in the back of it.
Oh, that I need.
And it's going to be, let's see if I'm pulled up here. It's going to be a limited release. Okay. But let's see here. Joe, there's going to be some type of card that's going to go with it. That's what I'm looking for here. It's a lot of words. But anyway, yeah, a solid bronze trading card of Joe's famous Spider-Man card. So the Spider-Man of him sitting in the webs is going to come with that. Mm-hmm.
Was that from 92 Masterpieces?
92 Masterpieces. So, of course, I'll keep, updating people as much as I can.
So it's going to be a metal card, like an actual piece of metal?
Except bronze, I don't know. I really don't know. So
is that going to be an Amazon release, or is that going to be like exclusive through his stores?
No, there's a store. Let's see, it's called.
Wait, you should do the proper tease here and say, I'm not sure, but we'll find out tomorrow on the Marvel Card News.
I'm such a terrible salesman. No, it's called like FPG Universe. Okay. And I actually have some of the work that he's doing here. So let me make myself bigger.
Well, that's really cool.
So he repainted. He redid the cards.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, it really does.
This is going to be
I'm a fan of the
Spidey. It was the Nightcrawler. You can only see part of him, but that looks really good.
Yeah, it does. Captain America's amazing.
So is it like reduxes of the original 92 mm?
Correct. So he's been looking for the original art to put in the book. I don't think he was able to find all of it, and I think he just broke down and recreated some of it.
Interesting.
Can you give me that website name again, please?
What's that?
Can you give me that website name again that you said it was going to be?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, let me pull it back up. The website is FPG Publishing, but I don't have the website address. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. No.
FPG Publishing.
It's fpguniverse.com.
Well, and he mentions the word Kickstarter in here, where like you're going to depend on what level you want to buy the book will determine what you get with it. So I don't know if that's going to be on their site or whatever. I've actually emailed them and asked if they would come on the channel and answer questions. So if I get a response, I'll let you know. But he says Kickstarter campaign in his Facebook announcement.
Interesting. I'm going to sneak out of here pretty quick, but I have a question for 9.9. I need to pick your brain on something. What do you know about the X-Men 25, where Wolverine gets his adamantium ripped out? The white version of that book.
Nothing. I'm sorry. Even you asked me the question.
There's a variant of X-Men 25 that's a black and white cover.
Yeah, where Wolverine gets his adamantium ripped out of his skin.
I know nothing
super
about
low on the CGC census. I was just curious of where that book came from. Was it just like a random store? They didn't really do store variants back then. Like, what was the genesis of that?
That is probably the comic I reread the most as a kid. Absolutely.
Oh, I know that book. What the heck? The black and white one, the one that has the hologram.
Yeah, Magneto's in color, but the rest of the book is in black and white.
Oh yeah, I know that book. I don't know I thought you were. Anyway, no, I don't know anything about it. So only thing that's changed is, yes, I'm familiar with it, but I don't know the origin or anything like that.
I was curious about the origin. Of what did that variant come from?
Thank you for asking me, and apologies for not being of any use.
Maybe you might know. I reached out to some other people too that I thought would know, and they're like, nah, I don't really know. They're like, I know the book, but I don't really know. Like,
I mean, I know a guy that has the answer for us, no question. So I will DM him and I will DM you the answer. Like, I know the guy that knows everything.
Yeah, is it, chat saying, second printing question mark, and maybe it's that simple. I don't know.
Maybe it is that simple.
I know that the CGC census on it is extremely low.
Johnny Bravo.
One came across my radar that I was thinking about picking up, but it's a little more than I want to spend on it. But
How much are the
I've
9/8
lost
hitting?
out on bidding on it before on eBay. I love that book. I don't have the original version of it, like just the normal version of it, because you can find that thing anywhere. That's all over the place.
Yeah.
That's just a really cool looking version of that book.
All right. Well, thank you. That's dope.
That's your brain teaser.
Yeah. I'll get the details for us. That's an easy one. I mean, not coming from me, but someone has it for us.
So this is Spider-Man Metal Overload Week. Everyone will be sick of Spider-Man Metal videos by Sunday.
By the next live next Tuesday, we'll be done.
You'll show up with empty wrappers taped all over your body.
I actually stayed up till midnight.
You should keep all the wrappers and do something with them for a video.
Dude, like just lay in a bed of them
in like a kiddie pool or something, and then swim around.
Just swim in the wrappers.
We'll throw them on a bed, like the Indecent Proposal scene. Instead of cash, it's empty wax packs of.
Guess how much money I threw away with these wrappers.
Yeah, you could do something. There's some content that could be made around that.
Well, back when Marvel, I was doing a lot of Marvel Legends stuff. There was a particular Spider-Man that sold for a lot, sealed, and I open almost every Marvel Legends pack I get. So I actually did a video of me burning the box, and I got so much hate. Can you guess why?
No, because someone wanted the box, probably.
No, because I was supposed to recycle the cardboard.
I mean, you didn't fill the landfill with it, so.
I was like, "Oh, come on, guys! I was just being funny. Give me a break." I don't burn my trash.
You can't have fun on the internet. That's not allowed.
Yeah, I got hammered. So, no, it was still fun.
That's not allowed. To answer Dr. Cosmos's question, IG is Instagram.
People keep referencing that. Yeah, Instagram. Yeah, so obviously we have this community here where we go live and we can live in the chats. But to reach out to one another, we generally use Instagram to message one another.
That's where all the backroom deals go down.
That's right.
A lot of deals happen on Instagram. That's for sure.
A lot of deals happen on Instagram. So what's the best guess? I'll sneak out on this one. A question for Justin. I'm going to reverse interviewing you guys on your own.
No, you're great. You're good at this.
And you guys maybe even talked about this earlier. So what's the ETA for ePack? Like 3 months?
3 months, roughly. I mean, they've had the product since last Monday, not yesterday, but previous. I think they just finished, or they're doing QC of the product. Like they have to inspect it first, make sure that Upper Deck didn't damage it before they got it, QC it, and then scan it.
Scan it all.
And then I think that process is, it's because they're, like we've talked about, was roughly 36,000 boxes of X-Men Metal. And I don't know what their labor force was like in 2021. It probably was less than it is now.
Probably
but I don't know
worse.
Or maybe worse. But there's 50,200 boxes of Spider-Man Metal, roughly, we believe. So they've got more to scan. And so now, in fairness, they haven't had a lot of Marvel products. So, I don't know what's going on the sports side of things. So maybe they have more manpower to address it. But I'm thinking 3 months from the end of August, September, October, November, December is when we'll likely see it.
Are full pack odds up yet on like Cardboard Connections or anything? Okay.
Yeah, they sure are.
I like having that up on the second screen when I rip, so I know. Oh wait, that Wolverine Arcweld is a super short print. That's a way bigger card than what I realized.
Yeah, you did pretty well with that one.
Yeah, I really wanted to grade that, but it had a soft corner on the back.
So Platinum Portraits, you want to guess the odds for the hobby boxes and ePack?
Like how many boxes like you need to open to get one?
How many packs?
What is it? 12 packs per box?
So 144 packs per case.
I'm gonna go like 1 in 12 cases. I don't know what the pack math is on that.
Pretty close. So, I don't know if you're pretty close. Let's see. I have to do that math. So 1 in 864
times
packs.
12, I guess.
Yeah, it's 1 in 864 packs. So 72 boxes. So 6 cases.
Okay. So I was double.
You were double.
Yeah.
6 cases. So
the only reason I guess that high is because I remember when I ripped the Beast one that I did from X-Men, I remember looking at the math on it, and it was just like, holy smokes, these things are super short printed. I think on X-Men Metal, wasn't it rumored like it was less than 20 or around like 25 per card?
Say that last part one more time.
X-Men Metal Platinum portraits were like the estimated print run was like 24 per card.
Yeah, I think people settled at pretty close to 30, but I mean, not a lot. I mean, I never pulled one, and all the product that I opened for X-Men Metal, I never hit a platinum portrait. I owned 2 of them, but I had to pay $600 and $800 raw for them.
Yeah, I think I sold my Beast for $400 to $500, and it was damaged. It had a dimple on it. Like,
yeah, and some of those are actually selling kind of cheap because people don't really, I think, understand it. And the characters like maybe Bishop or something, which is a great character, but they don't understand it. But hey, real quick, Dr. Cosmos, I just bought a box. If I hit a gold Carnage 9.9 gets it for free. Like the gold parallel, or did you mean something else?
What? I just bought a box. If I get a gold Carnage, 9.9 gets it for free. YOLO. What? Thank you.
I like that. That's cool.
That's
all
awesome.
Right. Neo, one more pack.
I can't accept that.
there'll be platinums in the blasters. The odds for that is 1 in 8,640 blasters, which a blaster has 6 packs in it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised they even bother putting them in those, to be honest.
It's like they put 3 in it, or 1 per character.
So one last question. I swear, one last one on this one. What's your prediction? And I'll be curious for your answer right now. And I'll be curious for your answer at the end of the week once you've opened a bunch of it. How long does it last on ePack?
I mean, a week. Less.
Do you think if it hits right, it's less, like way less?
It's gonna. It's still a lot of cards. 75% of 50,000 boxes is a lot of cards, and it's a lot of money. But
what do you think they price a box at?
$350 a box. If it's 300, it's over.
What was X-Men Metal?
$250. But it was also at $400 upon release, not $600.
Yeah. I think if they go any higher than that, they get a lot of blowback.
I think they will. And I also don't think they want to sell out super fast either. They want people to continually come back. They know it's going to go. Like the money is already spent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think they
know it's going to sell out. Almost
they know
what price point they put it at.
So here's what's interesting. 2017 Flare Ultra Spider-Man did not sell out until February of 2021, and it only sold out because Marvel Masterpieces was delayed a week, and people had already geared up financially and was on the site to buy it. And when it wasn't there, they just binged real quick on 2017. It lasted that long.
Holy smokes!
So, X-Men Metal actually sold out rather quick in comparison, and like insanely quick. The thing that has people believing that Spider-Man Metal is going to go so fast is because Ages, which is a low-end product with a high print run,
that went like that, didn't it?
Went like I don't remember the number, but like a month or 2, and it was gone. And
I remember when that sold out, people were like, "Wait, that sold out that fast?"
We were thinking that we were going to hit on that like a drug, like, "Hey, well, I can't get the good stuff. Let me hit this every once in a while," kind of thing. And then it was gone. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
$300 a box. Would I buy on ePack at $300 a box? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, George says if it's 300, it's gone in a day or 2 max.
So what would that put a case at then? 6,600?
12? Yeah, 3,600.
Or 3,600. Interesting. We'll have to see. That's yeah, because if they price it too high, don't you think they'll just get killed? Like on social?
We kill them all the time.
That's true.
They're used to being there. I love them. I love Marvel cards. They're not listening a lot, I don't think. They're just doing what they're doing. Now, they did pay attention with Spider-Man Metal, but they were not listening on social. They went on eBay to decide what to do with Spider-Man Metal. They went and looked at the secondary market and invested into which cards were doing really well.
Well, but they listened on the like how the PMGs looked and stuff, though, right?
Right. So no, I totally agree with that.
Like, I'll criticize them on their pricing for this, but to give them credit, like they heard that feedback on like I mean, it was in their best interest to fix them, but
they did. But at the same time, to listen to that podcast, at least the way I took it, is they are using words like creating value, creating equity, creating the hit feel, for every box. And they went to eBay to see what people were responding to.
That's why I'm disconnected from the product, because they're not speaking to the emotional resonance of like the images and visuals that, I just feel good about. They're actually just saying, well, this is the market. And there was a lot of craziness that happened the last year and a half, and they're kind of responding to that.
Yeah, but the argument I think still for metal is it's still the metal product. Like it's, they're not really changing that nature of the product based on that. What Neo's speaking to is they could have just, give us the same fooling that they had in X-Men Metal, and they changed it because they listened to us say, hey, well, we can't tell a base from a parallel, and we can't tell a pink from a red. So they did make that change.
Half the cards you couldn't even tell what the golds were.
There's one of ones out there that people don't even know they have. Like that's a fact. There's pinks out there. People don't even know they got it. I can't tell you how many boxes. Yeah. I watch box breaks on YouTube every once in a while that, you could tell somebody's opening Marvel for the first time, and I watch them go right past the hit. They don't even know it's there.
Wow.
Yeah. It was really bad in X-Men. It was really bad.
Ian Fisher, who is an expert Marvel card breaker, had a 1-of-1. I believe it was a 1-of-1. Somebody correct me, but I'm pretty sure it was, that he found after he went back and sorted his cards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It should be obvious when you hit the hit,
And Neo, I just want to say, I just spent maybe 5 minutes looking at that X-Men 25. You've probably done all the same searching that I just did online. Like anything anywhere says is that it's just a variant. They're like, there's a gold one, there's the partial sketch, and there's the regular.
Yeah.
They all seem to have come out the same time.
Like, it's just like, was it just like a random, someone was like, let's make a black and white sketch cover of this cover? Or
that's
what?
all it was.
It's not really, back then that wasn't like, variant covers weren't really that big of a deal. So to see,
but think about the story though. His metal being ripped out of his body was a really big deal. So you can imagine they did attach a few, I'll use the word gimmicks, to it.
Yeah, I think the elements that were not in collecting then are like incentive variants. Like we didn't have too many of those terms going around, or it wasn't like for every 500 of this base copy someone got this. That was just apparently just released at the same time, probably at a higher price point, maybe or something. But it is cool though. It's really cool. And I just saw, I didn't go to 130 to see what it sold for, but I did see that a 9.8 with the custom X-Men logo sold. But it was a best offer accepted. It was like 1,200 a best offer. I'll go to 130 point later. Okay. That's a cool book, man. I like that book. Yeah, that's dope.
So what X-Men metal boxes are what right now? About 600, aren't they? I think I just watched them for around
600 to 700. Yeah.
So what do you think? These are starting at 600 on this, like right out the get. What do you a year from now? What does the sealed box of Spider-Man metal sell for?
You mean if we open it all and there's not much actually out there, and truly only 25% of it's physical?
Yeah,
$2 grand.
$2 grand? Wow.
I mean, so think about
sealed
it.
Wax
a box
is the one thing that always gets lower in supply.
Yeah, it's steadily dropping in population constantly, and every time you open one, you put more cards in the population. Actually, in theory, devaluing the cards, right?
Yeah, and increasing the value of the sealed wax
every single time.
When I said I would take 7 boxes for the Wizard, I was doing a calculation of like $550 to $600 a box, and I was regretting it after I said it, but now I feel fine with it.
Yeah, and then maybe it doesn't, but he asked me.
Sitting on sealed wax is the boringest thing in the world, but it's one of these safe. If you literally just wanted to do nothing but make money, buying the right sealed wax and hiding it from yourself,
I can make money today. I did the math. I started buying to now, it's like 10 to 12,000. Assuming I could sell it for the 600 a piece, obviously, like today.
Yeah.
And so obviously I'm not doing it because I want the money.
Yeah, we're not about that life.
Yeah, I just whatever. So, but like look at 1995 Marvel metal. Those boxes are still selling for $1,500, $2,000, $2,000. It's insane.
That's impressive. Yeah. Wow.
And those cards graded are selling for 150, 200, 300 to 1,200 tops.
Yeah.
Well, the Spider-Man metal is going to have cards that top that.
The thing that people get really hung up on that is a mistake is people don't understand that the value of what is in the box does not dictate the price of the sealed box.
Hence the junk whack era.
Yeah. Like people were like when Fleer Retro was going crazy, and people were like, "Why is this box, $50,000?" I don't remember what they ended up getting to, but like a 2013 box. There's like, even if you pulled like the best PMG that people still think is in there, you're probably not going to get your money out of it, and that's not what it's about. It's the fact that the sealed box, there might be like a dozen of them in existence. It's the rarity that's driving the price. And don't underrate the nostalgia feel for. I want to go back. I mean, look at 90 MU. Those boxes are still $800 a piece right now.
And there's a lot of them. And they don't break.
There's a lot of them, and like, yeah, you could still do well PSA grading them, but we all know what a crapshoot that is from opening and grading. From that experience, and you look at those boxes, and you're paying a lot of that just for, I want the memory of what this felt like when I was a kid, to re-experience that. You're paying for the nostalgia vibes, even if you're not getting $800 in value out of that box.
So the Flair Ultra Spider-Man, again, which was selling on ePack probably for like $200 and something in 2021, the boxes now sell anywhere from $2,500 to $7,000. It's stupid, but somewhere in that range. And most of the one-of-ones have been pulled. Both Spider-Mans have gone. They're like, we know they're out there. The Gwen is out there. The Spider-Man 2099, I've never seen it, but yet people are still paying a lot for those boxes. Now, if the one-of-ones were still in there, Spider-Man, yes, it would sell for more.
Yeah. So. All right, I'm going to sneak out of here, boys. I'm sure we will be either seeing a lot or chatting a lot over the next 7 to 10 days.
By the way, hey, I know you got to go. I'd listen to the most, like probably 80% of the podcast with was it Russian soccer fan?
Oh, soccer. Yeah.
I was running, so it actually, like, YouTube put it on, and I never actually saw what was going on. I was just listening. But
he's from Portugal.
Okay. I really enjoyed it. It was good.
Yeah, it was a good conversation. I had a lot of fun talking to him.
Yeah, you did good on that one.
So thanks. Thank you. All right, boys, I'm gonna slip out, wrap this puppy up, land this ship, and we got a big rest of the week. This will be a busy week. Fun. All
right, yeah. Show us your hits.
Yeah. Later, boys.
Take care.
See you later.
Oop, I lost my mouse.
Always nice for Neo to stop by.
Absolutely.
So Timothy says it always impacts the price, not just the ceiling on. It's not just the ceiling on the price. So I think he's saying that the price of the box impacts the price of the cards. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's what Neo said. Okay.
Yeah. What Neo said. Going with that.
Yeah. Look, if we see, well, first of all, we're not going to see all the hits because, like, two-thirds of the hits are going to be on ePack, so we're not going to see them all. There's no way. Right. What's up, my friend? Look who he is. It's our hero.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
Hello. How are you, my friend?
You're in the airport, right?
Yes. I just checked in. And I want just to say thank you for making this trip to the airport, because I hate it from home to airport. I took a taxi, but I hate it. But you made it like I blinked and I'm there. So thank you.
Oh, sweet.
It's really cool.
That's awesome.
It's the quickest trip ever to the airport. So from now on, I don't care. My flight is like 2 hours. No, less than 2 hours. So it's good.
Well, look, next time you have a long trip, we'll just go live. Just tell us. We'll stop what we're doing. We'll go live and let you listen.
Perfect.
I would appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Oh, it's a very nice live. I know I missed some, like the last 30 minutes. I think I missed it, but I will catch it later.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And thank you so much for changing the landscape of grading comic books, my friend.
Wait, does this mean? Okay, wait a minute. Manu, does this mean you might start grading with CGC again?
Oh no, they got plenty of more problems. This is just them fixing one of them. This isn't even the problem that matters to me.
Not your landscape, but the landscape.
Yeah. I don't care about an acetate with 17 staples on it. That wasn't my book. I wouldn't have bought that. My problem still exists.
The thing is, they didn't address half of the problem, but because like whatever they did before, like finally I mean, even me, I was one of these people, like, finally they admitted that they've done something wrong, you know?
Yeah.
But they didn't even address half of the problem. Like, that book is not supposed to be graded at all.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah,
But,
I hear you.
But you know, I think the most important part of all of this is that I'm gonna keep saying you, and you don't want me to say you, but I'm just
don't.
gonna. All right, we, right? Even though it's you, but we got them to do something, right? And that's a small step in the right direction, because there's a lot of things that we need to get them to do. And I think this encourages everyone in the sense that if you got a problem with them, you don't got to be scared to say something. Everyone's going through the same problems. You're not the only one getting a bad submission. It empowers us to come together as a community and say, no, guys, we pay you. We demand our respect. And if you want to continue getting paid, you better respect it. And I think that's the most significant thing that came from this. And that's amazing. We all owe you a big thank you for that.
Well, thank you, my friend. I don't see myself as like that, but I am a very vocal person. And I guess now you know that I say a lot of things. And like, I always like, so I'm what I do for a living, I'm a lecturer. So I talk for a living, right?
Yeah.
But I talk a lot. I talk a lot. So for me to be to achieve that point where I was like, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. It's when I discovered how messed up the situation is. It's not just this book. This is one book only, and like the rest of the situation. I mean, so many horrible things I found out, and I was like, if I keep saying that, people will be like taking that to the artist. Does that make sense? Like, this artist did this, this artist did that.
It affects the whole ecosystem.
Yeah. So I was like, maybe I should not talk about this. So I was like, you try to do something, but then it affects so many other stuff. And I was like, that's not
the part that made you uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have nothing to lose. Me, I'm nobody. I have nothing to lose at all. But so many other people have something to lose, and I appreciate the art. So that made it like a big self-conflict,
And I can appreciate you feeling that. And this is like, the other week when I was like, just, generalizing the state of CGC, and Justin was coming to the defense of individual employees that might actually want, something to happen. And that kind of correlates to what you're saying, because I'm looking at the bigger picture and you're looking at the collateral damage. And I'm just like, well, that happens. Sacrifices must be made so that we can have a better, brighter future. And but I get where both of you guys come from, because that's so real. But yeah, no, it's just real. It's just real. That is a real conflict. So I completely understand that you experienced that. Absolutely. What happened?
She's got to get to her flight. Are you okay, Naj? All right, we're gonna let her go. She can pop back on if she wants.
Okay, we lost the connection and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't miss your flight.
Do not miss your flight. Call us from whatever country you're going to.
Okay, we got to do this, my friend. So we got multiple questions here about ePack, and I know a lot of people here know ePack, right? They understand it, I think, but we're gonna talk to them. Okay, so Upper Deck owns a website where they actually will sell Marvel cards to you directly, like actual physical cards. You open the pack on the website. So it's a virtual opening, but the cards you receive are physical, and the cards you see when you're opening it is actually the cards that you would have shipped home to you. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes the way the packs are built, some of the cards are digital and some are not. Some are physical. But don't think that because it says ePack that all the cards are digital. That's not it at all. It's not an NFT. It's not always a digital card. If you get a digital card on ePack, it typically has a combinable aspect or an achievement aspect where you can combine them with other, cards. And once you get so many, it converts into a physical card that you can have mailed home to you to collect. So ePack is Upper Deck's way to sell cards direct to the consumer. Oh, let's see what happened here. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was looking for something and I just got it. Okay.
Okay, good. We saw just a little panic, so just want to make sure.
And then your audio cut out. But it's fun to see you in action, right? Because we're always just looking straight at the camera. You were like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Oh, there's some activity over there." Yeah, that was fun. Hey, that was a great little summary of ePack. That was actually perfect because I was confused earlier on as well. Like, what the heck is this?
Sweet.
Yeah. Naj, I wanted to actually, you know what? I'm going to not talk about this tonight, but I have the 9.6 label. And, you know, I'm just going to use this as a symbol for this is CBCS 9.6. And I'll go into the story of this later. This involves Naj. This involves 2 grading companies. This involves pressing. But the point that I'm making is grading in general is flawed. It's not just CGC. CBCS is broken too. And it's not speculative. It's not theoretical. Naj and I have experiences in our physical possession to prove it all. The grading companies just need to take a step back, breathe, and say, okay, growth is obviously important because we're a business, but what are we growing here, right? And so we'll talk about what this means later because this is a CBCS 9.6, which made this book worth about $1,400. No, like somewhere between $1,000 and $1,400. But now it's a CGC 9.8, and I just sold this book, and I sold this for a lot more than what it was worth, and it's the same book. I mean, what it was worth here. Right. But there's more to this story, and this is just proof that the grading companies, we know all this already. But this is going to be a good story for one day, and I have both of the bits for it.
Love it, love it, love it.
The game of grading, which apparently probably we are like leaving. I don't know about you, Manu, but I've
left it because I can't deal with the heartbreak. I can't deal. See, I told somebody this the other day when I made that, not a statement, I was basically, you know, saying I was excited about the McFarlane signing, right? But then I was like, I'm not submitting anything. And people would ask me in my DMs, why specifically? And here's my specific answer. It's not about one bad experience. There's been so many. But my specific answer is because I prefer not to set myself up for potential frustration, anxiety, stress, disappointment, like all of those negative feelings that you get hit with when CGC does something absurd and you have no recourse. I'd rather just stay out of the way. Because the benefit of getting one rightly graded submission is not, it doesn't outweigh all of the disturbance to my peace of having to deal with their customer service, having to be lied to, having to be dismissed, having to be blatantly disrespected. And then if something happens that's so large that it affects a whole community, for them to turn their back on do you remember first of all, the fact that CGC addresses the community through a forum? Who the heck uses a message board? Remember I used to talk about dinosaurs? Well, that's the biggest dinosaur in the room, right?
Yeah. I totally agree.
What is that? That's disrespectful and absurd. So 5 people know what you're talking about?
I said something about it like in a sarcastic way in one of my videos. Like, you know, like they address us at the forum. Okay, they like ignored us on all social media. And then there is the CBCS addressing that on the forum too. So apparently it's a forum war, you know?
It's a forum war because these people running this show, they're running a show that they designed 20 years ago. They need to leave. They need to get the heck out of here.
And I read almost every single comment on the forum, and there is like few people commenting, oh, and on the forum there's so many new like people joining and commenting, and some people were saying like, oh, that's probably good that they joined the forum because of, you know, the drama thing. And another couple people were saying, no, these are not that. They're like kind of still living in the, you know, dinosaur era. Accusing people creating multiple accounts to join. But I am very sure that so many people created accounts just to join and say something in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad that people, you know, found the inspiration to go do that. But it's just, how absurd is that? You know, these companies are dealing with modern day collectors and they're on a message board. The last time I was on a message board, I was buying wheels for a 1993 Honda Civic in 1995. Like, what are you guys doing?
I don't know.
Look, I mean, just to be fair, I can be this way. There are still collectors who live in that space. It's in the Marvel card world too. I can't get there. I can't go to blowout forums to talk about, all the angst around these young whippersnappers collecting Marvel cards, but that exists. And I think that there's a decent chance that the average age in there is 45 up. And
I'm sure.
And I'm not saying it's true, but they're likely not in a Discord, or
right,
whatever.
I understand that so many people are in the forums and they've been like posting there for ages, and this is what I found out from reading the comments. But why ignoring everyone else?
Because there's a chance that the person making the decision is their age, and that's how they've been disseminating information. I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm just saying that's probably what's happening.
But let me tell you something. What they did wrong. What they did wrong is that they encouraged posting on the forum, and the forum stays forever. It's on Google. If you Google the crisis D2E2, you're going to go directly to their forum page. And you can read all of the things that happen, and that stays forever. Like, probably the videos that we created are not going to, they're going to be forgotten. But if anyone like Googling this, want to know something about it, it's all documented there. Everything that how they replied to the community, how they treated everybody, it's all there.
Right. Yeah. And that's actually true. So that is a bit of a misstep on their part, actually. and then another layer to it all is, who is CGC Mike? No disrespect to CGC Mike, but who is CGC Mike?
I felt so bad for him. There was a point where he commented, "Sorry, I cannot give you any more information," because he doesn't have anything to say.
He doesn't have it. They threw him under the bus. They were like, "Here, CGC Mike, here's these sentences we're going to feed you in reaction to whatever the issue is, and you have to be the face that delivers it." Everybody does kill the messenger. No one cares about the quote, "Don't kill the messenger." The messenger gets killed, man.
I feel so bad.
First one that gets killed too.
Yeah.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Exactly.
Don't shoot people do.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, gosh, knock on wood. CGC Mike, we hope you're well and in good health.
Would you prefer that they like just tweet it at you? Like, here's a tweet.
Well, no, but probably they know how big the Instagram community is, They could just created a post in there,
The same way. Okay, no, here's the perfect example. When they want to give us a new feature, where do they give it to us? On Instagram, not on some forum so five people can read it. They know how to get to us.
Exactly. They know where to find us.
If they want bad, let's put it on the forum so that the people that are really invested will say they said something and do the work for them, but they won't publicly come out where they're most seen to admit fault. And they still don't admit fault. Oh, we've changed just say you guys are dumb. Just say you guys don't have a clue so we can have some respect for you, please.
Do you want me to tell you what I've done this morning? So I messaged CGCS. I was like, please, would you make I said it in a nice way. Like, I am not your social media manager or idea, whatever. Right. But it would be funny if you create a post saying, "We told you so." To our competition, we've told you so.
They should. They should go at each other's necks, man. They really should.
And the reply I got was like, "Ha ha ha," something like that. This is a very fun idea, but we are not going to go to that direction where we have a feud, with our competitors. But I told them that it would be very much. It would benefit them to have a smaller feud, so people would share it, and that will actually get them lots of attention. If they've done that, people would have shared it. Would be like, "Hey, look what happened here. There's a feud between CGC."
"We told you so" would have been brilliant.
Right?
Not that they're without fault, but to play the game, that would have been a great way to play the game.
That's what I was thinking was they're probably not ready to sign up to play that game because there's probably quite a few things that CBCS needs to.
I know they have
throw stones from a glass house.
Yeah.
I know they have links, and I tried to play them I don't know that they're probably. They are owned by two different companies, but it would have been fun. It would have been fun if they just tried to. CBCS, if you're hearing me, guys, your social media plan, whatever, is the worst. Work on it. Not the person who is behind the social media.
Hey, look, the person that actually writes the non-sport Beckett magazine has been in the chats before.
Oh, then our voices can be heard. You know, this was really funny that happened. Naj and I were speaking privately, and this was yesterday, right? And I posted the CBCS Wizard 9.8 on my page day before yesterday, if I remember correctly, something like that, right? And people took notice because I never post anything that's
I immediately I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he saw the story and he was like,
"This
what
is
the heck
a
is
not
this?" And
CGC
like,
post."
Naj.
Yeah, and then I immediately was like, okay.
And so when you have, I mean, not to pat myself on the back, but I'm patting that book on the back. You know, that book came from Naj. That was a book that I had raw. Then I sold it to Naj. Then Naj graded it. Then it's mine. You know, this is a book that's our book.
It's a cross, like what they call it, crossover book.
Yeah, it's a crossover book, right? And so, but the thing about it is that is such a significant magazine, and the energy around Wizard is amazing. The energy, right? So for a company like CBCS to see the only Wizard one on their population report, because they're Beckett, they call it a pop report, on their population report, to be on Instagram, everyone is enjoying it. People are sharing the stories, and they didn't repost it. That's silly. Like someone on their social media team, that's the cream of the crop post of a Wizard from that day, maybe from that week. Wizards don't get posted that often. Raw one, sure, but there are no 9/8. There's 4 in the world. You're supposed to repost that. And we had that conversation, and then guess what they did today? The post is 2 days old. They posted it today.
Whoa.
I don't even know how they backtracked.
I didn't mention it. I didn't do anything. So they by themselves. They
we
just
were like,
decided.
oh my gosh, people are listening, and this is a private conversation, so I don't even know what they were listening to. But they posted a 2-day-old post. That's really odd. But I was so happy. You know what that means? That means their social media person had Sunday off and came back on Monday and went through old tags.
Probably.
Yeah, no, that's probably
what
what
social media person should not have the weekend off. The weekend's the most important for social media.
Well, but at the same time, they're, you know, you don't know that they're able to actually run their social media on their private phone. You know.
We don't know what their arrangement is with whoever manages their media. They might literally have to be like in the office.
Well, a lot of companies, you have, like, that kind of stuff has to be approved. Like, it's not just one person just says, "This is what I'm going to do." It, like, there's a decision behind it, a compliance.
Well, for CGC, it's like approve everything. Everything you post would go to their story.
Yeah, and another, that's the fun thing about CGC. Like, every time, even when I'm publicly feuding with CGC, they still repost anything that I tag them in, right? But because it's good for them, it's good for their optics. Anyone watching their story has no idea that I'm in an argument with them. They just see a dope 9.8 in the CGC case. So it's good content for them. For CGC, reposting people's good posts is just free content for them. That's all it is. But one thing that gets irritating for me is some days, like, I'll put together a really solid post, right? Well, I mean, I like to try to put together solid posts, and it'll be not shared by CGC, and I'll be like, what the heck, why? And I'll go to their story. It's because they're running like some signing, and everything on their story that day is about like some guy signing a book over and over again. And on those days, they're instructed to not let their story be infiltrated by anyone from the outside. And I get it, but I don't know if I don't have an opinion. That's just something irritating to me, because it's like, dang it, you should have reposted this post one of those days.
Yeah, Clayton Crain, 9.9 Newsstand.
Yeah, I'd love to be in that company, but they don't let that happen.
Goodness. All right, hey, we got a couple of Marvel card things I wanted to get to. So Black Goo says Marvel cards are for the kids, man. Too bad they can't afford to buy them. And so there's actually quite a few Marvel cards that kids can still buy. They're older in the 90s, and then Upper Deck is working to get Marvel cards in a retail space. And you know, I can't say that scalpers are not going to try to get them, but they're $20 a box, so they're in the price range of affordability. And I believe that's one of the reasons why Upper Deck is behind it. But hobby boxes are actually not designed for kids. Like, I may get canceled for saying this, but they're they're made for collectors. Like, they're hobby boxes. Does that make sense?
No, break it down a little bit more. I get where you're going, but I haven't thought about it.
Yeah, like a hobby box is designed for the hobbyist. Does that make sense? like ePack is designed
I
for.
have to alter my thinking of the word hobbyist, right? So a
Yeah.
kid in the way you're referring to it is not a hobbyist because he's not partaking in every element of it.
I'm talking about the why behind Upper Deck.
Okay.
Upper Deck is targeting not kids with hobby boxes. They're not building these boxes at the price point that they have to go into it. Example, an AF-15 comic cut of Spider-Man is designed for a hobbyist, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
and
it does. Yeah.
Okay. Retail blaster boxes with cool images and a chance for a cool hit, like even though it might be rare, is for the kids.
I guess the disconnect is like I want kids to be hobbyists. I don't want to say we can't call kids hobbyists.
And they will be, but it's at a different price point, which to get to the original statement was Marvel cards are for kids, but they can't afford them.
They can't afford them
because they're hobby boxes.
When we were kids, we were buying packs for $2-3 a pack at the comic book store, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And what did they have in them? What was the big hit? A hologram.
Holograms.
And there's thousands of the holograms, not of one of 10.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? And look,
absolutely.
I love Marvel cards. I love Marvel cards as a hobbyist today because of my love for them as a kid when I was buying those packs. And so the problem is that Upper Deck specifically here has not done a good job making it available for both. And that's the real issue. So now we have confusion that these hobby boxes need to be made available for kids. No, they need to make a product, put it on the shelf, make sure it gets to the shelf, make sure there's enough of it to get to the shelf so the scalpers don't, really have a leg to stand on, so to speak, and make it where kids, when they're checking out and they want to, they want a candy bar, pack of gum, and a Marvel card or a Pokemon card or whatever, like in that same sense. Pokemon, you can dang near buy those cards at a gas station. Like they're everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're definitely behind the counter at Rite Aid.
And they're there for the children. Like that's the point. At least that's how I see it. But the hobby boxes that are particularly designed, architect with these rare cards that are, more expensive to make, so forth and so on, are not designed for kids. Okay, I'll stop.
I no, that's beautiful. I'm glad that you said that. I just went on onto eBay to buy another box of 94 Fleer, and I was like, these are affordable. These prices have gone up. You can't buy one of these for $200 anymore.
Well, because they're disappearing.
Yeah.
So they're dropping in population. That's why it's up to Upper Deck to be putting out more product at that price point in those spaces, and they're way behind the 8-ball. Don't mishear me. There's not enough out there for kids. Like I'm 1,000% there with that. But to say these Spider-Man boxes are the hobby boxes particularly are made for kids is just, they're sold at DA cards online, not in the retail space. You can't find these boxes in a store, period.
Right.
You can barely get them at a comic book shop. Barely.
Naj, have you picked up any more 66s?
Well, only the ones that I told you I'd pick.
Okay.
No more. There were a couple for sale, but I thought they were overpriced for what grade they were. So I'm still waiting on them. Hopefully, not so many people in the chat know that.
Oh yeah,
there's only 71 people here. You're good.
Only 71 people. Okay.
If any of the 71 folks in here have a 1994 Fleer Spider-Man unopened box, like, in decent shape where the box is good and the cellophane on those boxes all loose, and you want to sell me one, just hit me up because I want to buy a few more of those.
Sweet.
If anyone in the chat has a 1966, which I know so many of you have, and it happens that you have the number 34, I think, which was the first one that I couldn't find in a reasonable price anywhere. So yeah, message me.
Oh, love it.
We'll get that to you. We'll get you one. We'll make that. We'll figure it out.
I can wait for it. It's it's a beautiful card, and it's not it's the only one I think now on my list from the 1966. Because I've got the Spidey one with the camera on. I got 2 of them, so I'm happy.
You have 3. No, you have 2. You have 2.
No, 2, but they are like, one of them is such a low grade, and one of them is a beautiful one, which is off-centered, but for me,
really
from
nice
a comic book collection background, it's perfect.
Coins
awesome.
A to Z, welcome, Coins
Yeah,
A to Z.
welcome,
Nice
my friend.
to see you. And
So,
Naj, for you, you're a purist collector too. Like, the condition doesn't always mean the most to you. It's the history and stuff, and then you just start collecting the higher conditions after you get what you love anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry, Justin, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're good. I just didn't want to get past these comments here real quick. So Black Goose says, most of us started collecting as kids. If kids of this generation don't collect, what will happen to the hobby in the future? 100% correct. Completely agree with that.
Point.
And
we need to start giving kids free packs.
Yeah, we need to get it to them.
They do it in the sports community far more than Marvel, because the sports community is humongous. That's why.
And there's a lot more product.
There you go. There you go. What the heck? Yeah.
It goes back to scarcity here. Kids can complete base sets and get the feeling of being a collector. And as they get older, they can evolve into more expensive product. Yeah, I agree.
That's what we did.
100%.
That's how this happened,
And there's going to be that one freaking kid at the school who hits the sketch card or hits the platinum portrait. And, for me, the green Spider-Man versus Venom Hollow. And that's going to live in your mind that actually was possible. You know what I mean? Like, and then you bring it into the feel good of nostalgia as an adult. So
you will always chase the feeling that was on that kid's face.
Yeah, that's right.
You will always,
I have chased it and I have enjoyed it. It is great.
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, that's true, Ryan. Your kid's coming up the right way with these cards.
I'm still here. I'm just looking for a point to put my phone. So I'm here.
You're good.
I'm here.
Naj, I do this all the time. I just turn my screen off. I'm still here. the little icon just like kind of pulsates when you talk.
Look, so big Xmas Eve energy here. Yeah, I called it what would I call it? Merry Metal Christmas.
Oh,
Eve.
You did?
Merry Metal Christmas Eve.
Yeah. There's a lot of gifts that are going to be open, but I think you and Neil said like by this Tuesday next week, everyone's going to be exhausted. I don't know if we're going to run out of steam by Tuesday.
He was completely being sarcastic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because there's going to be a lot of it, obviously, the content.
Oh,
we'll
dude. I mean, X-Men Metal went from June, July to October, November. And that only died in like excitement because the secondary market of Marvel cards just skyrocketed.
Right.
And so people kind of moved to that conversation, so to speak. Swish Rips Annual is meant for kids, but tell me, where can you buy it for your kid?
Yeah.
You can't.
Right.
Well, at least I'm not aware of where you can get it. I think you can get more annual in comic book stores, at your local comic book shop. And I just don't have that around here.
Is it too noisy when I put
no noise at all?
Okay.
No, you're doing great.
So I was just thinking that actually nothing is made for kids. Like, not even the comic books, not the cards, not anything anymore. Not the movies.
That's interesting, actually. Like,
my kids enjoy the movies.
Well, your kids are grown-ups now.
They very much have adult thoughts. That's true. Well, my 15-year-old is my young one. Yeah. I guess I still see them as kids.
Yeah, definitely.
I need to remember that the rest of the world sees them as, adults, basically.
Hey, Naj, do you want this?
Nope. I'm not sentimental at all.
Well, I am. It's going to be filed away here.
Yeah,
I'm keeping it.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's what we collect. Sentiment.
Coins A to Z, my friend. No, I have not. I've only been to one Walmart. I haven't been to my Target, but it seems like we're close. Like, it could be any day now. We'll start seeing it, and so you gotta hunt. That's what you got to do. Oh, so Swish Rip says he got them at his local car shop. That's awesome. Really like that. And the stand, I mentioned earlier in the show that a comic book store got some promotional stuff from Upper Deck with Marvel cards. The standee that they got. Let me see if I can pull it up here quickly. I believe I
want to
can.
see. Yeah. Hey, this is unrelated. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. I don't know if anyone knows anything about it, but one of our local comic book stores, like local here in California, in Sacramento, I'm going to get this wrong. I don't know, but A1 Comics, I think, got broken into last night, and they got a bunch of stuff stolen and stuff. So that's really bad.
That's terrible.
They're like a big presence in the community, actually. But
A1?
Yeah, A1.
I saw the reel. I mean, this is really sad. They have like they are a very big comic store. Like, how did that happen?
I don't know. I've actually been to one of their. Hey, can you pull that back up again? Was that a Stegman Venom?
Well, yeah. So I'm showing y'all. This is the standee that goes on the display. Let's see if I can get closer.
I like that Venom.
Yeah, it's cool. I actually really like this Captain Marvel. That's one of my favorite arts of her. Even though it's
dope.
Even though it's a Kree suit and not her regular suit, but yeah. So this stands on the counter. You see us there with sports cards, and you got
look at Venom's grin.
I don't know if that's
face
next to it, but anyways,
that's cool.
They got it, and this is what they said: Marvel trading card standee. With increased demand for Marvel trading card products, this standee helps customers identify that Upper Deck Marvel trading cards are available here. And so I do think they're making a push to make Marvel cards more available and eventually, and to some degree, get it into the hands of younger people.
We used to have, if I'm not, no, actually, I don't know this for sure. But no, it's going to take a long time before we get to the point. They don't even do there's not even commercials for cards on YouTube videos, like actual commercials, funded by the company.
No, Upper Deck puts very little into marketing for Marvel cards because the product is that scarce, it sells out every time. So why, until they want to be risky and push the hobby significantly forward, and where they have to advertise to make sure it sells, you're not going to see that.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
So Armando Dio6 says they have them use the Topps app for Marvel cards. So Topps owns the digital rights for Marvel cards. And so they have an app that you can open up digital packs and stuff and get digital cards. It's not physical at any point because they don't have that license. Only Upper Deck does. Which is why Upper Deck's digital cards have to be combinable, I believe. And so with all that being said,
I get it.
I do think kids get on there and have fun with that. I'm not really sure, but I think if you Google Marvel cards, you're going to get some more that you're going to get a lot of that Topps app type stuff. Not as much, actual physical cards, but
yeah,
maybe
Marvel
it's just my Google search because it doesn't want me to see my own videos.
Swish Rips brings up I mean, it's an interesting point. It's one that we talk about. It says, I think it's considered a form of gambling and not something they wanted to encourage children to buy. Packs of cards.
I don't think that's why Upper Deck doesn't do it.
No, I think I don't know who's not encouraging who, but the idea that it is a form of gambling, and that is. It's 1,000%. A game of chance, and that's a form of gambling, right? So that's an interesting thing. Like, as a parent, that's a good one. Is there any age that you wouldn't want your kids to get into cards?
Yeah. So let's break this down just a little bit. So 90 to 95. Would you consider hitting a hollow?
There's no commercials? My bad. That's what he's saying.
Commercials.
Interesting.
Would you consider hitting a hollow out of 90 MU or any product up to 1995 as gambling, like the feeling? For sure. Yeah. I remember my friend Matt hitting what the owner of the comic book store called a crate hit. He was like, that's not a case hit, like the whole crate of all the cases hit. That feeling, to say that doesn't probably send the same mental, emotional feelings as gambling, I think would be wrong. Tomorrow when I'm opening up boxes that in theory are worth $600 now, I'm going to be gambling when I open them because I have something to lose.
Well,
yeah, no.
I was shopping some toys for kids because I'm going to see my nephew, and I am surprised how many toys or things there are gambling for kids, like these little.
Oh, the surprises.
Yes.
Mystery packs. Oh, they're great.
Yes.
I love them.
They're everywhere, and actually kids love them, and they are gambling, so they are the same exact thing as the cards. So if these are advertised on TV, then the cards, should be. It's the same thing.
That's interesting.
No, totally.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And I don't encourage any of these for any kids. I don't have kids, but probably this is why. Because if I had kids, they would be so sad.
Yeah, imagine if they opened up Marvel cards as kids, they would grow up and be like Manu and me, like in here.
You don't want that.
Yeah, that'd be the worst.
I'm not gonna let them gamble when they are like 5 years old.
I must have started gambling pretty dang early then.
Yeah. I've been rolling the dice ever since.
Yeah.
Look, I'm very much a maverick. I'm a gambler. There's no doubt. I am. My employment personality says undaunted by fear.
Undaunted by fear. Very nice.
That's why I'm okay to hit record. Like I know I'm going to say something stupid, and somebody's going to have a field day with it, and I don't care.
I have the exact same thing. So my driving instructor used to tell me that he really doesn't like, being in the car with me because he knows that I don't care. To that point, like I'm fearless. He used to call me the fearless.
Oh man! Like when you're driving.
How long did you have a driving instructor for? How did you have this in-depth relationship?
He's like,
with
have you ever watched SpongeBob? No, wait. Have you ever watched SpongeBob? Manu?
Yeah.
No. I have.
She's probably that's why she had a 1 hour taxi because she's never passed her driving test.
Because you can't park in the airport. Like it's really expensive. Taking the taxi is easier, like cheaper.
Wow, really? That's terrible.
Well, if I'm going to park my car or the car in the airport for 3 nights, 4 days, that's going to cost probably. Sorry?
50 pounds a night, like 35, 40 pounds a night. It's going to be expensive, right?
Yeah. So I paid for my taxi like 80. And if my husband wants to drive me, then he has to take the day off and he has to pay for the fuel for both ways. And then it's like still like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Was it an actual taxi or was it an Uber?
No, an actual airport taxi, like a big van. For me, with my
all for you.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, that was a quick drive, actually, really, seriously. It was like an hour and 20 minutes or something, but I like, seriously, I didn't feel them. So
that's good.
Quick.
And all of my family in England, not all of them, but a lot of my family in England, like the family that's like even well into their 30s and into their 40s, they don't even care about owning cars. Like, I don't know, like they do not care about owning cars. They just, the underground everywhere, buses everywhere, taxis
in London,
everywhere.
yes, probably in London it's like that. But everywhere I lived in UK or in England, because I didn't live in other countries in the UK, I always lived close to where I work, like a walking distance.
Yeah. Okay, so Swish Rips he says they're not allowed to put toys in cereal boxes to help sell because it's unhealthy. It's like they're not allowed to advertise it, I guess. Has
McDonald's been forced to get rid of Happy Meals yet?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember like, what did we get?
Oh man, I was about to say, let me show you something.
Oh, yeah.
I want to, but I'm gonna not. Boom. Actually, no, I'm going to. I'll be right back.
Okay, you go get it. All right, so I'm gonna answer this question. Reflect K says, Spidey Hits, are you on Whatnot? I'm on Whatnot, as in I buy stuff on Whatnot here and there from some of my friends, but I do not sell on Whatnot. I just don't have the capacity for it. And yeah, I just don't do it. Oh, wait.
1995.
Spider-Man.
1995. Spider-Man Happy Meal, the Venom Transport. This is the bagged one, and this is my open one.
Oh, I love it. Hey, get in camera.
Look at this guy. Look at him.
That's so 90s.
And he does this thing like, you know, his mouth like chomps and stuff when you're pushing him. I love McDonald's Happy Meal stuff.
That's fun.
That's the Venom-mobile.
This the Venom-mobile? Nah, this is the first reel I ever. Well, not the first reel I really made, but the first reel I really made. And it's because you made me make it, so I made it.
Well, I am sorry. I make people make things.
You make a lot of things happen. It's really nice, actually.
Marvelous Pack says they're doing Pokemon at McDonald's. That's pretty cool.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
cool.
I have some nephews that I know would love to get Pokemon at McDonald's.
Yeah, definitely. Pokemon is still Nintendo owned, right? Yeah, of course. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
It's like the greatest thing Nintendo's had for a long time. Well, in terms of
Collector says quarter machines back in the day with good toys, like put the quarter in, turn it.
I enjoyed those. I enjoyed those a lot.
Good.
I love the sticker machines. The vending machine sticker machines are really
right.
Awesome
And then kids are opening up loot crates in video games. So
really? In video
getting
games?
that feel. So
I like it.
Interesting topic.
I like it. And Naj doesn't want me to tell anybody on Instagram because then she gets too many people like messaging her about stuff. But she got me these, so I'm just gonna show it anyway.
Oh, show me.
She sent me these amazing pins. And we're not on
Those
Instagram, so far
really
few people.
Good.
So yeah, so where am I?
Well,
so
you're missing
to
your other left. There we go.
All right, so here's the Lethal Protector. Really dope pin. Looks like corner art box. It's substantial. It's nice.
Look, and I won't be mad if that's the high series art for
I wouldn't either.
Venom.
That'd be sick.
Be
I wouldn't be mad. That'd be sick. This is some of my favorite art ever. Now I have the buyback of it, the other of it, the other of it, the other of it.
Right.
I love it. And then there was this, and then there was a third as well. The Carnage one.
Oh, wow.
So this is really nice. Thank you so much, Naj. I know I wasn't supposed to tell nobody, but I appreciate you. I love them. They're awesome.
I am not jealous at all. Not even a little bit.
After she gifted these to me, she then bought some for herself.
Smart.
After the fact. How nice is
No,
that?
they take time to arrive to me. They take time.
Okay.
They take like more 10 days more. Yeah. I ordered them probably on the same day.
Okay, great. I really appreciate them. They're awesome.
This is how I operate. I see something that looks like someone I know would like it, and I just send it their way. And then later I'm like, but I like it too, but I know I will never wear them, and I know I will misplace them, and I know I'm gonna find them later. But then I just like, okay, I'm going to wear them this year. So I ordered some for myself.
Yeah. I love podcasts. You're absolutely right.
Goodness.
I'm glad that you got them. They're awesome. And I actually did put one on a denim jacket the other day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the Lethal Protector one. Made me happy.
Super cool. Well, guys, it's getting close to midnight.
No, it's not. It's only 9:37. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, it's early where you're at. Naj, what time is it where you're at?
6 a.m.
It's 5:37. No, 6. I mean, my plane is at 7, and it's only 5:37. And it's, you don't know London airport. It's the worst. Everything is closed.
Really?
What? They don't have like all the food or nothing, magazine shops, nothing's open 24 hours?
Well, they have like the gift.
Maybe you could find a couple of Newsstand comics. See if there's anyone still making newsstands these days.
For the kids.
Oh,
For
the
the kids,
copy, and it's not open yet.
Oh my gosh, we did go 4 hours? Oh no, we're 3 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, we're supposed to try to condense these to an hour-long show. That is never going to happen.
There's no way there can be an hour-long show if you're live. Probably if you record it and then trim it.
Well, and then I'm going to be on camera for what probably will amount for another 4 or 5 hours in total tomorrow. So, and my first live is at 8:15 a.m. So,
wow.
Oh wait, it is. Oh, you know what? I wanted to do this tonight, and I completely forgot. Manu, I want to some like when the show's kind of at its, when everybody's on watching, I want to ask, hey, Marvel around the world, where are you at outside the U.S.?
Oh,
and
no.
I want to highlight it on every show.
Nice. I'm in London today, so that's
London.
what a change.
We got
Johnny
Australia
Bravo,
for
638
ZH3
Hawaii.
and TRO. We got Johnny Bravo at Hawaii. I love it. I love it.
Man, I really loved watching that episode with you guys, man.
He's the best.
That was good.
He is so good. You know, I do have one complaint. He has an Android phone.
Oh, you're a green bubble?
I'm kidding. I get onto my team at work all the time because they have Androids, and I can't send a group text message photo.
Naj, are you an Android?
I'm sorry, I've always been an Android all of my life.
I knew that was going to be your. You're not a conformist. I knew you were going to be an Android. You got to be, you know, I knew it already. It's because you guys.
Even before they invented Android, I was with that other people, with the Microsoft. Before there was something called Android.
Okay, I got you.
You're right,
so
right.
I'm a hardcore against Apple, but I have an iPad, but I didn't buy it for myself. But so I have to, like, you know, be very.
But you enjoy it, you know you do. Swish Rips is at Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Love it. We've got Trevor in New Zealand. We got how do you say that? Kuvaya Comics?
Cueva.
There we go.
Yeah.
Is in Jersey. That counts. Oh, we got High State. Well, anytime you say 808, you know that's Honolulu. You know that's Hawaii. 808 is that's why look, Johnny B, you got the 808 in there.
808.
Yeah, the zip code.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So here we're the 318 here. So where are you at? What zip code are you?
SoCal, New York, Mission District, California. Mission District. Oh, you're in San Francisco. There's Marvelous Packs. I know where you're at. Dude, let's go get some Mexican food, bro. Let's do this.
Look,
yeah.
We got Philippines. We've got New Brunswick, Canada. It's 1:39 a.m. there. We got Iraq.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Bay Area. What is it? Oh, the green bubbles. Yeah, that's funny.
San Bernardino. That's by Los Angeles. That's Southern California. San Bernardino is a suburb out of LA.
Cleveland, Ohio. SoCal. New York. San Bernardino. Yeah, that's California, right?
Yeah, that's like by Los Angeles. That's pretty sure. Card and Comic Freak.
New Hampshire.
Oh, I'm looking at him delayed. My bad.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's my fault.
San Fernando, California. Oh, we got the Bronx. Oh, look, I've actually mailed something to David, so he's helped me out before.
Really dope.
An hour out of LA.
Oh, San Bernardino's an hour out of LA. Okay, got it. You're the Valley. No, I don't know. I made that up. I don't remember.
How cool is that? I mean, literally around the world.
I love it, dude. It's really incredible. It's actually really incredible. That's a good idea to ask.
Sunny MIA. Oh, Miami, the 305. We got Dallas.
Yeah, MPAX. We got to do that. We have to do that.
Okay, this actually upsets me. Doom, Jesus, you're in Dallas and you haven't come to the Dallas card show? I've been there like 5 times. We got to hang out.
What's that about?
I take that personally all of a sudden.
No, yeah, dang.
He knew I was there too.
when I'm in Dallas, I stay in Plano, and Plano is where who just moved?
Beckett.
CBCS. Beckett's in Plano now.
What are you doing in Plano, my friend?
My brother lives there.
Oh, well,
I'm there often. I'm in Dallas quite often.
I mean, I could be in Plano in 4 hours, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Off there, I'm going to tell you my next trip because I'm going to be there. And
okay.
Yeah.
Even if it's just for even
you're that close to Dallas?
I-20, Interstate 20, boom, straight there.
My brother, I used to say I used to be a car guy. Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you, my brother is. Well, okay, here's the thing. Yeah, let's just call him a car guy. But the other thing he is extremely hardworking. So you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So I will meet you halfway because I will drive any one of his cars.
Oh.
I would love to any one of his cars as much time as I get driving it. I do because I do not care about cars when I'm here. But when I go there,
could you imagine? Imagine this: one night we don't even tell anybody. You show up live in studio for the Marvel show.
Dude, that would be wild. It would be like 2 screens, and then we would like pan to each other.
Boom! There we are. You be on your phone?
we'll do like the fake pass, right? But my hand will actually show up on your side of the screen.
We were like, why is there an echo? Echo.
All right, well, we got to get it going. That's what's up.
Yeah, Marvel's Facts, definitely worldwide. I've always had a sense of that was true in the chat, and I cannot tell you. I love how connected we get to be because of Marvel cards. And I know comics is a part of it too, so Marvel in general, but man, I love it. I mean, I spend a lot of my day just DMing people all around the world. Really
I think comic cards might even have a more interesting way of connecting people because there's less to debate than it is with comic books. You know, comic books, everyone's always fighting about something. And in cards, well, maybe you guys fight. I haven't seen too much fighting.
I choose not to. I just go, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
love you.
Choose peace.
Yeah. Hey, look.
The definition of the higher road. Or whatever the saying.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's what's going in my brain. If you want to hear what it is, if at all possible, be at peace with all men. As much as it's up to me.
Possible, yeah.
If possible, be at peace with all men as much as it's up to me. So I'm not going, well, if that person would do this or if they would do that, I would be at peace. No. As much as if at all possible, be at peace with all men as much as it's up to me. Mm-hmm. And so that's all I can control. It's just how you live in my heart and my mind. And I'm going to tell you, like, I need a lot of grace. I need a lot of forgiveness. So that's what I want to offer back as much as I can give it.
It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. You're making me a more positive person.
That's saying something because you're pretty positive.
Well, yeah, that and Queba likes it too. He said, "I love that, Justin." And talk about a positive person, man. We had some great conversation today. Queba's awesome. Ryan's. I don't know if I'm supposed to be using your first name. I don't know if you want anyone to know.
There's a lot of Ryans. He's safe. So speaking of first names, Keith.
Oh, Simple Man is such a dope song. Leonard Skinner, Simple Man.
Yeah. He says, if you don't get to bed, Spidey, Santa, if you don't get to bed, Santa Spidey won't come see you tonight. He's not lying. If I don't go to sleep, I will not get Spider-Man metal.
Dude, you don't want to be the person that misses the doorbell that needs you to sign for something.
Look, I have to sign for this package tomorrow.
You have to.
I can't leave. I am literally in the morning. I'm sending an email to my team. Hey guys, I love you. I'm not coming in today. And I was going to go in, and I do have that board meeting, but hopefully it works out.
Keith. That's what's up. That is
don't forget a bottle of water and a power bar for this UPS.
Yeah,
probably where we live right now. He needs an umbrella. It's rained for a week. Goodness.
Really?
Okay, wait. Hey, does Simple Man have those lyrics? Is that what he's saying? If at all possible, be a peace with all men.
No.
Okay.
Those aren't part of it. But that's it. Beautiful. I love that song. I'm going to listen to it tonight on repeat after we're done here.
So maybe it's because I'm from the South. I actually I've shied away from that song.
Really? Why?
Well, because they play it all the time.
Oh, I got you.
Like,
okay, so what about this is one of my favorite songs. And the reason that I have the vinyl, like this is something that everyone gets on my case about. They're like, how do you still love that song so much? Oh, actually, I got this is the Fleetwood Mac Rumors thing.
I love Fleetwood Mac. She's on my repeat list.
Yeah, but Dreams is my thing. But
I love Dreams.
This is a nice gift somebody got me.
So
wait, Dreams. Wait, what's the song that players only love you when they're playing? That's Dreams, right?
I think that's Dream. No.
Yeah, that's the song I like. Players only love you when they're playing that song.
Because it has that lyric. It only thunders when it rains or something. Like I can't remember. It's got a weird lyric in it.
You know what it is. Once it starts playing, we'll sing the entire thing. But right now we're on the spot. I think it is Dreams.
Somebody help us out. But
it has to be.
Here's what I've been listening to for the last 3 or 4 days, and you'll know this because of my Instagram posts. I've had Babyface on repeat.
Oh, wait, is that the music that's playing on all the metal stuff?
When will I see you again? No, only on one of them.
Okay, because I was like, you got some rock and roll stuff playing. You got some.
No, that was so the beat would hit when the car changed.
You did a good job because it did.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've been listening to When Will I See You Again?
No, it's just
whip
like, what
appeal.
conversation am I in?
What's that?
No, it's just like, what the heck am I in?
Oh
What
wait,
is
you
this
don't know who
conversation?
Babyface
I'm
is
like,
from the
what did I
90s?
get myself into? But it's much better than where I am now.
Yeah, you got time. It is called Dream. Samuel, you're right.
It
That
is
is
Dream.
Dream.
Okay.
Thunder Lightning, Players Only Love You, and they're playing. You know the song.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Okay, yeah.
It is a great
Babyface,
song.
incredible. I once ran into Babyface at a sushi restaurant in Los Angeles.
Wow, I don't have that story.
That's
I have
the
a
whole
baby
thing.
face.
You do have a baby face, correct? Big fact.
It's the dimples.
Big fact. John B's dope.
Yeah,
I only listened to
you don't want me
Eminem
to
for the
sing,
past 5 months and only one song since it takes me 4 minutes to get to work and 3 minutes to get back home. What Eminem song are you listening to? He's got some new. Let me say this. You know, Eminem has that Venom song. That's the worst song in the world. I wish people would stop playing that
It's not that
obnoxious
bad.
song.
Why everybody think it's so bad? It's not that bad.
It's noise. It's disgusting. It bothers me. It makes my skin crawl. You could even tell that Eminem just did it for just like, he was like, I'm going to make this stupid song for everybody that thinks this is the best Venom song. That song sucks.
Yeah, Post Malone definitely did a better song for Into the Spider-Verse.
I do like all things. I love all things Venom, but oh, it's so annoying. Even hearing, I love all things Venom, but I'm never gonna be a yes man to all like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to love all things Venom. How about that? I want to, but I can't. If it's crap, it's crap. I can't.
Can I say it another way, Manu?
Yeah.
You want your love to matter, and for it to matter, you can't love everything. Like, you gotta.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, Justin.
Justin solved it for you.
You know, Justin, that's like today when I saw you say something negative on your story about Marvel Metal. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said so. I love him so much. It's so human. It's so real. He does not work for Upper Deck, ladies and gentlemen. Because I was thinking about it, I was like, Justin has single-handedly done more advertising for Upper Deck than Upper Deck has.
That's probably true.
But then, yeah, I was just so happy to see it. So that's like, exactly. Anyway, I ramble now.
No, when you said it, I was like, yeah, I'm not surprised he liked that.
One question. I think that's all because one of you is a cat person and one of you is a dog person.
I'm a cat person. And
okay,
I've always.
It's obvious, Manu.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, all right.
Well, yeah. So the like what the cat person likes their people, and that's it.
Is that how that goes?
Yeah,
maybe.
The cat person is very picky person.
So we do not have cats. We have 3 dogs and a rabbit.
I mean, I didn't need to ask. I know.
I still can't believe. Oh,
but
you know what?
I
I'm
need to tell the full. I need to tell the full story. So when we first got married, we actually had more cats. We had lots of cats. We had 3 or 4 cats, but my youngest daughter was born and was allergic.
All right.
And our last cat was Jasmine, and we had to rehome her because of the allergies. So I wonder, like maybe I'd be a different person if Jazzy Cat was still around, but for the last 15 years, she's not.
I had cats and I had a cat and I had a dog before, but I'm definitely a dog person. Like my personality, I'm like a puppy. I mean, I used to be.
I don't like picking anyone's poop up.
No, I'm an old grumpy person.
Oh, well, no, but see.
Literally, look, so this is one of the albums in my Facebook is Jasmine and me. It's just me and her. Oh, God, this is so bad.
I need to see it.
All right, we're going to flip through this.
What is it? Oh, yeah, I love it.
Okay, let me get my face.
No, you gotta go big. You gotta go big.
Okay.
I just want to see 1 or 2 pictures. We don't have to see all 1,000 of them.
Well, it gets weird. It gets weird because, hold on.
I love this cat.
What is that?
Look at you.
Oh, Justin.
Look at you.
I don't know what's going on there. That's Jazzy.
First of all, there weren't any cats in those 3 pictures, but I'm glad that you had.
I know. Well, that's why the album is Jasmine and me. But anyways, that's Jazzy.
Oh, right. Okay, Naj. So wait, you were saying you had cats, but you
had a cat and I had a dog. But I am like my personality is like I used to be. Let's say 12 years ago, like a puppy. I like everything. And the slightest things would make me happy. So
Okay,
it's like,
I got you. See,
so this is
dogs
more
are all
like a not like a Labrador, but more like I don't know, like a
Chihuahua? No, I'm just kidding. You're not a Chihuahua.
That's what my husband calls me. But yeah, something like that. Fearless Chihuahua.
Yeah.
a fearless chihuahua. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. I can't pick up the poop of the dog. I don't understand how you guys do it. You guys
Dude,
multiple
I was
dogs.
walking out of the house
dogs
today and
around
my wife
picking up
goes,
poop. I don't
"Here's
know.
the bag," and made me pick it up.
I just think that's absurd. But dogs are awesome, so I guess it's worth it, right? But cats, you don't have to pick up their poop. You have to do well. You know what? Here's the problem with cats. The hair. Well, I guess that's the problem with pets in general. But the hair everywhere, and all I wear is black. So it's
That's
troublesome.
rough.
Yeah.
True.
But
Yeah,
I love a
if we
cat.
could
They
do
don't care.
if we could do a hairless cat, that would probably work.
I actually
Now you
really
know why I
like them.
couldn't have a cat, right? I got too many displays. They would absolutely destroy every
man.
one of them.
You got to keep them out of the rooms, yeah. And the hairless cats I love. And then I did some research on them, and you have to bathe them quite often because they get oily, and you don't even put them in the sun
They
because
can't
they're very
live.
simple.
Yeah.
They don't. Yeah. So I like them though. Little gargoyle looking, demon looking, ugly little hairless cats. I love them. I love them. You would scare half the people that came to your house. Maybe 75% of the people that visited you, when that little ugly thing came around the sofa, they would run.
Definitely a cat person, Manu. We know that. You didn't need to.
I know.
They are obvious that this is why you like them.
And one day, you know what? I was saying this the other day. I can't have a pet. I want a pet, but I can't have a pet. Barely take care of myself. One day, if it happens that I combine my life with another, hopefully they are with the desire to take care of a pet, because I want a pet, but I can't.
If something happened,
I went through that. Sorry, I went through that exact thing where I wanted a pet so badly, but I didn't have time to take care of the pets or anything. So we started negotiation, me and my husband, what kind of pet we want. We started a dog. And then after a month, we're like, okay, not a dog, a cat. After a month, okay, a hamster. Then month after that, we ended up with a fish tank.
Oh, look. If something happened to my wife, I would move.
I loved it.
I'm not taking care of this house. I don't know how I would do it.
Wood, nothing's happening to anybody. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't. Everything she does to run our life is just. Do you know the clothes that I had on today? When I wake up in the morning, they'll be on the hanger.
I mean, you've told us some of the stories about how your household is run, and I think she does a good job of making sure that you have, what would you do without her? I don't know. But that's what allows you to do everything that you do, right? So
right. When every other spouse would be doing all the other stuff, I'm making YouTube videos. Yeah.
Right. You're putting in a lot of work.
What I do in my household? Ask me what I do in my household.
What's that?
My job is to stay alive.
Well, that's good. That's a good job.
No, your job is to fight CGC.
Yeah.
No, it's like, no, I cook, but my husband does everything else. So I'm grateful for him.
That's awesome. That's special.
Yeah.
Special.
I only iron the clothes, but he's the one who puts the clothes in the washing machine and all that kind of things.
Here's another thing that might make me a little unpopular, but fish tanks make me sad.
Why? Because the fish is in the tank and it's small?
Well, yeah, the fish is supposed to be in the ocean, and the ocean is huge.
They're small fish and a big
It's there, but they're just in a circle all day long, in a square. Here's this corner, here's that corner, here's this corner, here's that corner.
So I will tell you what kind of fish I got. I'm going to change the topic from.
I'm sorry, Chad. I've lost them.
It's hour 4. It's okay. Tell me how fish tanks are okay.
It's because I got the fish that are actually territorial, so they want their own territory, and they don't leave it.
Hey, no,
Okay,
I'm gonna tell
fair.
Manu. Here's how you know that the fish tank is okay.
All right.
Take the fish out of the tank and see how it works.
Oh my gosh. That was fantastic. Okay. That was actually fantastic. All right. Ask the fish, you want this or you want that, buddy?
Yeah. What do you want, fantastic. Fish?
I used to love the aquarium. And as you know, I just got back from Monterey, but I don't even support aquariums anymore. I think they're cruel. I think it's terrible to make the dolphins do tricks, the whales do this and that. I think it's all absolutely absurd. And my brother just took his son and him and his wife and his son just got back from Florida, and they were like swimming with dolphins somewhere, you know, and that's all beautiful.
Oh,
but
so
it was
much fun. I had a ton of fun doing it with my wife.
It was like at SeaWorld or something like that. It's like, I'm against it, man. You know, one day I told them, but you know, I'm
have you ever hung on the back of a fin of a dolphin and just had it drag you around?
I haven't had that experience.
I've held on to two, and they're just like,
but let me tell you what experience I have had. I have had the experience of eating food in Santa Barbara on a beach, watching the dolphins play in front of me in their home. That was a beautiful experience, you know. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of that thing. One day, this is many, many years ago, I was living on my own, but it was still many, many years ago. I told my mom, I was like, I'm going to get. She was like, what? Oh, wow. The screens just went away. Oh, they're back. And they were like, I told my mom, I said, I'm going to get a couple of snakes. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, I heard about these things called like dwarf boas. Oh, that's probably politically incorrect. I probably shouldn't have said that, but that's what they say online.
Stop,
like they're bred to stay small, right? And I was like, that's awesome. But then my mom was like, in our culture, you know, those are spiritual creatures and they're not meant to stay caged or in your home. So no. And I didn't need any more explanation. I was like, I actually really agree with that. So I'll just have to love them and appreciate them and hope to see them in the wild. So when I go for walks, I'm always looking for snakes. And when I find them, I touch them. I spend time with them and then I leave them there. You know, I don't carry them, but I try to hang out with them. Say it again.
This explains so much.
I also don't kill spiders. Yeah, I also don't kill spiders. There was somebody helping me with my AC
I appreciate
unit,
that.
And we opened up the thing and there was a black widow with the baby sack, right? And the guy was like, oh, I said, no, you ain't got to do nothing. I'm moving this whole situation. He said, oh, well, I'm not having nothing to do with that. I said, well, you go be a manly man somewhere else.
Yeah.
All right. And I will deal with the black widow and their babies. And I relocated them and then he went to work.
That's good stuff. All right. So we've had this question twice in a row.
Okay.
So Manu.
Yeah.
How do you feel about She-Hulk?
I haven't seen it. You loved it?
I mean, I knew that. Good? I just wanted to ask you.
I was too busy rescuing spiders, okay?
I watched the first episode. It was really brilliant, I think. It was funny. I mean, not like brilliant, but it like set the tone of what this show is going to be like. And I love comedy. And I am thinking that if they do it as I'm imagining in my head, like a very light kind of sarcastic things happening, that is kind of like a Deadpool style, you know? And I'm hoping for a Deadpool like cameo. It would be perfect. Because it would be perfect if you just show up and you like, you know, because you know, Deadpool, he is the character that he knows he's a comic.
Right.
So this is in the comic, he knows he's the comic. So it would be so fun if he just shows up and do something.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
Suspect
I'm with you.
I suspect we'll get some cameos. We already got, well, maybe people haven't watched it, so maybe I won't say anything. But so episode 1 was like 80%, 85% good for me, and then like 15% not as good. So you know, I watched it with my daughter. That's kind of our thing. We watched the Disney Plus shows. And we had a lot of fun with it. I just thought the sexual innuendo was a little more than I wanted to see with my daughter, you know? And it's kind of because of where it's placed. Like it's placed on Disney Plus. And the thing that I think as a parent that I'm going to have to work around is that Disney Plus, now that they've actually topped Netflix for most subscribers, by the way.
Wow.
Is no longer for kids. Like they're definitely still using that brand to generate revenue, but it is not. It's not for kids, and it
is now a streaming platform.
Yeah, and it's so intertwined. Like the content, it's not like here's where the kid stuff is and here's where the adult stuff is. So now my girls are getting older and she can handle it. She's fine. She hears way worse at school. Blah blah blah. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. But I was like, man, if she was 9, like Captain America, I wouldn't want her to watch that. And so that's my only kind of and it's not going away. It's going to be it's the new norm. Like, get over it, Justin. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. And so, but anyway,
is David joking? Is David joking? He said, I saw the new season of Kardashians is going to be on Disney. That's obviously a joke.
No.
Yeah,
no, I he's right. I saw the advertisement.
Dude,
by the way, I absolutely love Sandman.
I've heard so many good things.
Absolutely
loved it. I loved it so much. It was dark. There was a couple episodes where they were so bloody, like a lot of blood scenes that were unnecessary, which why it's not going to be for kids. And this is why, I mean, I understand so many people are like, they want that kind of thing, but then it's on like,
yeah, but
like
it was
show for me.
So for me, when things are like wicked,
the Avengers,
I mean? Yeah, what's up? When things are wicked, but it's a part of setting the storyline, like the drama, like it becomes the backdrop that the good can be actually heightened. Like,
right.
Good storytelling is what I'm actually trying to say here. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the blurred lines where I can't tell who the hero, like who the good guy and the bad guy is in a lot of situations. When it's that kind of storytelling, if I'm watching The Departed, like I'm okay with the blurred lines in that situation. You know the show I'm talking about, or if I'm watching The Sopranos, because they're not putting themselves forth as the hero,
right? It's not a kid's show to begin with,
it's about storytelling. And so the scene, the and I don't want to spoil anything, but there's the episode where people get their wish. Is that like what to me, like the wickedness in man's heart being revealed through being able to get whatever wish you want? To me, that's like really real. That's real raw. And so I appreciated the storytelling there. And it wasn't just bad or bloody or whatever, just for the sake of like people liking it. It was telling the story.
I want to watch Sandman because you guys are making it sound cool. I'm trying to use the screen as a mirror, and I don't know what's happening with
it. There is one episode which was my favorite episode, and I think I don't know if you know which one. It's the one where he meets that immortal.
You asking me?
No, I don't want to spoil it for people who didn't watch. But it's the episode where the Sandman goes to meet.
Oh yeah.
And it's all about their friendship.
Uh-huh.
That was my favorite episode. I can watch it again and again and again. I love that episode.
And I will say that's what I appreciated is like each episode kind of became its own thing.
There were themes, yes.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. I'm looking forward to future shows of it.
The writing was.
Can I tell it? Can I tell a unrelated to anything Kim Kardashian story?
Of course you can.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, 2 of them. They're really short. The stories. So I used to work for a guy. I used to be in the music business, and he was friends with Nick Cannon. And so I didn't know who Kim Kardashian was, and I don't think people know they had a history together. But we were at the food court. We ran into Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon says what's up to my boss. My boss says what's up, and Nick says, "Oh, I bought the new Rolls Royce." And we already had the new Rolls Royce, me being my boss. Right? This is a 2005 Rolls Royce Phantom. Like cars, there weren't $1 million cars back then. That was the most expensive car you could buy, $400,000 or $450,000 or something like that. Wow. It's a big deal. I mean, it's still a big deal. It's $500,000 on a piece of metal. But in any case, it wasn't mine. I just get to enjoy some of these things because of where the thing. And so Nick was like, "Oh, I bought the new thing. It's outside." And so we're like, "All right, we'll meet you outside." So we get done eating. We go downstairs, and there's a white Rolls Royce. We pull up in our silver one. There's a white one, and then inside there's just the most beautiful. And I didn't know who she was. No one knew who she was. I didn't know what nationality she was, but she was Nick Cannon's girlfriend. And that's like the only way that I was introduced to her. I forget her name or anything. Like I didn't even hear her name because I was just looking at her. I was like, dang it, I really like the way this woman looks. And then months later, I guess she had left Nick, and then this Ray J thing happened, and then there's the whole tape and everything. So then she's now she's mad famous around town. Clearly, I was living in Los Angeles at this time. And now she's like crazy famous. And one of my friends is in town, and we go to this party, and she had already been famous. And we see her and like her security looking for something. And so we jump in like we're about to help Kim. Kim, what'd you lose? I lost my phone. We'll find it. We start lifting sofa cushions.
Oh, wow.
Because we're just having this massive crush on this woman that's like turning Los Angeles upside down through popularity out of nowhere. Anyway, there's my Kim Kardashian stories.
Well, I do not have a Kim Kardashian story, so that's incredible.
Oh, Kimmy.
Kat, do you want more Kim Kardashian stories? Let us know. We were having a great conversation about Sandman, but you know.
My bad.
That's an important person.
I'll just see myself. Oh.
That's all right. I'm glad you had that experience. I can't, you know, it's got to be cool. I did read a meme about Kim Kardashian the other day. I thought was interesting. Or it really wasn't a meme, but it was like, what if it was like something like, I can't remember the football team, but like, what if the Buffalo Bills had converted this touchdown in 1976 or something like 78 or whatever year? And the reason they were bringing that up is because if they had converted it, they would not have gotten the #1 pick to pick O.J. Simpson. Okay. O.J. Simpson would not have lived in Buffalo where he met, who was
it? Not stuck in a glass elevator. I'm sorry.
No, he met his wife. I can't remember her name. You know, the one who lost her life. And if that hadn't happened, then she wouldn't have passed. Right. And then Kim Kardashian's dad wouldn't have become this famous attorney.
Oh, yeah. He was the lawyer on the Simpson case.
Right. Who then made the Kardashians semi-famous, which wouldn't have propelled Kim Kardashian's fame after the sex tape.
Yeah. Apparently she was Paris Hilton's assistant prior, trying to find her way through Hollywood, apparently.
Right. And so it's like this. Yeah, Nicole. So it's like if they had converted that touchdown, we wouldn't have to have the Kardashians on Disney Plus.
Okay, we're not done with this yet. You're right, and we're not done.
I'm the time machine, guys.
She
would convert that. Why not playing football in the NFL?
Okay.
I don't like the Kardashians.
We're gonna stay on this odd tangent. Okay, so, man, I'm just gonna speak openly. Like, I'm not a supporter of. Man, I shouldn't say this. I should be careful. I don't completely agree with the messaging of, man.
You don't have to say anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like
I will say it for you.
No, okay, then listen. The fact that what's her name? Which one's the most famous one? What's her name? Kylie Jenner.
Oh.
The billionaire from makeup. You know, just the most famous. I'm just so upset about the messaging surrounding the popularity of that family. Like, to me personally, this is a really strong opinion. They're ruining young people, you know, and like media has always done this. I'm not on my high horse like they're doing it. Media's always done this, but like the popularity of them, the accent, like they've got all the money in the world to shape their body however they want. But if you're not shaped that way and you see it and it makes you feel, I mean, we've always had this thing in media. This has always happened, but it's like at an all-time high. It's ridiculous, right? So I voice these opinions. People always get mad at me. Like, it's usually girlfriends, you know, women that get mad at me for some reason. And I'm just like, I thought you would be in defense of what I'm saying, but I get in trouble all the time.
But here's the thing, like as a dad who's raised daughters in the social media, Instagram era, my oldest child, you know, unfortunately, I would say we would not do this if we redid it. But Instagram came out for her when she was in 5th grade. We didn't know what it was going to become.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, this big, you know, place where comparison's a big issue and you're expected to post and you're expected to look a certain way. And even if you're not, you're constantly being fed, you know, this message that you're referring to. It's been a challenge to build up confidence, in my girls, to let them know how beautiful they really are. My girls are stunningly beautiful. When I'm biased, but I believe that to be true. But for them to still believe it because having to deal with this, particular culture that's been created.
It's got to be tough, man. It's got to be tough, and I sound like such like an old, like, what's happening to the world? It's always been this way. It's just been different things, right? Like there's always been body altering to fit certain cultural whatever. It's like there's always been this stuff. But
dude, I can tell you as a parent, it is different though. We didn't have this at our hand the whole time, and so parenting through it is different. Think about it this way. Imagine when we were kids having a door that we could open to go anywhere at any time. That's what's in our hand. But also that door opens back to you at any place, anytime. So from a parenting standpoint, it was a challenge. Like my youngest child, when she entered 7th grade, she still didn't have social media, but it was going to be this real challenge to prevent her having it, meaning having to battle it. So I told her, I said, look, you can have Instagram, just straight up. You can have it. But if you want, I will also give you $1,000 at the end of the 7th grade school year, and it's yours, but you're going to choose not to have Instagram. Totally your decision. And I don't care which one you choose. And she said, I want the money. I was like, done.
There you go.
And what I wanted to do, number one, I wanted her to make a decision, right? And I wanted her to have a story when her friends say, hey, why aren't you on Instagram? Because I like money. Because by doing this, I'm going to get it. Like I wanted her to have something to say.
I just want to say that what you just said is the most wonderful idea I ever heard.
Yeah.
I will definitely be taking that to tell my friends who have kids to do. That's amazing.
Well, very nice.
Thank you. And, I'm ever learning, but I had this thought, like if you walked into the White House front door, open the door, what you're not going to find is a sign that says, please don't spit on the floor. You're not going to find that.
No.
But if there was a sign that said, please don't spit on the floor, guess what they would be cleaning up all the time?
Somebody would spit on that floor.
Oh, they would. Oh, I've been waiting for this.
That's exactly right.
We by nature want to break the law.
Wow.
And so if I said, hey, you're not going to do this, like, okay, well, then I'm going to figure out a way to do it. But if I say, hey, you're a human, you have value, you get to make a decision. Like, and I want you to know, like, I'm putting a lot of value on not having it. So this is me as a parent telling you, like, I believe not having this is going to benefit you and I'm willing to put money into it, but it's your decision. And I'm happy either way. Look, I'm okay.
Tricky landscape out here, man.
Yeah. And look, there's an age when there's a season of life. I like using the word seasons. There's seasons where I can do that with my daughter. Look, when she was 7, like it's what dad said, I need you to learn to listen. You got to trust me, like there's seasons for it, but that's how we handle it with the second child.
I like that you say that there's seasons in life. Like I've took a notice of when you say that and it resonates with me. Like I don't think I've incorporated it yet, but I think it's just a matter of time before that organically comes out of my mouth because I like that representation. There's seasons in life, seasons for this. I like it.
It's been, there's times to cast stones, there's times to gather stones. So if you're ever, hey, I only ever cast stones guy, well, you're going to miss the season to gather. And so like,
and And shout out to Kylie or whatever. Like, it's not all bad. I'm also impressed that you guys have made so much money, but like, I don't know if you made it the right way. Actually, no, it is all bad. I take it back. It's all bad. I'm a hypocrite only because, like, obviously there's hypocritical elements to what I'm saying, but it don't mean that it ain't all bad. It was all bad.
Right. I hear you. I hear you. Well, my friend, we have made it to 4 hours and 12 minutes. We still have 62 people in the chat watching, which is incredible.
I'm still here.
And Naj is still here.
We got her most of the way through her journey. I don't think I can get her to 7 a.m. her time.
No, you can't. I'm going to go now to my gate, but I really appreciate everything. Wonderful.
Oh, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. That's so awesome. And before you're getting on a plane, it just feels more special. So have a really safe flight. That's awesome.
Yeah, be safe.
Nothing. We said it's really nice for you to be here, and the purple background is so awesome. You're like everywhere you are.
Yeah,
You
how do you have
purple
proper lighting for YouTube and we don't?
Yeah, what
It's
the
because
heck's going on?
there's lighting everywhere here. I look wonderful for the first time. I don't look zombie.
Stop. And this will explain to West Coast Avengers. It's I want to say Dave Avengers, but I also want to say Avengers. So I say Dove.
Yeah.
Oh, Dove, whatever. Dave Avengers is how I'm going to say it. I'm sorry. Just correct me in my DM if you don't want me to say Dave Avengers anymore. But he said, is Nas stuck in a glass elevator? This answers that. No, she's at an airport at 5:30 in the morning, hanging out with us.
I want to see your sister, which is cool.
Yeah, it's actually now 6:20.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we put in some work. You're right.
You almost got me through it, guys. You almost got me through it. I'm so grateful.
That's cool.
Thank you.
Awesome.
We will see you off to your gate. We'll say goodbye to you, and then we'll sign off, I imagine, right after that.
Yeah. I mean, you can say goodbye now if you want, but for the live. And yeah, I will still be here.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you. I love podcasts. He said another great live.
I love podcasts.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
And guys, if I ever say anything offensive, just check me, man. Just check me. Just say, Manu, you shouldn't have said that. Check.
But check him, but have some grace.
Yeah, please. Sometimes I'm contradicting myself. I'm just, figuring out my situation, and sometimes I feel strongly, and just let me know.
Hey, what was the argument we had? And that's a strong word. It's too strong, but what was the discussion we had about con and the root of it? Do you remember that?
Yeah, you were saying counterfeit is where con comes from. And I was like, no, it comes from confidence, because con man is a confidence man to inspire confidence. But I understand where you were coming from. But counterfeit is not even spelled C-O-N. So I jumped in and went for the juggler right away.
Yeah. And I was going to tell you, like, someone left a message. Did I send it to you?
You showed me. Yeah.
Okay.
You sent it.
And said, no, Manu's right. He's right. So I wanted to make sure.
And I appreciated that. And I told you, I was like, well, thank you for sharing that. Like, I was pretty confident in what I said, but thank you for sharing that. But it's great. It's great we did that, because now we get to have fun with. Remember when the C2E2 convention, it went perfectly. There was cons in that.
Yeah, we make all this content, and
yeah, I feel strongly about stuff, and sometimes I have clarity on it, and then if I say it out loud, I'm like, well, not everyone's going to agree. Maybe I should just contain it. Like, I don't have to tell everyone how I feel. Like, no one. It doesn't need to burden everyone else if I've got an opinion about something. But most often I just let it out anyway.
Yeah. Well, I like it when you let it out. It's good stuff.
I appreciate it.
He says, thanks for what you say. Blinding breaks.
Samuel, thank you.
Our binding breaks, excuse me. It's getting late. Another awesome episode. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And our friend Johnny B. Love you, man.
Bravo. Man, this guy and his collection and his story, and how his mother brought him like the packs from the store that she used to work at. And the packs and the store was called Gem, and he gemmed like holograms from that. Like, what an incredible!
Like the only person gemming those, not just he just gemmed some cards. Like the only person doing it,
dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
West Coast says we all don't have to agree on anything. We come here to listen to you talk. No, I appreciate that. It's because you're a kind person.
And we're in the conversation. It is an open dialogue that we have. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. You guys are some of the most non-offensive content creators online. Great job as always. No, I appreciate that.
Man. Yeah, thank you.
We have the best people watching too. The chat helps drive the tenor of the show a great deal.
No, we legit do. We have a real amazing community of we really do.
Yeah. Daniel says, are you guys thankful you grew up without social media and texting? I know I am.
Yeah, I'm actually happy with the flow that it took, like half and half, essentially. Grew up without it, then grew up the rest with it. Like, I'm actually really happy that I got to observe the AOL discs, the first computer we ever had in the living room. All of that, I'm happy we went through it.
So for me, I feel like I get the best of both worlds, because I graduated high school in 2002, which now sounds like a long time ago, but for a while there it didn't, without owning a computer. So I never had a computer growing up. I bought my first computer when I was married.
I'm listening to you. I'm going to be right back. You're not allowed to sign off yet. You can't leave yet. I'm
so,
right back.
So for me, I kind of grew up in that, pre-millennial world where, we worked really hard and we didn't have technology. And then I adapted to it really quickly. So I feel like I get to live in both pretty well. So yeah, I'm thankful
You
for
seem
it.
like you catch on really quick. You seem like you're super like technically like comfortable with things.
Well, that is because I have an innate belief that if you're not evolving, you're dying. Like if you're not growing, you're dying.
Whoa. Okay, so AOL, Instant
Uh-oh.
Messenger,
Oh,
the Wizard discs still sealed.
Yes.
Wow.
That's
Isn't that
awesome.
crazy?
Open it up, plug it in.
I mean, we can. When I first had these, right, when I first got these, I was like, oh, this is so dope. And then I realized, oh, these just came in some of the Wizard magazines and anyone could still go get them on eBay. And I was like, all right, fine. Well, I'll keep them. To me, they're still dope. AOL sample disc with the Wizard promo on them.
Fun stuff. Top player. AOL Instant Manager was Messenger was the bomb for texting.
Yes, definitely. I have to explain what AOL is to people.
I know, right? We literally have to. Yo,
it was our WhatsApp.
Yeah. Isn't it Bryce? Bryce is
I've never been on AOL ever.
Yeah, Bryce wasn't even born when AOL came out. Bryce is one of our
19
youngest friends
18?
here.
Yeah.
17 or something. Good for you, Bryce. That's awesome.
Dial up. My first computer was a Dell. I bought it. I think I called in to order it, and I financed it, and I immediately had regret. So I called him and I said, "No, I'm not financing it. I cancel it. I don't want it." And I saved up the money and bought one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That was like, how wow. That was a really responsible sort of decision.
Well, I would tell you it is, but Dave, so when my wife and I got married, I was at church on a Sunday night, and this lady walks out. So imagine it's dark outside. I'm in a parking lot, and she's like 48 years old. She takes this book and she slams it in my chest. Okay. And she's crying, tears, both eyes. And I'm like, what's going on? She goes, read this book, Financial Peace University by Dave Ramsey, and don't do to your wife what my husband's doing to me. We're about to put our second kid through college, and my husband just went and got another new truck and a new boat. Like he traded 2 of them in and got 2 more. She said, I'll work until I die, paying for all of it. And don't do that to your wife. So I immediately went home and read Dave Ramsey's Financial Peace University and began to adopt it immediately in our family.
I'm going to tell our friends in the chat something, and they might know this already because they've been listening to you longer than I have, because they've been your friends longer than you and I have been friends. Just quite frankly, we're on 20 weeks. Are we 20 weeks yet?
I don't know. I put episode 19, but it may be 20.
But that's how long we've known each other. As many weeks as we've been on here is how many weeks we've known each other.
We became friends and went live. That's right.
Absolutely right. We were friends that first phone call. Before ever going live, I was like, I'll do whatever you say, Justin.
Let's do it.
I'm comfortable here. And so, but what I've picked up through some of the stories that we've exchanged is, man, you've really had these experiences in your life where, like, out of the blue, someone appears and in a very impactful way changes your direction for the better.
Oh, dude, I'm significantly blessed. Wow. Because of others, not anything I did, but like, what prompted her to reach out to, I mean, she knew I was a new dad. We were not trying to have a kid at 18 and 19, but we were. I guess we tried, but it happened. But
kids.
Yeah, that's right. And but something was inside of her, and she said, "No, I want him to hear me. Like I want him to really hear me, and I want him to have this book." And so but I can give you story after story of people invading my life in some significant way that sent me on a totally different course.
Rivalry's right. You were open to receive the message. You can't receive the message unless you're open to receiving the message.
I am a somewhat of a belief of when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
Bam. Look at, I mean, come on. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I felt when I saw Kim. Yeah.
A few different songs. Is it teacher? What was it? Michael, what's his name? I'm so late. It's so late. My brain's not working.
Michael Bolton.
No. The other Michael, who was with Wham.
Who's Wham?
Come on. Stop.
What song though? I don't know what song we're thinking about. I like.
He sang "Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me" with Elton John.
I've never heard that song. I don't know that song.
That's
a different kind of message, Manu. You're right.
George Michael. He sang "Faith."
Oh, yeah.
He sang, but there was a song. Michael. There was a song about a teacher. What was it?
Who sang the song "Guilty Feet" or what is it? Not "Guilty Feet." Got no pleasure. What? No, dang it. Anyway, who cares?
Oh, that's George Michael.
I'm so bad.
Yeah, no.
That is George Michael, right?
Yeah.
Love that song. Love that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great song.
That one. You actually can sing, so you go ahead and whenever you want.
One more try by George Michael.
Okay, cool.
I actually enjoy that song. And
all right. One more story. I'm never going to bring this up again. No one's ever going to hear this again. We're 5 hours into this thing. I'm not going to say this again. But that whole Kim Kardashian era, that whole everything, when it was first happening, I didn't know it was happening. And I was not opposed to it. I was involved in it because of the people that I was like doing. I wasn't involved in it, like making it happen. But the first show that we saw that really started to take over this reality thing, but like really fake reality TV, scripted reality. Everyone's beautiful, everyone's rich, everything's nonsense, but it's reality. So everyone's affected by it because they're just sitting there eating their McDonald's, watching their screen. You know, it's so messed up. Like it's so toxic. But I said this briefly before. There was a show called The Real Housewives of, not The Hills, even before The Hills, my friend. The Hills was inspired by the show that I'm talking about. The Real Housewives of Orange County. I wasn't on season 1. Season 1 had occurred and we had developed some relationships, but I'm on season 2 of that show. And I'm in all of these Orange County families' houses, the most toxic, the most soulless thing in the world, right? It was just bad, but I was just there to do whatever it was I was doing, right? I ended up being an A&R for an artist that wasn't even one of the actual Orange Housewives of, Orange Housewives. Well, after the tanning, they were the Orange Housewives. The Real Housewives of Orange County. There was one of the guys had married this girl named Joe Della Rosa, and Joe Della Rosa wanted to be a singer. And we made all of the connections for a studio time. So I was actually the A&R, artist and repertoire. I don't even know what my job was. I was bringing coffee, making sure the studio sessions were on time. But I ended up being on multiple episodes of that show and having to go to people's houses and developing these relationships. And that was the beginning of all of this. That was the beginning of every other city. Real Housewives of here, Real Housewives of there. The Hills was the younger version of the reality shows from Orange County.
Manu, and here you are again at the beginning of something else that's great.
Wow. Well, no, that wasn't great. Now we're going to go ahead and do something great. I got to make amends.
Oh, yeah. You're righting some wrongs here. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God.
I know.
Same thing. You're right. You're right. Don't miss your flight.
It's very noisy here. I hope you can hear me. I just want to say thank you so much for getting me through the airport night. I hate the airport at night because it was like so empty. But thank you so much for keeping my company, my friends, and thank you for the chat, and thank you for Neo and everyone. Amazing life. I'm so glad I was here today, and I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah,
and I hear you very well, actually.
Good, because there's someone talking to the speaker, and I can hear myself. Thanks again, guys, and good night for you.
Good night. Good day. Safe
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Have a good trip.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Collection King says Justin busting an all-nighter because he knows he's not gonna be able to sleep. And you know what? He's not wrong. I thought about this.
You're gonna
I'm not gonna be able to sleep. But I want to be fresh. Like I want to do what I need to do to be fresh.
Go get some rest. Go. We've had a nice show. It's 4 hours and 30 minutes. This could be a
time
record.
For redemption.
We're talking about like plastic surgery in Southern California for some reason. Like we could, we could continue.
Just love talking to you, Manu. It's good stuff.
It's always a good time, man. It's such a good time. Thank you, everybody. This was actually one of my favorite shows. This was so fun.
Just keeps getting better, my friend.
It does. What a blessing. Yeah. My goodness. Thank you, everybody. Hope everyone has a wonderful night, morning, wherever you're at. Enjoy. Yeah.
Friends, it's no longer Spider-Man Metal Eve. It's the day
It's the day.
We have made it to the day of Spider-Man Metal. So, you do what you got to do to get some rest to be ready for tomorrow. Yeah. Let's pray for our UPS drivers, our USPS drivers, our FedEx drivers, that they deliver that product safely to those who have ordered it and are looking forward to it. And that we have, I just want to have a really good time, and, selfishly and for your sake to enjoy, I want to hit a few big cards that everybody has a lot of fun with. So,
heck
yeah, keep an eye on the channel. You can find me on Instagram at Spidey Hits. Feel free to reach out to me there. We do have a Facebook page now, Spidey Hits as well. And yeah, a lot of good content gonna continue to flow out of the Spidey Hits channel, hopefully.
Oh, it definitely will.
All right, everybody. Again, hit that like button for me if you don't mind on the way out the door. If you're not a subscriber and you like this kind of content, and if you're here for 4 hours in, you probably do, hit the subscribe button. But as always, I hope you have a marvelous